Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 13, Wedding Hells, Vows and Wows. What is going on here? Isane Kotetsu demanded in a shocked voice. Hey, sis. Her younger sibling Kian had a huge dopey grin plastered on her face. She waved a dish of sake around, sloshing out most of it on the floor. Come on in, we're having a party. That much was evident. A tavern on the outskirts of the Siriti had been commandeered by a group of rowdy Shinigami, most of them from Tiger Company. Third seat Ikeku Madarame was performing a kabuki dance atop a table in full makeup to the mingled cheers and applause of his drunken cohorts. Someone bearing a remarkable resemblance to 5th seat Hanataro Yamada of her own division had consented to play the part of the maiden in this performance, while Sentaro Katsubeki crouched beside him with a drum between his legs he conspired to beat. This raucous revelry also included half a dozen fistfights in progress, a misguided attempt to create a human pyramid that appeared in danger of collapsing at any second, and 2 separate rounds of "you chop me, I chop you" being played. There was so much shouting, laughing and bleeding going on it was hard to know where to look first. However, one thing conspired to catch all of Captain Kotetsu's attention. And that was the demon Jigoku. You guys are great, guys. This was addressed to a couple of unnamed Shinigami around whose shoulders the seated emissary of hell had draped its arms. Tilting crazily like a ship on storm-churned seas, Jigoku nodded its head sagely. I'm gonna, listen, I'm gonna lift you both up, and then everybody's gonna see how great 2 you are. It snagged a hand in the backs of their robes and stood, hoisting them into the air with no visible effort. The men, who were well into the depths of intoxicated slumber, hung there with heads slumped and eyes closed while snoring softly. Jigoku dropped them to collapse in a heap at its feet. Alright then, y'all see that? Good. It then went staggering off into the reveling throngs. He's great, isn't he? Kian giggled while observing the infernal party-goer with a queer sort of pride. Isane reached out to grasp the younger noblewoman's chin and turn her head until they were eye to glassy eye. How? The harried healer broke off and inhaled deeply before continuing. How did you get him drunk? She practically screamed at her sister. He doesn't even have a mouth. It was true. The cloth flag that had once served to obscure Jigoku's features had been removed and folded into a sort of paper pirate hat shape which now adorned the top of its bald head. Doing so left no room for interpretation about the demon's face, it simply didn't have one. There was just a smooth uninterrupted pane of white flesh boasting no trace of eyes, nose, or a mouth. A voice clearly emerged from that region, but whatever might be producing it would have to remain a mystery. For her part, Kian digested the accusation with drunken deliberation. After a few seconds she gave a helpless shrug. I dunno. We Jews did. The lady of the Kotetsu stared at her inebriated sibling for a while longer. The look on her face was so uncharacteristically furious it served to impart some small measure of clear-headedness to Kian. She realized that whatever might be causing such distress could be traced back to actions she herself had perpetrated. Which meant unless something was done to ameliorate the situation soon, come the morning she might sober up to find herself disowned, sacked, and possibly beheaded if Isane's expression was any indication. Her big sister had worked for Anoha Naretsu, after all, she no doubt knew several ways to kill someone without them even being aware of it. To that end, Kian hastily strove to locate a silver lining. Sis. Isane, listen, it's not. She had to swallow down a wave of nausea before proceeding. It's not so bad. He hasn't killed anybody, or nothing, and like this, he's really easy to talk to. A gentle hand on her shoulder brought Isane's livid features around to another target. Standing at his betrothed's shoulder wearing a hastily thrown-on robe and sandals, Jushiro Yukitake seemed more surprised than upset. Kian-chan. Are you saying you've conversed with it? Him. Kian corrected her hero firmly. Jigoku's a person, Yukitake-shama. Urahara was wrong. He ain't no robot, he's, like, hell itself. And stuff. Upon hearing this revelation, Captain Kotetsu looked over to regard the swaggering demon as it cavorted with a bunch of slap-happy drunks by the bar. If Kian had actually managed to subvert Jigoku's attention to the point where they could communicate with one another, then maybe. Don't bother, sis. When she looked back, the little lush was slowly shaking her head in a negative fashion. We already tried that. If ya ask him anything about why he's here, he just launches right into his principle has been permanented speech and he won't stop unless you give him a drink. But he will talk about other stuff. Like hell. Did you know? Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper and she peered shiftily about as though in fear of being spied upon. Did you know hell is, like, older than any other dimension? What? Yeah. I was surprised too. But Jigoku says, he says that, grief, was the first emotion, in the world. And the ones, who felt it, gained souls. So that's how souls began. Isane and Jushiro looked at one another. An unspoken communication passed between them. In response, Yukitake took the wobbly Kian by the arm and escorted her over to a booth that was currently reserved for people who had already passed out. His former third seat went along without protest, smiling and happy to be in his company. He maneuvered some space for them both to sit in after receiving a nod from Isane, set about attempting to elicit more information from her. Once she was sure Kian would cause no further harm this night, the silver-haired Shinigami set off on her own mission. Perhaps some lingering trace of her predecessor's intimidating aura chose this moment to manifest itself, for the crowds parted like breakers against the keel of a ship. In just a few steps she found herself by Jigoku's side. He was sitting on the edge of a sunken fire pit holding a jug of alcohol tenderly in the crook of one arm. Hard to say considering his lack of eyes, but he appeared to be absorbed by the dancing flames. Everyone else had beat a hasty retreat upon spotting the towering woman in expensive clothes. This allowed her to take a seat beside him without any altercations. For a time they simply sat there with neither saying a word. Jigoku-sama. She finally hazarded after collecting her thoughts. He looked over, and Isane flinched at finding herself under the perusal of that blank visage. I am Isane Katetsu, a captain of the Siridi and head of Clan Katetsu. Hi, he said right back. Then he lifted the booze jug. Want a drink? She looked between it and him. No, thank you. Jigoku simply shrugged. He then tilted the lip of the container up to his face and threw his head back. Isane half expected him to be wearing the contents considering his lack of a mouth. Despite this, not a trace of rice wine went trickling down his cheeks from what she could see. At the same time she half convinced herself her ears could detect the sound of someone taking deep gulps. Eventually Jigoku came back down with a satisfied sigh. He flung the empty bottle forcefully off to one side, where it shattered against a wall. Was there anything in there to begin with? Isane wondered. Maybe he's just drunk on the idea of wine, or even the memory of it. Who knows how someone like this works? Jigoku-sama, may I ask you a question? You just did. There was nothing mean-spirited about his response. It sounded like he was stating a fact. Taking that as encouragement, the determined soul pressed on. Can you tell me, who and what you are? We are Jigoku. Without even waiting for her to ask what that meant, he continued. We form hell. Unlike in life, we are defined by our focus, not by individual means. Only when stepping outside the bounds of hell into realms such as your own are we called upon to assert elements beyond the application of retribution. This grants us the means to treat with those who do not share our focus. He stopped talking. Whether he was still drunk or not proved hard to gauge at this point considering how lucid he sounded. Meanwhile Isane was amazed. She had grown accustomed to thinking of Jigoku as little more than an automaton performing a task, like Urahara had suggested. Yet here he displayed free will and even a capability to be open about himself. Kian had nailed it. Jigoku was a real person after all. Mindful of her sister's warning about pressing him concerning his mission, she tried another tack. What is this focus you mentioned? Upon death, souls who seek amelioration for unredressed wrongs committed against them while still alive are offered conscription into the rulings of damnation. Should they accept, the punishment of those responsible for such pain will commence upon termination of any barriers which prevent hell from exercising its focus. Glancing around nervously, as though fearful such secrets were not meant for her ears, Isane leaned in closer. Can you go into more detail? Jigoku's head was bobbing up and down a bit, yet this seemingly did not prevent him from answering. We seek repose through expiation of those emotions which we were denied the chance to purge while alive. In short, vengeance. Those responsible for our earthly anguish are made to endure for as long as we last. Should our focus be fulfilled prior to their transgressions being fully remedied, another Jigoku will take our place. In the process the damned spirits in ours are ultimately reclaimed, just as when living souls die in your world. The loam of spiritual matter from which new souls are born in the mortal realm is laid both in hell and soul society. It is cosmopolitan, hence the source makes no difference. Cleansed souls fall from soul society, and rise from hell, yet all form the same basic substrate that is the overall living soul of our planet. This reminded her of debates at the academy. Only now the person doing the lecturing was speaking from an intellectual perspective that surpassed anything like experience or learning. Jigoku seemed to simply know what he was talking about. What about hollows who are damned? Why exactly do you need a Shinigami's aid to claim them? Hollows exist outside normal parameters. A vessel with no bottom cannot contain our pain. Lacking the means to properly atone for their sins, we cannot castigate them to our satisfaction. They are dead inside until this emptiness is devoured by a Shinigami, exposing their sins for our focus. Otherwise, even if we were to punish them, despite being able to experience fear, agony, and suffering, there is no way for them to know remorse, guilt, or shame. The process would only result in their soul's destruction, nothing more. At the same time, we would derive no lessening of our torment, for only through imparting the grief we have experienced onto our targets can we relieve our focus and be reborn. Isane sat riveted by his explanations. She pondered his cup analogy for a while before replying. So Kenso of a plus or purification of a hollow is about removing the part of them that is empty, not filling it. Correct. Death gods draw in the spiritual hunger of their charges through purification, allowing them to escape any lingering element of the living world. You Shinigami reflect a state of being separate from the plane of mortals, which is why those who come here at your bidding do not experience want. Such mercy causes you to endure want of the spirit in their place. To address this imbalance in yourselves, Shinigami require additional sustenance beyond that of your environment. You continue to do this even after their souls are ensconced within soul society, which is derived from the Shinigami soul. That is the reason sinful actions committed by the residents of soul society are not subject to hell's purview. Really? She had always been taught that since Shinigami souls were so powerful, they needed more energy than could be provided naturally from soul society, unlike the plus souls. Could she and every other death god be acting as proxies for all their charges, enduring hunger and thirst so they wouldn't have to? This was absolutely fascinating. If what Jigoku said was true, the act of Kenso itself, in which a Shinigami absolved an earthbound spirit of its woes, imparted a sort of deficiency from the plus into themselves. Then that means you, Jigoku, are like the mirror opposite of a Shinigami. We accept something from other souls into our own, while you force what is inside you into them. He nodded his head in an absent manner. Jigoku burn out when we have no further wrongs to sustain us. Shinigami die when their spirits can no longer accept the burden of further souls. The way he said it caused Jigoku to appear rather vulnerable. Isane was surprised to find herself empathizing with the devil. They were opposites spiritually speaking, yet both had an imperative to perform. A job, as it were. It made her see him in a whole new light. For this reason, she decided to ask something more personal. Jigoku, who were you before becoming a demon? Right away she knew that had been a mistake, for his blank white head twitched. Wait, hold on. Isane frantically sought to ameliorate the damage. I only meant. The principle has been officially terminated. Corollary effect of contractual. Oh, hell. You broke him again, huh? The captain looked behind her to find Kian standing a few paces off. She had gotten a refill and a shot of renewed confidence with it. Jushiro stood close by looking abashed. Isane threw a dire look at Kian, who contrived to appear absorbed by her own reflection in the cup of sake. Her fiancé gave a helpless shrug of his shoulders when she turned that glower on him, a gesture clearly meant to say, oh, like I could ever control her. Jigoku was still jabbering his stock speech. Isane inspected him for a while before rising to draw away from the inebriated devil. Yuka-take and her sister followed, and once at a distance she came about to address them in no uncertain terms. All right. As far as I can tell, this experience hasn't done any real harm. Trying to move Jigoku might draw undue attention. So he will remain here, and you. She leveled a warning finger right at Kian's nose, who peered at it in a cross-eyed manner, are going to make sure he stays. Under no circumstances is he to leave this inn. I'll have a word with the proprietor and make arrangements for it to be reserved for the foreseeable future. And whatever influence you have in controlling any rumors about tonight, Kian, I suggest you employ it. Good night. So saying she spun about and stomped angrily towards the inn's offices. No one attempted to block her path. After giving a comforting pat on the head and a few whispered words of encouragement in his future sister-in-law's ear, Jushiro strove to catch up to his bride-to-be. I've never seen you so angry before, he commented lightly. Isane didn't answer. In truth, she wasn't upset. Learning that Jigoku had any sort of relatable behavior helped reassure her they might figure out a means to send him back to hell. She just wished they could have discovered this in a manner less inclined to invite disaster. Perhaps I should take over this part of the affair. Her betrothed continued as they proceeded through the deafening merrymaking. A request from a retired Shinigami might be less stressful to our host than a command from the Lady of Kotetsu. We don't want to add any more confusion to this situation than already exists. At this the head of Heron's squad stopped and placed a hand on a nearby support post. Her shoulders slumped and she bent over to cover her face. Before Jushiro could grow concerned, Isane had already straightened up and turned weary brown eyes upon him. I'm sorry, she explained. This just caught me at a bad time. First Yamamoto dies, then Jigoku shows up, the R&D Bureau nearly self-destruct, I have to be measured for the wedding attire again because I seem to have grown another inch somehow, and now this. I envy Kian. I wish I could drink. She gave a dispirited shake of her head. I cannot believe we're going to be married in 2 days. 1, he corrected with a chipper smile. It's past midnight. This brought a groan in response, and once more the silver-haired healer doubled over as though experiencing severe stomach cramps. Jushiro draped a comforting arm around Isane's shoulders. This won't last. Before you know it, everything that seemed so overwhelming will be a memory. Only if something even worse occurs, she responded glumly. Straightening up, the tall beauty turned a tired smile upon him. I'm sorry if I sound so pessimistic. Despite how it may appear, I really am looking forward to tomorrow. And not just to have it done with. She hastily added. Yuka-take couldn't help but smile at her distress. He wondered if Isane knew how cute she looked when she became flustered. That might be something to share when they got married, or keep to himself to enjoy. A quick chuckle emerged at the thought. In response, her face broke into a full-blown smile, causing Isane to sparkle. Cute metamorphosed into beautiful, and just like that Yuka-take found himself enchanted by his intended bride. Societal taboos against displaying affection be damned, I should kiss her right now. He reached up a hand to do so. You chop me. I chop you. A squeal of pain from off to one side was followed by a tremendous spurt of blood that hit Isane Kotetsu right in the face. Eyes closed and lips pressed tightly together, she stood ramrod straight with clenched fists trembling and crimson droplets dripping down her chin. Jushiro remained with one arm outstretched and eyes wide in shock. He noted with a measure of surprise that none of it had hit him. Maybe I shouldn't be relieved about that? That's it. Isane's eyes cracked open a bit, and Yuka-take shuddered at what he saw lurking in their depths. No more healing for Tiger Company. Ever. Upon registering the resolve in that threat, the legendary ex-captain then threw himself into his very first chance at allaying his intended's wrath. All right, here we go, one more attempt to revive subject, Kuratsuki Mayuri. Urahara Kisuke flung out an arm. May it be our last. Throw the switch, Nimue-chan. His first officer complied. Immediately bolts of purple lightning filled the room, illuminating the mad scientist and his assistant. A pressure built up in their ears until they popped, upon which the lights went out, and everything went dead. Standing in the dark with his arm still authoritatively raised, Kisuke chewed the side of his cheek. Against the backdrop of total network and grid failure, he had no trouble picking out the furious screams of numerous researchers located throughout the cavernous R&D Bureau who were understandably distressed at finding their power had just been disconnected. He pondered how best to address this situation. Light sprang up to illuminate a ghoulish face hovering right in front of him. Ah! What is the meaning of this ruckus? We are trying to. Oh, it's just you. Carry on, boy. Yura Harite Kut, Nimue Kuratsuka spoke with a flashlight beam shining below her chin. This makes 23 failed attempts. Would you like to break for lunch? Straightening up, her superior favored his inscrutable assistant with a mordant grin. Nope. Rev up the backup generator, my dear lieutenant. Attempt number 24, here we come. Bowing, Nimue turned away, flicking off the light as she did. Hey, wait, can you leave the FLA? There then followed a loud crash, followed by muffled cursing. Undeterred, Nimue continued in her assignment, fully able to see in pitch blackness and not particularly concerned with anyone who wasn't. His wedding day had finally arrived, and Byakuya Kukaki could not wait for it to end. It wasn't a question of being uncomfortable. In truth, he allowed precious little to trouble himself at this point. Preparations were ready in case of enemy action. All arrangements for the ceremony had been handled with exacting detail, as was his wont. Recognized family of both Shihoin and Kukaki stood in orderly rows at his back to observe the proceedings, while the wedding guests awaited them at a hall on the Kukaki grounds where they would be formally presented to society as husband and wife afterwards. The weather today was perfect, bright, and just cool enough for autumn that he did not feel overdressed. He was wearing a very comfortable, elegant kimono ensemble in black and white. None of this in any way imparted turmoil upon his soul. It was having her so close to him. She stood at his side, resplendent in red and white. Her achikake kimono was of incomparable quality, layer upon layer of sumptuous fabric encasing her body, emblazoned with the lampan stars Kamen of the Shihoin. He dreaded damaging it when he tore it off. The makeup she had on was spare but tasteful, masterfully applied with only the fingertips of trained cosmetic ians. Truly a shame that his kisses would smear away any trace of artistry. Beneath the small white cloth crown she wore were 2 jeweled pins which held up all of that lustrous purple hair in cunningly wrought folds. Her skin had been lightly perfumed with the scent of apple blossoms. So much work, such attention to detail, and all for naught, as he planned to leave her drenched in sweat, hair spilling untamed across the bed as he gazed down upon her. The crowning work of some of the most gifted artisans in all of Seoul society. A pity I must destroy the result of such talent. The guests would be shocked to learn what thoughts lurked behind my lord's impassive mask. Your spying is not appreciated at this time, Senbon Zakura. You think I would not avail myself of this? I have been waiting just as long as you to be rid of your simmering frustrations. Having been present at your first marriage, You will not be present for that moment, believe me. What, you intend to stuff me in a cupboard with that perverse Tescat? How gauche! And after all we Zanpakuto have done to benefit you both. Yet the moment you find us inconvenient, we are summarily dismissed from mind and company too. His soul cutter's complaints receded into the back of his mind with practiced ease. One soul or no, he was not obligated to share everything he had with Senbon Zakura. And in this case, he considered himself more than justified in exercising what some might consider unworthy greed. The wedding of Lord Kukaki and Lady Shihoin was held outdoors in an enclosed courtyard on the grounds of the bride's estate. A single sycamore grew at the center of this otherwise unadorned spot, towering over the walls that ringed them. Its leaves were bright green tinged by pure scarlet tips with the coming of fall. Here for generations the Shihoin had held their weddings. The attendant priest stood before a small shrine at the base of the tree flanked by 2 Miko priestesses. As he continued the purification ritual, the lord of the Kukaki stared straight ahead. Whether a trick of the mind or not, Byakuya could swear he felt warmth radiating off Yoriyuki. It was as though her Bankai was activated but contained within her. He wondered if she too were conversing with her Zanpakuto at this moment as he had been. She had betrayed no trace of anxiety as their wedding day approached. Of course, neither had he, but to be fair this was not his first time, as Senbon Zakura so artfully mentioned. As the pair of nobles stood beneath the shade of the sycamore, their closest family was seated behind them in the sunshine pouring down. Rukia was there, dressed in lavender and white robes with lilac blossoms stitched into the fabric so realistically one might almost smell them. Around her neck she wore a treasure of the Kukaki household, cords of pearls swathed in silk encased her throat, held together by carved quartz bands tied with black ribbons. Hisona's necklace, given to her after they were married, which served to mark her as Lady of the Kukaki until the day she died. Upon entering the family, Rukia had inherited the necklace at Byakuya's insistence. Once the sight of her wearing that treasured clasp and all its memories would have served to reopen old wounds. But it had been years since grief over his first wife's passing had clouded his thoughts. And that was in no small part due to Rukia herself. She had become his sister so fully, in a way he had never anticipated when they first met. Now their lives held each other at every step. Everything she did or became since then served only to uplift his spirits. What had once been an obligation was now a reward. Could Hisona have known just how much her final wish would serve to enrich him? He liked to think that was the case. It was a lasting testament to the person he chose to be his wife so long ago. As his sister, Rukia would retain the title of Lady Kukaki even after today. While their leaders would be wed, the Shihoin and Kukaki would remain separate entities ruled over by their respective lord and lady. The disposition of any children was a matter that could be settled in their futures. His own, Yoryuki's, Rukia's. I have come before you, Lord Kukaki, to ask. Momentary rage, which he quashed. Do not think of that now. Today is not about such nonsense. The priest had completed his prayers. From the shrine he took a small dish containing purest salt in a flask of rice wine. One of the Miko accompanied him carrying a single cup, while the other picked up a mallet and stood ready beside an ornamental gong. Crossing over to the couple, the elderly shaman held out the salt dish. Yoryuki went first, licking the side of her hand and dipping it into the salt. She then held it out for Byakuya, the faintest hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Oh, how she must have been looking forward to this part. With studious care, he bent down and dutifully licked the grains from her skin. Symbolism notwithstanding, the erotic aspect in this particular element of marriage was not lost upon him. Very fortunate he had already been entertaining far more advanced fantasies throughout the entire proceedings, or it might have served to undo him. Control, that was needed her. It wasn't over yet. Straightening up, Byakuya did not miss the wink his beloved shot at him, which the spectators could not see. Outwardly calm, he went about anointing his own hand with salt and presented it to her. Somewhat more slowly than necessary, Yoryuki bent down. Some might argue she did so in order to ensure no aspect of her attire was displaced. Byakuya knew better. His cat goddess was drawing out the moment, letting him burn with anticipation for what must come next. With utmost leisure she drew closer until he could feel her breath ghosting gently across his flesh. For all his composure, the Kukaki lord could not tear his eyes away from the sight of her. Golden eyes flicked up to regard him with a dangerous gleam. As his heart began to pound, her warm tongue slipped out to lick languorously all along him from wrist to pinky. She bit him there, ever so gently, and only the suspicion she might try something like that kept him from jumping out of his skin. Nothing less from the woman he loved. Yoryuki came up with a sultry smile that in no way belonged at a wedding. Stone-faced, Byakuya still felt certain there was color rising to his cheeks. He almost missed when the priest poured a libation and held it out to him. The noble lord accepted this offering and took a drink before passing the cup to Yoryuki. As he did, the other priestess struck the gong once, and when the bride took her sip, again, followed by one last tone when the groom finished the cup. 6 more times the gong rang out as they repeated this in reverse and then again from the beginning, 9 in all to herald prosperity and good fortune. We are almost wed. They were clasping hands now, still facing one another. When that started he could not remember. The priest intoned something over their interlaced fingers, and magic stirred, drawing from their spirits to form a thin band that wrapped around their arms. Being both Shinigami, it was pure red in color. Byakuya hardly noticed. He stared at the woman across from him, remembering how she had looked throughout all their time together. Yoryuki as he had first met her, wearing a captain's robe and grinning cheekily at the hostile and confused young prince. Yoryuki in the garb of the stealth forces, calmly informing him in the presence of his father and grandfather that his mother had been slain by a hollow Yoriuki, naked, lounging in the bower of a tree as shafts of sunlight illuminated her body through the leaves. Yoriuki dressed as a vagabond, hair grown so long with an enchanted cloth wrapped around his sword to prevent him from murdering her pupil. Had you asked him at any of those times, he would have told you she could not ever be more beautiful. How wrong he had been. It was right now, here, as the priest removed the band and spoke these words. Shihoin Yoriuki, Kukaki Byakuya, having accepted these gifts and made your wishes clear, I do hereby declare thee wed. Step forth into your new lives. Yoriuki kissed him without hesitation. She must have been aching from restraint. He didn't notice until then just how much strength it had taken not to do the same, for his body went limp with release such that he nearly toppled. Instead Byakuya pulled Yoriuki into his embrace, lifting her up and holding her off the ground like he never intended to let go. People were clapping politely. Lost in the haze of his bride's adventurous mouth, he hardly noticed the world around him, although the lovesick lord could have sworn he heard someone shout, "Yeah, go get him." Yoriuki broke the kiss. Then with a yelp of pure delight she threw her arms around his neck and held on with all her strength. He could feel her heart booming against his chest along with a very self-satisfied purring rumble. New life. New wife. My congratulations to you both. Thank you. Thank you, he gasped without thinking. Thank you. She whispered back, and laughed. Gods, I love you. He felt so foolish then, but at the same time giddy as could be. It really happened. Nothing went wrong. We waited 100 years, and now, we've finally done it. This moment is all ours. Everything else can wait. He might have stayed there all day with her in that same position had he been allowed. But eventually Yoriuki spoke softly to him. Byakuya, we should start. Yes, he agreed immediately, snapping back to himself. They drew apart but clasped hands as well. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. What came next in the ceremony? It completely slipped his mind. His wife picked up the slack. She turned her head to address the crowd of well-wishers. We will see you all at the reception held on the Kukaki grounds. Please enjoy yourselves there until then. A note of royal command made that otherwise casual statement in order. Being well versed in court nuance, their families proceeded to engage in a choreographed departure that took note of rank, seniority, and family ties. So orderly was this undertaking that in under 60 seconds the two of them were alone in that sunlit court. Do I detect a potential smile, my lord? I seem to have forgotten how, Senbonzakura. Would you please remind me? Oddly enough, Yoriuki wasn't smiling either. She certainly didn't have the excuse of not having done so for almost 100 years. The sight surprised Byakuya. He had thought himself prepared for anything on her part. Why did Yoriuki not smile? Byakuya, she said in a clear voice while looking him straight in the eye. I have news for you. He found himself staring at her mouth, willing his old love and new bride to smile with a childish sort of determination. Because of this, he saw the shape of her lips move to form the next words. You have a son. Rukia slipped away as soon as she was out the door of the wedding site. With a grace that owed more to her childhood racing along the packed streets of Inazuri than any Kukaki training, she maneuvered through the press of exquisitely dressed dignitaries and made her way down the halls of Shihoin Manor. At last the eager princess approached one door out of many which she opened. Waiting inside, Noboru leapt upright. Are they coming? She shut the screen behind her. The ceremony just ended. It will take some time for Lady Yoriuki to explain. You should sit back down and wait. Aoik! He exclaimed and began to pace anxiously back and forth. Dressed in a yellow and black kimono worthy of a prince, the young lordling's hair had been combed into a presentable shape which seemed to make him quite jittery about damaging it. As Rukia watched, he withdrew a familiar sandalwood comb and began frantically readjusting his coiffure. The state of his nerves left such attempts doing more harm than good. I can't take this, Baa-san. I'm all keyed up, I could really use a run. Is there anywhere I can get in a quick run? I could really go for a run right now. Don't worry. Rukia's calm voice halted his pacing. Your mother will handle everything. He looked at her beseechingly as she came up to him. Plucking the disguised Zanpakuto from his twitching grip, she took him by the hand and drew her nephew down to sit once more. Upon kneeling behind him, Rukia began to run the enchanted comb through his hair with slow purposeful rhythm. Noboru settled down almost immediately, shoulders sagging. He had been like this for the last week. It had gotten to the point where she worried he might not be fit to attend the wedding, hidden or not. Fortunately that fear had proven false. In his monkey shape up in the sycamore tree, he had observed the whole event without anyone being made aware of him. Rukia had kept an eye on his whereabouts. Except for that one outburst at the end, there was nothing to indicate his presence. Afterwards he made it back to the prearranged meeting point. It was here that everything would finally be laid bare. No more secrets to be kept. Just a family, together for the first time. When she felt Noboru had sufficiently calmed, his aunt tucked Hanuman into his hair and moved to sit Seiza beside him. When he began to twitch and looked ready to start fussing with his hairdo again, she reached over to entwine his fingers with her own and give a reassuring squeeze. That served to soothe his jumpiness. Now they sat in the center of the meeting room, staring at the closed door in front of them. When it opened, Nii-sama would meet his son. From then on she felt certain things would be all right. A few minutes passed without comment. Chancing a look at Noboru, Rukia grew alarmed at how rigid he appeared. He was clenching his jaw, face schooled into an unnaturally deadpan cast. Those gold-tinged gray eyes stared straight ahead. His spine was stiff as a board. When she reached over to pat his hand tenderly, he gave no sign of noticing. Distressed, Rukia regarded her nephew. This was not how she had hoped for the first meeting with his father to start out. He looked in danger of snapping from the strain. He sort of reminds me of Byakuya like this. The old Byakuya, at least. Don't forget, that Nii-sama was based on our own misconceptions. His heart was full of love even back then, which Noboru definitely inherited from both his parents. He's a very joyful boy. Not right now, he isn't. He's a ticking time bomb. That much rigidity is not natural. Well, what do you recommend? How do people usually relieve stress? They do something enjoyable. Listen to music. Exercise. Laugh. Have sex. That's it. Are you serious? No, not that, the other one. Her free hand slowly reached over and she tickled him. Noboru jumped where he sat. His head snapped around to stare in open-mouthed surprise at her, but Rukia had already retracted her arm swift as thought. She gazed tranquilly forward, at perfect ease. The boy's mouth worked up and down as though trying to form a question. When nothing else happened, he proceeded to follow her example. His head twitched towards her as though to catch Rukia in the act, but when she remained outwardly calm, Noboru resumed his silent vigil. So she tickled him again. The kid yelped and spun about. Cut it out, Baa-san. What? She regarded him with regal sang-froid. Is something amiss, Noboru? Whu just. I think I hear them coming. She cocked her head to one side, and immediately he turned in the same direction. The moment he did, Rukia's thin fingers were already digging into his ribs again. Baa-san, I quit it. Stop, IMMPH. I'm gonna aha. Desperately he strove to bat away her nimble fingers. Rukia responded with a barrage of tickling attacks from all directions. Arms flailed and flew, imploring shouts gave way to peals of helpless merriment as her assault scored direct hits on his ribs, and then Noboru was flat on his back, squirming helplessly and howling with laughter as Rukia proceeded to tickle him for all she was worth. When I left you a century ago, I was pregnant, Yuki continued. I didn't know it at the time, but after a while hiding out in the mortal realm, it became obvious. Neither Urahara or Tessai knew. Once I got them settled in, I left to scout out other hidey holes. It gave me the opportunity to manage things without them getting wise to my condition. Eventually the baby was born, and I left him with some trustworthy guardians to keep him safe. She stopped and waited for a response. His eyes were wide, lips slightly parted. He shook his head. When he looked at her again, Byakuya's face had gone ashen. Why did you? He swallowed, and a shiver passed through him. Yuryuki had never felt more cold than right at that moment. Even practicing what to say beforehand, and knowing this man the way she did, there remained a distinct possibility that she might have messed this up. But one thing Yuryuki knew for certain was that waiting any longer served no good purpose. At last Byakuya appeared to regain some measure of composure, though he still looked dreadful. There was anger there, whether directed at her or a wealth of worthy targets, and the next words he spoke were icy with pain. "Why did you wait to tell me until now?" Her eyes roved over his face in search of some sign it might turn out for the best, but even when no such reassurance came back, the flash goddess still answered. "Because I couldn't have an ulterior motive behind you marrying me. I know what people will say afterwards. I didn't want you to feel in any way obligated. And you are a man who lives and dies by obligation." He tensed then, as though ready to spring forward, grab Yuryuki and shake out any more secrets that might be lurking in the eaves of her soul. "So this was for my sake," the stormy-eyed lord declared in acid tones. "There is no other reason I've waited this long, Byakuya." When she said nothing more, even with those hawk eyes demanding the fullest of explanations, Byakuya slowly inhaled, and let it out. His face did not change with the next question. "What is his name?" Yuryuki licked her lips in uncharacteristic hesitancy. "Noboru." Her heart sank when he didn't say the name right away. "Where is he?" She rubbed an arm, the fine wedding clothes feeling constrictive around her body in a way they hadn't before. Yuryuki found it hard to speak from the tight knob of anguish growing in her chest. "Here in the mansion, waiting to meet you. Rukia is with him. I told her everything back at the start of this year, and made her swear not to tell you. She's kept our son safe all that time." To her careful eye there appeared to be a slight lessening of the tension that gripped his frame upon hearing about Rukia. "Have I blown this marriage right off the bat? Take me to him." With a slow nod, Yuryuki turned and led the way from the site of their wedding, feeling slow and awkward for perhaps the first time in her entire existence. "I have royally screwed this up. Don't get so down. There's a good reason you chose that gloomy lump to call your husband. Tescat, this is serious. I did it all wrong. I should have let them meet before, or told him earlier, or maybe not at all. Chew back the hysteria, will you? Unless I miss my guess, we've got one last card to play. You want to let me in on it? You'll find out in a minute. I'm not fond of surprises. But you love secrets. And this one's name is Noboru Kukaki." As they moved down the corridors towards their destination, a faint sound reached her ears. Yuryuki turned back to Byakuya, wondering if perhaps it might be coming from him. But his expression hadn't changed. Although if I'm not mistaken, he looks just a bit confused. No surprise. Not like it's something you hear a lot of at Kukaki Manor. Tescat? Is that? Oh, yes, dear girl. The first sound Byakuya Kukaki heard his son make was laughter. Happy, hysterical mirth came pouring down the hall. His brow crinkled in disbelief. Walking in front of him, Yuryuki looked unsure what to make of this either. Whatever was causing it did not appear to be part of her plan. Still reeling from everything that had just been laid bare before him, his heart teetered between outrage and uncertainty what to feel. "It's coming from that room up ahead. Senbonzakura, what?" "Silence. I'll hear no more from you until this is over. Your son is waiting." The Zanpakuto's presence vanished, leaving him momentarily bereft. But the laughter didn't stop. An emotion awoke in him. With sudden purpose Byakuya moved past a surprised Yuryuki. Urgent steps crossed the remaining distance and he flung open the door in question. Before him, a brown-skinned boy with messy raven-black hair screamed with laughter as a disheveled Rukia tickled him mercilessly. His sister noticed their arrival at once. She hopped up and whirled about to take her seat before them, hands resting demurely in her lap. With flushed face and sparkling eyes, Rukia composed herself with all due haste. "Nii-sama," was all she said. That got the boy's attention. Immediately he scrambled up to sit beside Rukia. The youth stared at his looming parent, out of breath and completely at a loss. He gasped, and then burst into a fit of giggles which he strove heroically to keep in. Clapping his hands to his mouth, the lad closed his eyes and shook from the effort, tears pouring down his cheeks. At last he got himself under control. His mouth opened, and he drew in a breath, only to hold it for several seconds, until finally, "I'm Noboru," the young man blurted out. "Nice to meet." Byakuya took 2 steps forward and dropped to his knees before him. "You." Eyes grey as thunderheads stared into their match, only tinged by a circle of pure gold. Noboru settled down fast then. He gazed wide-eyed at his silent parent for several seconds. "Please don't scream, okay? I can take everyone else doing that, but not, not you." Yuriyuki stood in the doorframe watching them. When Noboru looked to her for support, she did not move. Her attention was riveted on her lord husband's back. Rukia too made not a sound. At last the classically handsome stranger in expensive wedding clothes stirred. His deep voice came out in an oddly detached manner. "You are, our son." One of Noboru's eyebrows rose. "Are you speaking in the majestic plural, or did you mean that like yours and mom's?" All Byakuya said in response was, "Noboru." And then he smiled. Upon seeing this utterly amazing sight, the boy felt his heart ache like never before. The only possible solution was to leap forward and wrap his small arms around that surprisingly warm frame without conscious thought. Which he then did. "Father," Noboru sobbed with his head buried against the man's chest. A moment later Yuriyuki joined them, and the family held one another, together at last. Off to one side, Rukia sat spellbound at seeing her honored elder brother smile for the first time in 50 years. It was just so wondrous to behold. Like witnessing the sunrise, or hearing the person you love speak your name after being apart. She wished Ichigo was here to share this moment with her. Maybe we should leave them to it? I think that might be for the best. About to stand, Rukia was interrupted by someone saying, "Oh, no, you don't." A strong arm snaked around her stomach and a moment later Rukia found herself pulled unceremoniously into the pile of noble hugs. Stupefied at the speed of this arrangement, she felt Yuriyuki nuzzle the top of her head affectionately before settling back into their show of familial support. "I bet the little monkey's going to use this opportunity to tickle you back." I doubt very much Noboru has the opportunity to even consider. A second later she gave a squeal as no Shirayuki's prediction proved accurate. "Told Ja so. Are you sure we shouldn't wear kimono?" Khan asked. "Hold still." Sporting a glum look befitting a henpecked husband, the seeming teenager sat dutifully on the couch as he submitted to his self-appointed seamstress. Satisfied, Karen Kurosaka went back to concentrating on getting his necktie right. She had been trying for the past few minutes, and he was seriously starting to wonder if doing it himself might not be faster. "You need to give it more material on the flared end, Karen-chan," Yuzo Kurosaka pointed out at her big sister's shoulder. "See, right before where it first starts to get wider? That's where you want to be when you draw it over for the second crossed part." She indicated the spot in question helpfully before turning back to her brother Ichigo's tie, which was progressing much more smoothly. "I know." Karen grumped. When Khan opened his mouth again, she flashed a look that promptly caused him to shut it. Somewhat red-faced and noticeably frazzled, the girl angrily pulled apart her latest effort and started over from the beginning, narrowing her eyes in concentration as though plotting where to kick a soccer ball for maximum impact. "I do believe, yes. Done." Ise Nanao took a step back and examined the subject with a critical air. Ichigo Kurosaka fidgeted with his back to her right next to Khan on the couch. When he reached up a hand, she snapped, "Don't touch." Meekly the arm dropped back down. His hair had resisted all efforts to comb it up till Nanao employed what could only be witchcraft. Unable to see himself but certain he must look like a complete dweeb, the self-conscious teen squirmed inside his best suit for formal occasions, which felt as though it might have shrunk a bit since last being used, but damned if he was going to admit to that and potentially undergo a round of tailoring on top of everything else. His tie seemed well proportioned, not too far down his chest and not too short. At the same time, it was so tight that he was finding it hard to breathe. Yet he resisted the urge to adjust the garrote around his throat for when Yuzo wasn't looking. Nanao adjusted her glasses before giving a pleased nod at their combined handiwork. She crossed around the back of the couch to join the twin girls, wearing a pale yellow kimono with bright orange cross-stitching and a pure white obi sash around her waist. As their designated chaperone, the one-time Shinigami had elected to dress in attire that would not draw any questions where they were going from those guests not acquainted with the mortal allies of Soul Society. Since both Kon and Ichigo had opted for clothes more suited to the modern world, it would require someone not challenging the social order with their apparel to clear up any confusion. And speaking of inappropriate attire, if Renji Abarai brought his poor guileless co-captain to this affair bedecked in yet another ridiculous get-up, she was resolved to absolutely murder him this time. While Karen continued to fuss over Kon's tie, Yuzu flopped back in a chair and heaved a dispirited sigh. I still wish we could go too. How come you guys got invited and not us? I was here when Sir Kukaki and Lady Shihoan made the announcement. Do you think maybe it was because of the tea I served him? Oh, I wish I could be there. Sir Kukaki? Ichigo grumbled, only to close his trap when Neneo's spectacles flashed a warning. It has nothing to do with your behavior, Yuzu-chan, the sorceress responded as she drew a pad from her robe and began checking things off a list. The Kukaki family is very strict in regards to propriety, no children are allowed to attend this wedding whatsoever. However, I'm sure Kukaki-sama was very pleased with the hospitality you provided him. He is not a man to suffer inadequate service for any length of time. This praise caused the girl to brighten to a noticeable extent. Karen glanced over at her younger sibling. It hadn't escaped her notice that Yuzu had been acting a bit differently since that encounter with Rukia's bewitching elder brother. Up to this point she didn't give it much thought, being preoccupied with certain experiences of her own. Still, maybe today would be a good opportunity to sit down for a sisterly chat. Not like they were going anywhere. Yeah. Sounds good. Just as soon as I manhandle this stupid Western doohickey into submission. Karen then yanked apart the half-completed neckwear roughly, causing Kon to issue a protest that she silenced with a meaningful scowl. He subsided without further ado to endure the dark-haired tween's not-so-tender mercies. The family patriarchus Hein chose this moment to leap up from his place against a wall and chime in. Now, Yuzu, don't be that way. Daddy isn't going either. We've got the whole day together, filled with activities and puzzles and quiet boredom, just like a regular family. Who needs those stuffy old Kukaki, right? He then fell to excitedly performing one-armed push-ups at a dizzying pace. To his surprise, not only did Karen ignore this perfect opportunity to lash out at him, but Yuzu of all people turned a look upon her father that could only be described as disappointed. As though she were comparing him to another man in her head and finding the proud single parent to be sorely unimpressive. He froze in mid-push-up, shocked. This was unexpected and quite unwelcome territory for his Hein. Sure, Karen treated him like an obnoxious stranger most of the time, but Yuzu, she's always been on my side. We're pals, of one heart and mind, and now, someone else has wormed his way in. A better-looking man, with more money, a nicer wardrobe, and possibly even a hotter dead wife by now. No, say it isn't so. Is my little girl, growing up? Masaki. The thunderstruck parent wailed and threw himself at the wall poster boasting an image of his deceased spouse. The worst has finally happened. I'm no longer needed. What's to become of our family? That's settled, then. Neneo closed her pad. Taking a step forward, she bent down and reached around Karen. Hey! The girl exclaimed, but before either of them could react, she made a cross here, pulled out a loop there, tightened the knot just like so, and voila! The tie was tied. Kon reacted with the speed of all his superhuman reflexes. Springing up, he vaulted over the back of the couch to land on his feet. Thanks, Karen, really appreciate it, well, see you all later, bye. In a flash he was down the hall and out the door. Kon, you get back here right now. Karen made a move to chase him, only to be held back by Neneo. After being settled on the couch, Karen crossed her arms with a huff. Their task mistress glided over to the blubbering Hein and handed him her data pad. I've made a list of tasks around the house that need to be completed. Once you have finished half of them, you may choose a leisure activity from the included list. Further activities are viable once the rest of the chores are finished. As the astonished parent attempted to work out a retort, Nanao picked up her purse and headed outside. "Come along, Ichigo-san. We don't want to be late." Ichigo had seized upon the momentary distraction to halt his impending asphyxiation. At speeds only slightly below Khan's exit, he shot up to join her. "Right, okay, well, bye. Nii-sama." Yuzo shouted after his retreating back. "Don't forget the present." A thwarted curse, a quick return to grab the wrapped parcel, and then he was racing out the door. Nanao affected a more sedate pace. The gate below the Usagi Shoten was their pre-arranged meeting spot. All the mortal invitees were heading there. Of course, these boys had been specifically warned not to enter without her. She had little doubt that regardless of how much sooner they arrived ahead, they would never disregard a warning to their benefit. If that should prove false, the sleeping Kido she had planted on both boys beforehand should tie them up when they got within a yard of the gate. She had found it was always best to plan ahead when dealing with men. Perusing a table laden with all manner of delicious delicacies, Renji's hungry focus was distracted by a familiar voice. "Hello, Captain Abarai." His face split into a wide grin as he turned to find Urayu Ishida walking towards him across the hall. "Well, I'll be damned." He laughed and moved to thump his old war buddy on the arm. "I heard they invited you kids, but I thought for sure a proud Quincy would never show up to a Shinigami wedding. Rukia arranged for the gate that transported us here." The young archer grimaced at the affectionate gesture but bore it with aplomb. "I wouldn't spurn her generosity. Some things reach beyond ancient grudges." Ishida's attention then drifted over to the buffet table. "Are we free to serve ourselves?" "Help yourself. The ceremony's over by now, so until Lord Kukaki shows up, I wouldn't hold back." "I see." Without hesitation, Uriah then set about loading up several plates. Renji raised a tattooed eyebrow but did not question. Supposedly this one had a penchant for bumming food off people. He had several close friends who could be accused of the same, so he let it slide. Single guys knew not to criticize one another. His girl might be willing to cook for him, but any meal served by Nilil came with a grain of salt as to the source of the meat. Ishida had on a pure white suit with a navy blue tie that boasted silver crosswork stitching. There was something different in his overall look, and after a bit Renji realized it was the glasses. His regular pair had been switched out with frames of pure silver. Those must be his formal specs, the Shinigami reflected. Once that was settled, he took up a spot beside Ishida at the buffet and got to work. "I'm surprised to find you here as well," Uriah commented as he dipped into the chocolate fountain. "Weren't both ceremonies happening at the same time today? Surely captains of Siridi would be required to attend at least one." Renji popped some feta stuffed olives into his mouth, savoring the delicious salty taste. "The actual ceremony's only for close family, clan affiliates, that sort of thing," he spoke while chewing. "According to Rukia, they decided to hold them on the same day, at the same hour. That way it wouldn't look as if one wedding was more important by happening first. Or maybe it was to keep them from trying to one-up each other, I don't know. So iPhone's attending the Shihoin wedding, and Lord Kiraku's at the Katetsu, but other than them we're free to go where we please." He snapped up a chocolate meringue that caught his eye and settled it comfortably amongst a small mound of enticing entrees. "So where's your date?" Ishida twitched so hard he spilled half his plate into the chocolate fountain. It bubbled as those tasty treasures were swallowed into the molten cocoa depths. The archer rounded on him with flushed cheeks. "Who told you I was bringing a date?" "Nobody," Renji shrugged while eyeing a brace of roasted Cornish game hens. "I just figured a well-dressed guy like you must have snagged a honey by now. What about that Inu babe?" "She's available, last I heard." With a haughty sniff the Quincy turned back to his smorgasbord. "Inu-san and I are good friends, nothing more." "Yeah, I know that excuse, buddy," Abarai replied back in an unusually somber tone of voice. "Keep your chin up, okay? Second best doesn't make you a loser." Before Ishida could respond, a feminine voice broke in. "What are you two good-looking guys discussing over here?" Both men turned to find themselves being approached by Renji's co-captain, Nilil Tuadolshvank. The sight of her made the Siamese squad leader feel equal parts guilt and relief. Guilty because of the conversation he had just been having, and relieved that Nell wasn't wearing anything scandalous. Instead she sported white robes with small green clovers dyed into the fabric hems. It was a fairly expensive item that had set him back quite a bit in terms of salary lately. No visits to the sunglasses store for a while, at any rate. But it was most certainly worth every penny. For once he need not fear Nanaoise killing him over some silly costume fiasco. Plus she looked amazing in it. He had given the ensemble to Nell beforehand, along with a very rigorous play-by-play regarding what weddings involved. She'd been fascinated by the concept, having apparently forgotten any such thing existed. Her excitement as the festivities drew nearer shone through as Nell eagerly plied him and their Shinigami followers with questions about wedding customs. Her hollow helm was partially covered by a white sun hat, and lime-green locks fell down her shoulders. She offered a friendly smile to Uri as she approached. Captain Adolschvank, the bespectacled teen, bowed to her politely. His trained eye roved over her outfit with a critical air. "May I say, you frequent a very accomplished tailor. That pattern is quite elegant." "Thank you, Quincy-kun." She twirled on her wooden sandals, giggling delightedly. Renji paid for it out of his own pocket. He wanted to make sure there weren't any misunderstandings this time. Before he could bring up her manner of address or what these misunderstandings might entail, Nell cut him off. "So is Ichigo here yet?" She peered about eagerly. "I don't believe so." Ishida threw a sharp look at Renji, who maintained a deadpan expression worthy of Nimio Kuratsuki. "I believe he and Kon are coming together with Nanaoise. We all agreed to use the excuse of training for the cultural festival to our families, but to keep things simple there was no specific time set, which means we won't all be arriving together." Nell's attention drifted down to their plates during this explanation. Her painted nose wrinkled slightly, as though the assortment of costly fare turned the hollow general's stomach. Then she brightened. "Oh. That reminds me. Pesha and Dondakaka contacted me a minute ago. They said the important people are starting to come in over at the other wedding party, which means the ceremony's done. They started at the same time, so get ready for the happy couple to arrive any minute now." A faint prickle of unease darted down Renji's tattooed spine. What are those two guys doing there in the first place? "They're delivering our gift." And on that note, she then sketched a bow worthy of a champion courtesan, arms out to her sides and the sleeves of her kimono dragging on the floor. "I've got to get going. If I don't make it back before they arrive, be sure to take some pictures when they do. See you later." With a meaningful look and a lift of her pale green eyebrows, Neilil departed. Renji stared after her, pondering. Our gift? What was that about? His present was already in its place on the banquet table reserved for such offerings, matching pillows for the happy couple to sleep on. Everybody appreciates a comfortable rest at night, right? You didn't have to blow a year's salary or spend a lot of time to make a good impression when it came to presents. Thought and care mattered too. Should I be worried? Matching outfits. Renji gave a start. Huh. My gift. Uriah slurped up some chilled zarusoba noodles before continuing. Matching outfits for the bride and groom. I've been working on them since I heard about the engagement. It took a tremendous amount of time and effort and I nearly killed myself getting the colors exact, but in the end the results were worth it, in my opinion. Then, in a deceptively casual tone of voice, what did you get them? The captain's eyes darted in the direction of the gift table, which was festooned with more priceless artifacts than he had ever laid eyes upon. Did ya see the antique tea set? Which one? That's mine. 'Scuse me. He then quickly hiked off before Ishida could reply. Renji weaved his way through the crowd, exchanging terse greetings as he sought to make his escape. At the same time, he noticed there were more people here than the last point he checked. They were pretty swanky dressers too, so this must be the official wedding party after all. Lord Commander Kukaki and his new bride would probably arrive any minute now, just like Nell predicted. Was Rukia around? Such a disappointment, Renji-kun. That bubbly bouncy beauty isn't gone for 2 minutes, and already you're thinking about another woman. I know, okay? I don't need you to tell me what a jerk I am. Maybe that should be your next tattoo, I am a faithless, roving-eyed toad of a man. I believe you could squeeze it in right above your pectorals. What do you think? Hey, I'm not the only one. Did you hear the way she asked about Ichigo? She's still hung up on him. Maybe if you weren't such a louse, poor little Neelil wouldn't have to seek the tender affections of the very fellow whose girlfriend you're keeping an eye out for. Food for thought, young man. Renji ground his teeth with intense frustration at this inner dialogue. After the business with Urahara's Bankai, it hadn't taken imaginary Ayaskawa long to point out that the entire time he was faced with imminent peril, concern for his still somewhat secret girlfriend had never crossed his mind once. The same could not be said for Rukia. You're the one who brought her up in the first place. Is it really necessary to repeat this? I'm part of you, Renji-kun. So if I thought it, that's only because your thoughts were on her as well. Don't try to dodge the issue here. Admit it, you're still carrying a torch for her. Not that I can blame you, but still, hardly beauteous behavior befitting a courageous captain of the Siriti. So I'm a sore loser. We can't all be perfect paragons of nobility like Byakuya Kukaki, or Espada Slayers, or topple Vastolord, or die heroic deaths and not have to deal with the woman we love finding another man. Now that's just a cheap shot. I can't help the fact that I loved her more than you. Damn it, you. Zabumaru, get in here and say something. As you wish. You are losing your mind, Renji. Sulking, the besieged debater was just casting about for a quiet corner where he could shovel food into his mouth in peace, when a ringing voice carried above the murmuring din. Lords and ladies, honored guests, His Grace Lord Byakuya Kukaki and Gracious Lady Yoriyuki Shihoin now enter as man and wife. Shoot. No time for psychological turmoil. The boss man and his lady were here. A quick glance was enough to confirm this. The main doors of the banquet hall had been thrown open, and an open space was now cleared from there to the seats of honor reserved for the happy couple at the other end. Proceeding down this path there came Byakuya and Yoriyuki side by side. He hadn't gotten a chance to see them beforehand, but now, witnessing those two high-tier nobles arrayed in splendid wedding clothes, Renji found himself quite thoroughly bedazzled at their combined presence. It was as though they were enveloped in this heavenly aura that was practically visible, pouring off their bodies and lighting up the whole room. It caused every eye to draw to them whether voluntarily or not. Wow. So that's what it looks like. True love, in the flesh? I thought this was a political marriage first and foremost. Well, for Yukatake and Isane, sure, but this, well, I mean, just look at man. I've never seen Byakuya so happy in my life. Happy? He's simply frowning a little less. Yeah. Exactly. You truly are quite mad, Renji. Whatever. Take a nap if you can't handle it, I'm going to enjoy this. As the newlyweds passed his position at the back of the crowd, he finally noticed Rukia trailing behind them. She had on a dynamite kimono that reminded him of her Zanpakuto mixed with the color of her eyes. Great look. Did Ishida have a hand in it, I wonder? He took only minor satisfaction in noticing that Ichigo Kurosaka was not accompanying her. Instead, walking at Rukia's side there came, wait, wasn't that the kid from Hueco Mundo? The one who works for her in the mortal realm? I think I remember her saying about how he was related to Yoriyuki, a cousin or something like that. Guess that explains why he's marching in the royal parade. Good for him. Renji watched them approach the low table commanding the large part of the back wall. Being taller than most, he had a better view. A large metal statue was erected behind their seats showing a plumed phoenix dancing with a snake and tortoise Genbu, the two legendary beasts wreathed in flames. Wonder if there's a similar art project over at the Katetsu wedding banquet, only sporting a dragon and tiger combo? Can't have one wedding overshadow the other, after all. By this time the heads of both noble houses had taken their seats next to one another. Rukia settled in on Byakuya's right, while the Shihoin kid, Noboru, that was his name, sat at Yoriyuki's left. Prime arrangements, to be sure. Now the real brouhaha would begin. Waiters in Kukaki livery had already begun to bring in one mouth-watering course after another, which they proceeded to place before the couple. Others set to presenting the guests with their own fare, even more expensive and sumptuous than what they had been eating until now. So preoccupied was he by the savory smells and wondering where to start first that Renji failed to notice the preposterously large wedding cake being wheeled down the aisle toward the main table. His ears did prick up at the subtle shift of conversational susurrus that resulted from its presence. When he did at last spot this fancifully decorated 5-story confectionery, it had already been parked right in front of the lord and lady of the evening. The first thing he noticed was how fake it looked, and didn't that remind him of things he had overheard in the world of the living? The second was that the people who deposited this peculiar item were members of his own unit, a couple of the unranked guys from Siamese that sometimes attended on their leaders and also belonged to a certain co-captain's deeply devoted fan club. The premonition of danger that hit then could not be ignored. Lightning quick his battlefield instincts were screaming for him to take charge of this situation, and sooner rather than later. Rikaki! Renji barked. Here, Obaraite-ku. His own one-man fan club appeared out of nowhere executing a strict salute, the facial tattoo in honor of his captain and hero somewhat lessened by the bucolic boyishness of his features. The captain thrust out his mound of purloined food. Hold my plate. Make sure nobody eats it. Yes, sir. Rikaki complied, and then Obaraite was off. Slipping stealthily down the outskirts of the crowd, he made his way towards the wedding table without taking his eyes off the menacing cake. Nothing had happened yet. It wasn't too late. If I can just... At that very moment, music started playing. Renji froze. So, seemingly, did everyone else. It wasn't the sort of tune you would expect at the wedding of two great houses. This particular number had a very, shall we say, mature tempo. This alone would have left the noble guests stunned. Not 3 seconds later, Nilil Tuadolshvank burst out of the top of the cake. Surprise! Her arms were flung wide, smiling joyously down at the wedded pair and their relatives. So sparkling and happy did Nell look, one could almost discount the fact that she was naked. Mostly. Her hair was unbound, hollow helm on display for all to see. As for the rest of her breathtakingly bountiful body, the only concession to dress came in the form of a 2-piece bikini made entirely out of whipped cream. A set of glittering turquoise tassels capped the tips of those succulent pumpkin-sized breasts. And that was all. The rest was on display for everyone's imagination to fall alarmingly short of. Shocked, no one in the room moved as the two Siamese boys reached up to take an arm each, lift Nilil out of the cake and down to the floor. She bounced a little, the sweet fluffy white mounds jiggling oh so tantalizingly. Upon finding her feet, the attendants disappeared off stage. Lord Kukaki, Lady Shihoan, on behalf of myself, Captain Obaraite, and everyone in Siamese squad, allow me to congratulate you both. Their unexpected floor show sang. We wish you many years of happiness. Kanpai. Nell then produced a party favor from somewhere and popped it, shooting confetti all over the people in front of her. The crowd could only stare. Rukia made no move, though her eyes had gone very big. Noboru also did not react. He seemed far too busy trying to take in everything before him, apparently finding it hard to decide where to look first. Yuriuki's mouth hung open in the biggest, happiest smile imaginable, so much that she actually got some confetti inside it. Her golden eyes closed, and with a delighted screech she turned and buried her face in Byakuya's arm, grasping handfuls of his kimono and shaking like a reflection of the moon in agitated water. Without a change in pallor or even the lifting of one impeccably trimmed eyebrow, Byakuya Kukaki raised his arm and snapped his fingers so loud it was like a thunderclap. At once, two stone-faced Kukaki retainers appeared and grasped hold of Nilil's upper arms, whereupon they proceeded to lift her bodily off the floor and hustled the surprised entertainer over towards a pair of doors that slid open. Hey! Nilil yelped, glancing between her unsmiling supports. What's going on? I didn't even get to the song. Are you ready? Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to Y. Noboru looked about to spring in pursuit, when without even looking Yuriuki reached back and snagged him by the collar. Ah, come on, it'd be a shame to let all that whipped cream go to waste. He protested in vain. At this point Hichuga Yatashiro of all people ran up carrying a white tablecloth that he had apparently gotten a hold of somewhere. The boy captain's face was beet red, yet he still managed to spread out the sheet so as to cut off anyone from getting a clear look at Nilil's exposed form. Resolutely the valiant young Shinigami kept up this defense of his colleague's dignity until they made it out the doors, which promptly shut behind them. Somebody had turned off the recorded music. In the deathly silence that followed, the only sound came from Yoriyuki Shihoin's gasps of hysterical laughter. Meanwhile, Renji Aburai's keen tactical mind was already working on a means of escape. No one's spotted me yet. I'm at the edge of the crowd, everybody's preoccupied looking towards the front. I'll get away. Yes, I'll get away, and they'll never catch me. Then I will seek out every member of Siamese company who told Nilil about weddings or bachelor parties or the like, and I shall kill them in ways that were deemed too cruel even by hollow standards. But first, Renji must flee before his presence is detected. Yes, flee, Renji, flee to plot your grand Gignal-level revenge. Aburai Renji turned to make his getaway, ducking down low so as not to draw any attention, and in so doing, found himself on eye level with Nanao Ise. The scream that followed would have turned every head, save for the fact that it happened while he was inhaling instead of exhaling, rendering what would have been the sound of bone-deep terror no more than the frightened squeak of a chipmunk. Not a single person bothered to notice his predicament, for at that very moment, everything erupted in clamor. People started shouting, demanding explanations, or just plain gossiped, the result being that his predicament earned no attention. Standing before him, hair done up neatly and holding a clipboard, the former lieutenant slipped off her glasses, folded them together and tucked them securely inside her kimono. Upon seeing this, Renji jerked upright, already launching into an explanation. Nanao-san. It wasn't me. It wasn't me this time, Nanao-san. I didn't do it. Please believe me, it wasn't. Between one shriek and the next, she brought a fist to her lips, kissed it, then hauled off and delivered a haymaker directly into Aburai's gut. Amplified by Kido, the punch knocked the wind right out of him. Renji uttered one long drawn-out inhuman croak. His knees went limp as noodles, but before he could hit the floor, Nanao had already caught him by the front of his shirt, holding him to dangle like a jellyfish out of water. She then raised her other arm back, still holding the clipboard, and without further ado. Whap! Renji's head snapped violently to one side. Whap! A backhand blow sent him spinning in the other direction. What then followed was a steady rhythm of cold, methodical, remorseless bitch slapping. Whap whap whap! Whap whap whap! 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 Whap whap whap! Whap whap whap! Whap whap whap! 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 Whap whap whap! The pain of facing Beniheim was nothing compared to this. And it showed no signs of stopping. Before long, Renji's whole world had shrunk down to the unrelenting torment being applied to him by the practiced palm of someone long used to doling out punishment upon Shinigami captains much bigger and stronger than him. Whap whap whap! Whap whap whap! 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 Whap whap whap! I beg your pardon, Ise-san. The hand of retribution paused. Still holding his unresisting body off the ground, Nanao looked over to find So-iPhone standing by her elbow. Yes, Captain. The assassin queen lifted her chin slightly, lips pursed in a business-like frown. Forgive me for the interruption. I simply wished to offer my services in case your arm was growing tired, she spoke in calm, reasonable tones. That is very thoughtful of you, So-iPhone Teiku, Nanao responded back in no less calm, reasonable tones. She took a step off to one side and indicated with her free hand. Please, be my guest. You are most kind. When Nanao held out the clipboard, So-iPhone politely waved it off, as if to say there was no need. The iron-muscled death dealer took a firm hold of Renji's robe, upon which the other woman let go. He managed to gurgle just a little through puffy lips, and then... Whap whap whap! Whap whap whap! 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 Whap whap whap! Whap whap whap! Whap whap whap! 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 Whap whap whap! I'm not disturbing you, am I? Rukia Kukaki asked as she approached. A faint spark of hope dawned in her old friend's pain-fuzzy brain. Rukia. She's here to save me. Bull. Shit. I simply wished to inquire, the poised and proper princess asked whether I might be of service in this case. For once, so iPhone betrayed no hostility towards her. She simply glided aside so Rukia could take her place. Getting a solid hold of his robe, the dainty death god proceeded to hoist the big fighter in midair and whap whap whap. Whap whap whap. 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 Whap whap whap. As the rest of the party did its best to make whatever sense of the preceding events they could, the trio of ladies took turns impressing upon Renji the repercussions of bad behavior and loose morals regarding naive young women. At Byakuya's unspoken command, none of the staff made any move to stop them. "Don't stop now, little gypsy boy," the white-robed Phantom Giran hissed as he hung in the air, spinning his scythe round and round one hand. "You're almost the EERRE." Bound hand and foot by the demon's sorcery, Engelbert panted heavily, sweat dripping off his face as he stared at the glowing characters before him. His name, guess the demon's name, and he'd win, like the old woman outside Birkenstrad had warned. It hadn't made any sense at the time, but now with Giran's challenge set to cost him his life, his only hope was to use his head. Got to put those strange symbols together. Rho, no, Lo dash. Then Han, Fen. Hen dash. And lastly, G. Guri. He could see the devil's lips stretched across his face below the concealing cowl, the only part of his face that was visible, mocking the whole world with his sick twisted. Like a shot of lightning across his brain, the answer came to him. Lohengrin. He screamed at the top of his lungs. The scythe blade stopped a hair's breadth short of taking off his head. Well, well. Not so dumb after all, huh? When Engelbert looked up, only that eerie smile hung once more in empty air. Bye-bye. It sang merrily, and disappeared. Mikuru Ogawa left off writing. She didn't want to do too much, partly because she was worried that anything written here in Soul Society might not survive upon returning home. Who knows how spiritual transference worked on electronic devices, anyway? After safely stowing her phone away, the visiting mortal turned her attention back to the unusual event she found herself in. This was the first wedding Mikuru had gone to since she was a little girl. Well, post-wedding party, to be precise. It felt a bit uncomfortable, being amongst all these adults dressed in fine clothes, hardly any of them she knew, all of whom were technically not alive. None of them took much notice of her, for which she was grateful. Upon arrival in Soul Society, the human girl had been led here by attendants of the Kukaki clan. As had been explained beforehand, she would not be attending the actual wedding, but instead was a guest of the clans to celebrate the aftermath of their nuptials. Mikuru had to admit she was a tad disappointed there would be no chance to view Lord Kukaki and Lady Yoriyuki actually become man and wife. Nowadays in Japan many people opted for Western-style weddings that demanded guests in attendance. Guess there was no reason to wonder if her camera might work here. Passing unnoticed through the crowd of aloof noblefolk, Ogawa took note of a few familiar faces. She felt pretty certain that was Kurosaka-sensei's assistant Nanao over by the bar. Hard to be sure, since the woman in question was belting back sake cups like there was no tomorrow, not to mention she looked mad as hell. No way am I getting any closer to find out. Shiba Ganju from the Usagi Shoten was marching stiffly beside his sister Kyukaku, looking like he would rather be anywhere else. The one-armed woman moved boldly through the press, though it seemed as if most people were avoiding her. Mikuru also caught sight of Noboru, Rukia's ward, and she suspected her nephew as well. He was chatting excitedly with a very large man who had the head of, well, a dog. Not the most bizarre thing she had ever laid eyes upon, but very close. The craziness of the situation was somewhat alleviated by how adorably perplexed the canine giant managed to look, as though he found it odd to have someone be paying him this much attention. Noboru was clearly the one doing all the talking. He looked positively thrilled at his new find. At least someone was having a good time. It was then she spotted Ishida Yuryu. Mikuru's breath caught in her throat. She gazed at her schoolmate, decked out in a spellbinding white suit that had to have been tailor-made. The modern raiment made him flash like a beam of sunshine through the darkness in these surroundings. Despite this, he looked surprisingly relaxed. Ishida was talking with two men wearing what she had come to learn was the uniform of the Kukaki. They seemed very pleased to see him, almost like old friends meeting after a long time apart. That's odd. Weren't Quincy not supposed to get along with Shinigami? Yet the two guardsmen clasped the white-clad bowman by the hand in friendly fashion, which he returned without a trace of reservation before they departed to resume their duties. Strange to see Uriu of all people behaving so openly sociable. Even with their classmates back home, he maintained a wall of cool reserve that left few people inclined to even speak to him. He wore a smile now, though, such that Mikuru couldn't take her eyes off him. Maybe this is it. My big chance. I know I decided to wait until after the festival, but just look at him. He seems happy. Who can say how long it'll last? I just need to walk over there and... Ishida turned suddenly in her direction, and immediately Mikuru ducked down, slipping between two astonished guests to keep out of sight. No, I'm not chickening out. Okay, maybe a little. But come to think of it, this really isn't the time or place. I mean, what if I talk to him, and it creates a big scene right there in the middle of Byakuya-sama's big day? We might both get kicked out then. Rationalizing was all well and good. It didn't make her feel any less of a coward. After getting out of the crowd, Mikuru was rather surprised to spot Ichigo Kurosaki and Kaizo Konpaku, who were sitting on fold-out chairs pushed against the wall well away from the festivities like a pair of naughty children. Both of them wore the exact same extremely disgruntled expression, arms crossed over their chests and one heel tapping in unison. Neither paid her any attention. They were carrying on a conversation of sorts, although anyone listening in might have wondered if the two men were even tangentially aware of each other. I can't believe that bastard Renji, Ichigo hissed with his eyes fixed straight ahead. Who does he think he is, tricking Nelchan into doing something like that? I oughta kick his ass. He probably helped her with the whipped cream, too, Kon growled back without turning his head. Damn, I envy him. Shut up, Kon. You shut up. And what about that brat Toshiro, huh? Ichigo continued. Who does he think he is, leaving with her like we're supposed to believe he's too young to try anything? Little punk's probably using the opportunity to sneak a peek right now. I oughta kick his ass. Kon snorted. She could be taking a sponge bath this very second with only a paper screen between them, standing up in the tub, soapy water dripping down her body, and he can see her silhouette clear as day. Damn, I envy him. Shut up, Kon. You shut up. Mikuru had no clue what they were talking about. She also doubted there was much point in trying to engage them in conversation. Glumly the girl made her way off by her lonesome where she sulked, a bit put out. From here she could see the happy couple themselves. They were down at the other end of the hall, where various people were presumably seeking to pay their respects. You couldn't tell by looking at him that Byakuya just got married. If anything, he looked even more severe than usual, which still in no way made him anything less than perfectly gorgeous. Yuriyuki appeared radiant by comparison. The exotic bombshell's image almost rippled like heat haze in the desert. This alluring combination of hot and cold could have persuaded her to approach them to tender her own warm wishes, except Mikuru doubted she'd be able to get a single word out if confronted by that much beauty at one time. She had to settle for her plate of food, which while admittedly delicious, did nothing to diminish her insecurities. What a drag. I bet everybody else is having a better time than me. Pray excuse me, Emuto-chan, but might you be Mikuru Ogawa? Surprised at finding herself addressed, the timid wallflower turned to find a bent old man with white hair and a long mustache standing at her elbow. Yes. She responded a little uncertainly. In return he gave a bob of his head that might have passed for a bow, to someone who suffered from terminally low self-esteem. I have been tasked by Kukaki-sama to pass along his best wishes, along with the hopes that you will enjoy his hospitality on this blessed day. Byakuya actually noticed me enough to send a servant? Wow. Well, thank you. I will, she responded, wondering if this was a prelude to something more. Very good. The old man took a small step forward, and Mikuru felt the hairs on the back of her neck rise inexplicably. His lordship also instructed me to inform you that should anything resembling the incident with Captain Adolschwank appear in your little pillow book, he will be most displeased. Giving another little head bob, the elderly Sane's Chow turned and shuffled off without another word. Mikuru watched him go, mouth hanging open slightly. Did he just? The implications of that last statement hit. Wait. Byakuya knows about my novel? Does that mean he's read it? I wonder if he liked it. Wait a second. If he really read it, then he must have figured out who the characters were based on. And that means... Oh. Agog at the implications, her head whipped around to stare at their host again. As though sensing this, Byakuya's regal profile turned to regard her ever so briefly, his eyes narrowed in the sexiest unspoken death threat she had ever seen. The blood rushed to her face, only to drain away a moment later, leaving her bone white. Ogawa's body began to shake. Quickly she spun about and tottered on trembling legs away from that fearsome visage. Oh, dear. I think this calls for a rewrite of the ending I had planned. Thank heaven I always had a backup finale in mind. It might not be what the fans are hoping for, but if they knew my life was on the line, I think they'd understand. Sometimes an author just has to bow to public pressure, right? Absorbed in her frantic internal editing, Mikuru walked right on by Ichigo and Kon still holding the same argument. To say nothing of Byakuya, Kurosaki groused to no one in particular. Who does he think he is, forbidding me from talking to Rukia like I had anything to do with Nell popping out of that cake? I just got here. How the hell was I supposed to know that was going to happen? I so oughta kick his ass. Yeah, look at him, sitting there with his hot wife so cool and classy. Betcha he's thinking about all the wild crazy sex they're gonna be having later. Like in a big pile of money or a lake of wine and a meat forest and all kinds of sexy concubines for both of them. Damn, I envy him. Shut up, Kon. You shut up. Morons, Ishida Uriah declared in a casual tone of voice as he traipsed by them with a loaded plate of food. Is there any chance I'm going to get abducted again, I wonder? Don't worry, Tatsuki-chan, Orium trilled beside her. I doubt we'll be kidnapped this time. If you say so. Tatsuki Arisawa's eyes continued to dart from side to side as they moved through the Senkaimon passageway. Wearing formal clothes like the kimono she had on now always tended to leave her a bit uncomfortable. Social custom being strong in Japan, there were thankfully few times she was called upon to do so. But a wedding was at the top of the list. And even if he was technically off the market, and dead, lest we forget, Tatsuki felt she should dutifully represent the Aizawa family to one of the most important people in the afterlife. Her gift for the newlyweds came in the form of a bound scroll tucked under her arm with the kanji for Kanzen Shuji written upon it. After giving it some thought, Tatsuki had decided the term denoting beauty from total perfection suited this couple perfectly. She had asked her mother, who practiced calligraphy, to make this artwork, telling her only that it was intended for Rukia's older brother. Having been somewhat starstruck for a whole day after meeting him, her mother did not question why she would ask for such a thing. Though her dad appeared suspicious as to why his daughter might be giving a near-total stranger gifts. Not that she had any lingering designs on Byakuya Kukiki, of course. But a noble could take concubines, right? This half-joke earned a nervous chuckle. Although he does have a son. Their forward progress halted as Tatsuki slapped her face a few times to drive away any unclean thoughts. Uphold the family honor, Tatsuki. The pride of the Aizawa dojo is resting on your shoulders. The hell butterfly leading the way bobbed somewhat curiously around before continuing its flight. Orium looked much more comfortable in her attire, a checkerboard pattern of pink and white that really managed to set off her features. Her hair was done up at the back in a clasp and she seemed even more eager than usual. That's good. At least one of us should be carefree in this life. Or death. Geez, I miss the simpler days. She had fed Ulquiorra beforehand because the thought of him waiting for her would have definitely tainted any enjoyment. Tatsuki was the sort of girl who preferred to eat her vegetables first before diving into the main course. Which meant the rest of the day could be reserved for relatively harmless activities. This wedding actually served to improve her view of the afterlife. Up till now, Seoul society had impressed itself upon her as a military fortification populated by Shinigami soldiers at war constantly. The idea that two people could meet and fall in love despite being dead made her somewhat less adverse to dying. Before them the exit from this pseudo-reality was drawing closer in the form of a glowing set of shoji doors. As the butterfly's approach the portal slid open to either side, allowing blazing light to pour through. Even looking directly at it, Tatsuki found this incandescence to be quite pleasant. Almost welcoming. Oh, well. Gotta make the most of it while we can. Okay, here we go. Orium took her hand and rushed forward, drawing the anxious martial artist behind her. With that, Tatsuki Arisawa came out into Soul Society. Breathing fitfully, Makaizo Aramaki braced himself for another grueling round. His opponent stood before him at the center of a ring of Tiger Bravos, shouting exhortations and urging them to battle once more. The amount of sake he had consumed meant Makaizo would not back down to anything short of Captain Zaraki himself, and then only in full Shikai. Heady with alcohol and unrestrained by any paltry insecurities, he brought his arm up at the same time as his foe, and the two combatants let fly their attacks once more. Janken Pon. Yay. We win. No. Tied again. Sure enough, they had both chosen rock. A mighty roar went up from the drunken berserkers overseeing this legendary match. With clenched fists hovering before one another, Aramaki grinned hugely. You play a mean game, oh Janken, ya faceless bastard. The demon Jigoku gave no further response than to lift the wine jug in his free hand and take a long pull on it. He then wiped his chin and brought his arm up to shoulder height again in preparation for the next round. The Mustache King approved of this determination. They had been competing for 40 straight matches with no winner between them. If this went on much longer, it would set a new record. And when that happened, he would make sure to be on top. Jan, Ken. Ha. He'll never expect me to choose rock 32 times in a row. This time I've got him. You're so smart. Go get him, Makaizo. Hell yeah. And he let fly. Pon. The crowd drew breath to shout, and held it. Makaizo blinked. He had made his brilliant move, of course. Only problem was, Jigoku hadn't reciprocated. His unmoving fist was still held on high. Instead, the demon's blank head had turned to one side, staring fixedly at a point off into space, cloth crown askew. The audience members looked between one another in confusion. Does that mean we win? While pondering this weighty question, before their eyes, Jigoku simply folded in on himself like a piece of paper. A moment later, the emissary of hell was gone. I think it does, Inu no Muri. Victory! He howled, thrusting his winning move into the air. His fellows in Tiger Company cheered lustily, while elsewhere, a trusted member of the Katetsu household was frantically transmitting a message to several hell butterflies. Tatsuki had enough time to look around for a few seconds upon entering Soul Society. She took a step forward, and almost ran right into the man in white who was suddenly standing before her. Weistee. The sound of his voice hit like a brace of icy water, leaving Tatsuki unable to draw in air. Her muscles turned to mud, sending her crumpling earthward, lacking the strength to stay afoot. She stared up at the creature in a white suit and top hat, its face covered by a cloth with the word demon written upon it. God help me, what is that? Weistee. Weistee. Tatsuki finally drew in enough air to scream, and did so. Filled with terror, more so than when she had been faced with Ichigo's hollow, the traumatized girl could do nothing but shriek as this unspeakable monster reached for her. Shitensai Goshan. I reject. An orange cube sprang up around the demon. It turned its head to look at Orium standing only a pace off, mouth set in a fierce line and eyes flung wide with rage. Orium? What are you? Within the glowing box, the thing's hands began to dissolve. It looked down at them, then back to Orium, whereupon, it grew. One moment the demon stood taller than a man. Then in an eye blink its head reached the sky. White turned to black, the body now made of tarnished barbed wire or twisted creeper vines. And within that shell there burned tens of thousands of wailing people, bodies engulfed in merciless flames that consumed them. Their screams were individually audible, to the point where Tatsuki feared going mad. Orium's magic barrier was a child's toy at this titan's feet. It stared down at them, eyes two blazing cauldrons, mouth a wide-open pit of fire. Where once there had been a world with people around them, now there was only red of a color so hideous it made her want to tear her skin off. The sound of its voice filled this empty scarlet nightmare. Burn! Orium's barrier shattered as she flew backwards with a cry of despair. Once again the demon's hands came for them as Tatsuki sat there helpless. Before they could reach her, great black wings snapped out to either side of Arisawa. Midnight arms with curved talons wrapped around her chest. Limply Tatsuki surrendered into this embrace without question. Then a pit opened up at her feet, and she was falling into it. Orium looked up from her position sprawled on the flagstones. The sun was shining warmly down. Around her several Shinigami and people wearing colored uniforms were doing the same. Back in front of the gate, the creature that had attacked them now once again had resumed its previous size and pristine formal wear. It stood with hand outstretched for a moment. Then without so much as looking at them, the demon shrank and disappeared. For a while all she could do was lie there quivering. At last Orium levered herself up to a sitting position. She peered about as something dawned on her. Tatsuki-chan. Next thing she knew Tatsuki was tumbling out onto warm grass and sunshine. That previous immobility had vanished, and with a shout she leapt wildly to her feet, casting about for some explanation for what the hell just happened. Okay, what the hell just happened? An answer presented itself when she turned to find Ulquiorra Schiffer standing at her back. Son of a bitch, Arisawa swore. The sight of him served to grant her the white-hot clarity of outrage. No longer did he resemble a charred arson victim. Now he looked much as he had the first time she went to Soul Society. The skin of his chest was white around his hollow hole, arms running to black from elbows to fingertips. Dark furred legs sported a tail which waved restlessly from side to side, and enormous bat pinions were folded up behind him. Horns grew from his untamed hair while cold green eyes with pitch-black sclera stared at her disinterestedly. I knew you were holding out on me, you piece of shit, Tatsuki declared, crossing her arms to inspect his form. Ulquiorra declined to respond. If he felt any distress at her seeing him without a stitch of clothing on, he hid it well. Of course, mere embarrassment was the least of the issues that stood between them. Upon gaining her bearings, the martial artist finally noticed their surroundings. By the look of it, they had come out in the cemetery not far from where she had first found Ulquiorra hiding. Such memories then served to bring back what had just taken place. Feeling somewhat weak-kneed at the thought again, she strove to overcome it, fisting her hands into her eyes angrily. When finished, Tatsuki looked up with a cross-red-rimmed glare at her apparent savior. What just happened? You were attacked, Ulquiorra finally spoke. I moved to ensure your safety. From what? She bit back. What in God's name was that thing? The horned archfiend gave a tilt of his head. I do not know. It is unlike anything I have ever known. Since I could not determine if it was possible to defeat this enemy, I removed you from danger instead. Her pulse was starting to settle down, allowing Tatsuki to ask the next question in a softer voice. How did you know? In response he lifted a finger and pointed at her. You contain a part of me within you. As such I am able to move to your location at any time. From there I opened a garganta to bring you back here. He flicked one slit-pupiled eye about before continuing. It would appear the entity has not followed us. I would advise you refrain from entering Soul Society at this time. You may open yourself up to further assault. Regardless, I will be watching you. So saying, he began to sink down into the ground. About to make a move to stop him, Tatsuki paused when the phone in her breast pocket started to ring. She hesitated, caught between what to do, before finally bringing out the device. Her dark eyes turned meaningfully upon the vanishing hollow. You've got some explaining to do, you bastard, she rasped. Ulquiorra didn't bother to look at her before he dropped from sight. Tatsuki kicked some dirt at him spitefully before answering the phone. Hello. Tatsuki-chan. Orium's shout caused her to flinch and hold the device at arm's length. You're alive. Where are you? She peered about. Like, maybe a 20-minute jog from Ichigo's place. Something occurred to her. Hey, are you calling me from Soul Society? No, I just got through the gate. Her friend's voice had become uncertain. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Just my pride. I think I got knocked back through the portal and it spit me out here. So what happened anyway? I don't know. That thing came out of nowhere, and then you were gone, and nobody seemed to know where, So I came back here with some of the Shinigami and Kukaki people and now, well, I guess, everything's fine. Even Orium didn't sound like she believed that, but Tatsuki was in no position to argue. Whatever happened, I think it's over. Listen, Orium, do me a favor, alright? I want you to go back to Soul Society with those Shinigami. They'll keep you safe, I'm sure of it. And make sure to tell them what went down in case it's important. Eh? But what about you? What makes you think it wasn't after you? She snorted. Please. Like I'm that important. You'll give me a swelled head, Orium. Just go on back to the party. I'm heading home. Think I've had enough excitement for one day. Okay, if you're sure. I'll call you the second I get back, alright? Promise me you'll stay safe. Safe? I've only got the spawn of a couple hollow overlords brewing in my gut and I'm suddenly being targeted by the devil himself. Why wouldn't I be safe? Aloud she simply said, thanks, Orium. Hey, I think I left my gift back there. Make sure you get it to Kukaki-sama, k? Bye. Bye. The call ended. Standing in the midday sun, Arisa was stretched out her arms to heaven, feeling every joint pop and muscle bunch in blessed relief. She came back down with a sigh, swinging her limbs briskly. I could call the boys and see if there are any other delinquents we can beat on. But maybe I really should just head home. Less drama all around. Yeah. That sounds like a plan. Simple, uncomplicated, normal life. With occasional butt kicking thrown in. Just the way I like it. So where's Jigoku now? Back where it first appeared at the gates of hell. Apparently he's reverted to his original mission. Some of our guards are still there, and they're keeping an eye on him. Better than nothing, I guess. Are we any closer to making progress? I'm entertaining several promising options at the moment. I'll let you know if they bear fruit. Like I don't know when you're hedging. Listen, I have to get back to schmoozing, but keep me informed if anything else goes wrong. You can count on it, dear lady. Give that handsome husband of yours a kiss for me. Kiss my ass, Kisuke. Love you too. With their communication ended, Kisuke Urahara slumped back in his chair. He stared up at the ceiling, trying to ignore the burning stiffness in his neck and fog about his brain. Half-hearted and half-assed though it might have been, his unsuccessful attempt to deflect Yoriyuki's suspicions rankled him. The only thing that made failure worse was people knowing about it. He could take the disappointment of strangers. But when it was someone you really cared for. The head of Ibis turned back to his redoubts. On another floor of the research center, the Livingstone stalactite remained unmoving. No change to report in Mayuri Kuratsuka's condition at all. Despite his best efforts and in some cases even his worst, that made 41 consecutive disproven theories as to how his old nemesis might be brought out of stasis. The last one didn't count, as he had finally resorted to just kicking the damn thing and got only a very painful limp for his troubles. I am officially out of ideas at the moment. Perhaps I should seek an outside perspective? Oh, Miss Nimue, could you? Kisuke stopped short when he found a black binder held in front of his nose. He looked up to where Nimue Kuratsuka stood beside him. What's this, then? Mayuri-sama's black files, she replied back. He absorbed this information without moving. Then, say what? She continued to proffer the folder. After a while, Urahara reached out to accept it. A suspicion that it might blow up in his hand proved false. With careful deliberation he unwound the string securing it closed and laid the contents down on his desk. For a while the unshaven academic dwelt upon the information stored therein. He leafed through a few pages, raising his eyebrows at what he found. Then at last he left off and turned his attention to an even greater mystery. So you had them the whole time, then, Lieutenant? He probed lightly, gray eyes half-lidded and face set in a neutral cast. Yes, Nimue nodded. However, I did not have permission to access them. What changed? He sounded more curious than furious. Even after having spent a good portion of his precious time on this matter, the final results were not always as valuable as what was learned in the attempts. As a lifelong man of science, he did not discount the benefit of fresh learning. Mayuri-sama left safeguards within me in case of his incapacitation or incarceration. While some of them were able to be bypassed at my discretion, in this matter, there was a very specific constraint that had to be unlocked before I could open the black files. Namely, you had to fail. I beg your pardon. In order to be granted access to the research contained herein, she indicated the wealth of scientific material laid out before them. You, Kisuke Urahara, had to be unsuccessful in your own efforts a set number of times. In this case, that meant failing to resuscitate Mayuri-sama. Once that hurdle was cleared, it was left up to me whether the situation warranted exposing this knowledge to the public. Considering the incident with Jigoku today, I deemed it sufficient to warrant a full disclosure. Curiosity compelled him to ask. So how many times did your father insist that I taste bitter defeat exactly? She blinked slowly in the manner of a lizard. 43. He thought quickly. But we've only made 41 attempts. I chose to include the method you utilized to bring back Mayuri-sama prior to the Jigoku affair. Okay. Still, that was only once, Kisuke pointed out. I also counted the kick, since it caused you pain. For some reason that made him glower. Anything else I should know, Miss Kuratsuki? I recorded all your efforts and made them into a video for Mayuri-sama to watch later. With a laugh track. Of course you did. He then got back to reading the infamous black files. Nice as it was to have success to report to Yoriyuki as a sort of unexpected wedding gift, he could have asked for it to happen in a way less abusive to his still tender ego. Something caught his eye. Leaning closer, Urahara let out a low whistle. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a winner. That was a very memorable day, I must say, Jushiro-san. Hanging up his robe on a peg, Yukitake came about with a smile to regard his new bride. Isane Katetsu was sitting on the bed already, legs tucked beneath her and leaning on one arm. She was wearing only her underrobe, and the sight of her enticing curvature on display as a result left him feeling eager. And, to be honest, nervous. To cover this, he started talking. Yes, indeed. We're very fortunate Lord Arashi mistook those two hollows bursting out of the cake as clowns hired for our amusement. Isane held a hand to her lips and giggled, cheeks flushed at the memory. If poor Pesha hadn't sneezed and coated them both with that slippery substance of his, I doubt they would have survived. The memory of those two half-naked hollows in bodies and leather pants yelling and smacking into each other while sliding around the floor was a sight he'd not soon forget. The performance ended when both clowns head-butted each other hard enough to pass out. Katsuro Arashi had clearly not found their antics funny, but Jushiro's amazed laughter served to convince him, and thereby the other guests, that this was some form of unusual comedy routine, no doubt cooked up by Kiraku Shunsui and Isane's notably irreverent sister. Kian had been far too drunk by that point to set the record straight, and her big sis had quietly arranged for the unconscious pair of hollows to be given private quarters in the house to recuperate. Now, however, all the guests had gone to bed. There remained only one thing left to cap off their wedding night. It was hard to say which of them felt more nervous at this stage. They had certainly grown more at ease with each other the past few months. But that was a far cry from what was expected of them next. The topic had not been broached up to this point, perhaps to spare any awkwardness once the time came. Whether either of them wished it had been different was moot, at any rate. Wearing a pale lavender evening robe, the white-haired icon crossed to the other side of the bed and sat down upon it. With utmost care he then crawled over to sit beside her. Isane's head dipped down at his approach. She had removed the beaded hair pieces that were the sign of her family's prestige, allowing silver hair to fall free to the small of her back. Yukitake found himself seized by the impulse to reach out and caress those gleaming locks, so much longer than her usual short curls. He did so, but only briefly, sliding his hand down her arm to gently entwine their fingers together. She squeezed, and Jushiro could feel the strength in those fingers, power that once he could have easily matched but now posed a serious peril to him. But Isane Katetsu had spent over 1,000 years tending to others' bodies. She knew how to handle herself. This realization only served to increase his ardor. Feeling more daring, he bent down and kissed her throat right above the shoulder where the smooth skin was exposed by her robe. Isane's head came up sharply, and she delivered a deep moan. It told him much. For longer than perhaps anyone else in Seoul society, these two people had kept themselves apart from others. In her case, it was owing to Isane's standing as the head of House Kotetsu. For him, forced chastity derived from a lifelong status as Shinigami extraordinaire, a shining exemplar of what all lesser warriors in their order should revere and aspire to be. Neither of them had derived much pleasure from those roles, most certainly not in the intimate sense. Yet here at last, they could do for one another what no one else had been permitted to before. Jushiro slid his arms around Isane's waist and buried his face against her shoulder, feeling her warmth pressing back. The arousal this simple gesture produced in him was shockingly strong. It grew even more so when she laid her own hands over his, bending her neck to nuzzle against his silken hair. He reached down to brush her robe away, exposing one long sculpted leg which he caressed all down its length. She shuddered in response, making his pulse quicken. Truth be told, he had always been a leg man, and Isane's were so deliciously long. Jushiro's whole body felt flushed, from the tips of his ears all the way down to his toes. That was enough foreplay, wasn't it? They could begin in earnest. He grasped the front of her gown in preparation to remove it. Only then did he realize his wife was crying. "Isane?" he asked, drawing away. As soon as she did, the tall noblewoman spun about and pressed her face into his chest, fingers spasmodically clutching his robe as she sobbed. His fiery passion was extinguished just like that, and he took her in his arms, holding on tenderly in an effort to soothe her grief, whatever its reason. Holding a crying woman like this, how many times had he wanted to do just that, layer upon layer of compassion and guilt building up in his soul over centuries, compounded by the loving and eager young people who worshipped him as though he were a god, and especially by the sight of a terrifying woman lying bleeding on the ground so very often, battered but never broken, as he had learned to his sorrow. All this, leading up to one overwhelming and unforeseen moment. Fighting against the memories, Yukitake sought to find the right words to make her tears stop. "Isane, we needn't do anything else tonight. You have done more than enough for so very long. Whatever you desire, I'll be right here. And when you wake tomorrow, that won't have changed." Truthfully, he wanted to do so much more, show her how pain could be eased through pleasure, even if only for one night. After a time, though, her sobs diminished. Without looking up, Isane pushed him down upon the bed until they lay against one another, her cradled in his arms. Like this, in love but not yet lovers, they allowed time to pass as sweet sleep approached to claim them. Jushiro used this opportunity to think about his name. From here on, he would be lord of the Kotetsu, which necessitated he change his name to reflect that. Jushiro Kotetsu. Sounded quite nice in his head, really. Now what to do about? The sound of racing feet, and then the doors of their boudoir slammed open. "Nei-san, big news, it's..." "Forgive me, Nii-sama. Well, that almost made for a very touching first night together." Shaking his head ruefully but smiling all the same, Yukitake slid upright with a perplexed Isane right beside him. "Yes, Kian Nichan, what can we do for you?" Kian Kotetsu stood with her back presented resolutely to them. "Nei-san, Nii-sama, we've received word from Captain Urahara concerning our uninvited guest." The rulers of three great houses and their better halves stood on an unremarkable stretch of greensward in the abandoned ruins of the Rukonga well after midnight. In some cases dressed only in their night clothes, they observed by torchlight from a safe distance as Nimyo Kuratsuka spoke in rapid-fire language to the looming Jigoku, who responded in kind. "So is this in any way related to the incident with the mortal girls earlier today?" Jushiro asked while holding Isane's hand for reassurance. "Not insofar as we can determine," Yoriyuki threw back. Byakuya stood behind her with hands resting lightly on her muscular shoulders. They both seemed just a touch disheveled. The question of what the newly wedded couple might have been involved in when they received the news had not come up. Nobody was hurt that we can gather, just scared silly in a few cases. It might have been the natural result of giving Jigoku too much to drink. This assessment did little to satisfy the misgivings of those present. To forestall any further speculation, Byakuya turned his attention to the only other person here. "Tell us precisely what you have unearthed, Urahara Teiko." Still wearing his captain's robes and looking as though he had missed quite a bit of sleep lately, Kisuke drew in a breath and let it out. "Well, It goes like this. Apparently while doing forbidden research into Hueco Mundo, my dear chum Mayuri came across something in his studies that indicated a link to the Hell dimension. Upon following it, he discovered a sort of treaty, I suppose you could call it, betwixt the ancient ruling parties of Soul Society and Hell, buried deep and referenced only in passing in the lore of our world. All of this occurred many thousands of years before the founding of the Godiai 13. It stands to reason this is the contract Jigoku keeps mentioning. The details were cloudy, whether intentionally or not, but Mayuri did finally learn that Hell had designated a point of contact between itself and us. This person was called the Principal, and was given sole authority to treat between the two in order to carry out the contract. The agreement also contained a proviso which allowed the Principal to establish a second intermediary who would also be registered with Hell in the event of them being unable to perform their duties. This substitute, known as the proxy, would take over should the Principal die, in essence becoming the new Principal. The cycle would then continue until the terms of the contract had been fulfilled. He glanced over to where Jigoku and Nemia were still deep in indecipherable discussion. According to Mayuri's notes, he managed to uncover the identity of the current Principal at that time, whom as most of you might have guessed, was Captain Commander Genryu Saishiji Kuni Yamamoto. The old man probably gained the position not long after forming the Godiai 13. But interestingly, at some point in the past the position of proxy had become vacant, perhaps because the old title holder died and Yamamoto didn't bother to name a new one. Acting on this information, Mayuri then proceeded to make contact with Hell, and by arcane methods and utilizing his official role as a subordinate of Yamamoto's in the Godiai 13, he managed to get himself recognized by Hell as the new proxy. Yuriuki raised an eyebrow. That sounds like the sort of thing you could have been killed for back then. Apparently whatever stipulations or legal mumbo-jumbo were involved also gave him the job permanently, which meant Yamamoto couldn't name a new proxy even if Mayuri died, because then should he himself perish, there would be no new principal and the contract would be rendered invalid. This is all operating on formalities and codices so convoluted and self-referential you would have to be a mad genius to make any sense of it. Fortunately, or unfortunately depending on your point of view, Mayuri Kuratsuka qualified in both respects. Heaving a deep sigh, Urahara continued. While he couldn't piece together the contract in its entirety, he had enough information to continue with the work that originally led him there. However, somewhere along the way, Central 46 got wind of what he was up to, which led to his trial and imprisonment while they tried to figure out what to do with him. I imagine they had exhausted all possible avenues to resolve the issue by the time I showed up asking for his release, so they let him out hoping that a new solution might present itself given unforeseen circumstances. He threw a negligent gesture towards the debate occurring a ways off. Which brings us to today. Mayuri intentionally created Nemia close enough to his own soul specs that she would be able to pass as him in the event the contract needed to be reviewed, and neither he nor Yamamoto were available. He must have done this on the sly and made sure the function would stay inert until it was actually needed, to prevent any more accusations from the Central 46 that could lead to him losing his freedom again. And what of this contract? The commander of Greyhound Company asked. Have you learned any more about what it entails? At this his counterpart in Ibis perked up, a wide smile splitting his face. I think we're about to. Across the lawn there came Nemia Kuratsuka. Jigoku remained behind her in front of the closed gates of Hell. At the lieutenant's approach, her superiors all drew closer. She stopped and looked briefly between them before bowing to Byakuya. Lord Commander Kukaki, the synthetic soul intoned, I have successfully negotiated with the Jigoku. Relevant information related to the contract has been imparted. In addition, I have stipulated that from here on, you will be instated as the new principal, with myself remaining as proxy until you see fit to withdraw the position. Binding agreements have been drawn up, which you must perforce sign for them to be validated. She drew apart and indicated back towards the gates. If you will please come with me. Ah, Nemia-chan, Urahara chirped sweetly with one hand raised. Did you happen to get an abridged version of the contract as I? She thrust out a small rolled scroll at him. Asked. Well, thank you, don't let me hold things up. Captain Kukaki and Lieutenant Kuratsuka drifted off. Behind them the remaining wardens of Soul Society drew around to peruse the scroll's contents once Urahara spread it out for everyone's inspection. In the light of the flickering torches, they each sought to learn the reason behind this secretive event which had thrown their lives into such turmoil of late. At last Isane looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. This contract, it's a contract killing. Hell wants us to murder someone, Urahara noted with a measure of surprise. Someone called. Jushiro's brow wrinkled slightly as he read further, the escapee. I don't see a name anywhere in here, Yuaki pointed out. Maybe we should ask. At that very moment there came a rumbling beneath their feet. Looking back, they all saw Byakuya and Nemu stepping hastily away from the now open gate. They also caught a brief glimpse of Jigoku before he transformed into a long ribbon of burning red organic matter that surged into the churning depths of hell now on display. The skeleton-studded doors slammed resoundingly shut behind him, diving straight into the ground without a trace to mark there having ever been. Well, shit, Urahara sighed, and winced when Yuaki smacked him. Nanao Ise came awake in somewhat unfamiliar surroundings. This did not trouble her right away, as they proved to be very warm and pleasant. She felt wonderfully relaxed, snuggled underneath a blanket on this oh-so-comfortable mattress, the whole experience enveloping her as surely as the two soft smooth pillows she was pressing her face into at that very moment. Nanao? If you are not drunk anymore, I think this would be a good time to have a look around. She did so, and was somewhat befuddled at the sight which greeted her. There wasn't much to it. Just pillows as she had first surmised, pink and. She poked one experimentally. Yes, quite soft and squishy. Very good material. Above her head, someone gave a moan. At this Nanao sat bolt upright, and only then did the headache choose to manifest itself. Wincing at the bright light of morning spilling into the room, she spotted her glasses on a nearby bedstand and snatched them up, returning them to their proper position on her face. Dark hair fell untamed around her shoulders, and she appeared to be dressed in nothing more than a white underrobe, which was not cinched properly and in danger of sliding off her shoulders as a result. Also Neleal was asleep beside her stark naked. Not completely. She's still got the tassels on, see? Nanao flopped down again. For a moment she was absorbed in trying to keep the robe from sliding off any further. The studious bibliophile felt her face growing red, which did nothing to diminish the pounding headache coming on. Where am I? I don't recognize this place. Oh, please tell me I'm not anywhere people could find me. Why am I wearing mismatched socks? Why are there wet towels all over the floor? Why is there a guitar in the ceiling? Meanwhile the hollow captain lay stretched out on her side, a blanket partially wrapped around her enviable physique, eyes closed in a blissful smile painting her face in the cutest little. What in heaven's name happened last night? First you beat Renji to a pulp, then you had a lot to drink, and I mean a lot, and afterwards you went to check on Neleal and the three of you just. Yes, thank you, Urshii, I believe I have a clear picture now. Feeling more secure, Ise debated. All right, remain calm. Believe it or not, you actually have experience in this sort of thing. Not first-hand per se, but you've cleaned up after Kiraku-sama's drunken escapades plenty of times. You just need to start by removing all evidence, tidy up the place, find the owner and bribe them. I mean, compensate them for any damages, and then. Wait, did you say three of us? Only then did she notice the rather large lump under the blanket near Neleal's feet. Dreading the prospect of what lay beneath, she nonetheless crawled over and lifted a corner to peek underneath. Hitsugaya Toshiro grumbled sleepily and curled up into an even tighter ball to hide from the sun. Nanao stared. Why does he have on cat ears? Why does he have whiskers drawn on his face? Why is he only wearing a loincloth? He's super cute this way. Don't worry, I already got a picture. Slowly the frazzled female sat back, jaw slack and mind a whirl. I need to get out of here. I don't know where here is, but I need to leave. I should probably take Toshiro with me. Scratch that, I need to leave him behind, maybe check to make sure Nell didn't take a bite out of him first, or me, for that matter. After which it's every Shinigami for themselves. What? But Nanao, you had fun last night. I think. Don't you want to stay a little longer? No, I most certainly do not. A hand seized her wrist and pulled hard. She fell back with an astonished squeal to find herself face to face with Nilil. The ex-Espada's eyes were still closed, yet she cradled Neneo's fingers against her chest possessively, giving a soft sigh before drifting off again. Heart racing, Neneo stared at the lovely young woman. "You all right?" This time she seriously thought about the question before responding. "Am I all right? Well, let's consider that. I left my hard-earned post in the Godi I-7 and traveled to the mortal world. Why? Because I wanted to experience something outside of warfare and paperwork. Small things, simple things, the sort of carefree experiences I had denied myself in order to serve capably as a Shinigami. Could this be one of those? Was this also something a person might do and not have to wonder why or what it means or how it might appear?" She looked down to where the prepubescent prodigy lay snoozing under the covers. "Well, maybe not all of it. But yes, taking everything into account, I think it still might be, all right. Which means I am all right. And that being the case, I'm going to enjoy it for a little bit longer." With that she took her glasses off and snuggled back into the comfy mattress. "Neneo, you know what's funny? I still don't know where Nell's hollow hole is. Let's not worry about that, Urashii Ononoko. Worst comes to worst, I remember how to prepare Cloud over Moon." "Thank you, Kiraku-sama." Hisagi Shihei crawled out from under a table around noon. Possibly later. There were lots of people scattered around still in much worse states than himself. Man, the Katetsu really threw a wild party. Small wonder they didn't do it more often. Frequent fiestas on the scale of last night would leave the Siriti in ruins. The lieutenant of Leopard Company groggily made his way home. Most of the evening was a blur. His boss had promised to come by after attending the Kukaki Shihoin reception, but if memory served, Captain Hitsugaya never showed up. He remembered Sentaro and Kian challenging him to a drinking contest, the winner of which might have been Tetsuzumon Iba. Or possibly Yasukika Imura? Hard to say. On his way back to the barracks Hisagi noticed a few other people stumbling along as well. Nice to see we'll all be hitting the hangover cures. When he got to his front door and unlocked it, however, something out of place registered. Upon entering his bachelor's pad and shutting the door behind him, the reason became clear. Something smells good in here. Like breakfast. Why would that be? And why? Is there so much ice in my kitchen sink? Confused, Hisagi noticed pots and pans on the stove he couldn't recall leaving there. Passing by on the way to the bathroom, he was further perplexed to find the tub filled with ice as well. But it was the sight that greeted him as he entered his bedroom that truly shook his grip on reality. Why are there wet towels all over the floor? Why is my guitar in the ceiling? Whose cat ears are these? No answers came. All evidence, down to the last strand of colored hair, had already been carefully removed. Urahara spent the 24 hours following Jigoku's departure immersed in Mayuri's black files. Some of the research contained therein was frankly mind-boggling. Not because he thought it could ever be successfully accomplished, more that anyone would even consider such avenues possible. Perhaps I misjudged Mayuri? He seems to have expanded his thinking in my absence. We'll definitely have a lot to talk about when he does finally decide to rise from the dead, as it were. We shall contrive to be absent when and if that occurs. Are you sure, Benihime? The two of you might actually have common ground. Spare us your veiled attempts at mockery, whelp. To bestow even the time of day on that man would be more effort than he could ever deserve. We do not associate with riffraff. I will be sure to pass along your affections to him. No doubt the most productive contribution to the conversation you will make. We shall leave you to your diversions, then. While finding his mood typically soured by interacting with his Zanpakuto, some good did come from the conversation. It reminded Urahara that he had not found the time to check in on Grimjo since the battle in the R&D Bureau. Well, no time like the present. Might be nice to do some applied work rather than just theoretical. Locate subject, Grimjo, he commanded to the room around him. Okay, I'll peruse his readout, then get something to eat, and afterwards we can see about. Dayton not found. Come again. Now don't jump to conclusions. Things are probably still a little haywire after the big power shutdown and all the cleanup these last few weeks. With that in mind, Kisuk decided to refine his search. Locate subject, Sexta Espada Jagger-Jacks, Grimjo, category, Jin containment level. Subject not found. Urahara bit the inside of his cheek in silent contemplation. A small, selfish part of him considered just filing this information away and not informing anyone of it. They're all so happy what with the wedding and clearing up our relationship vis-a-vis hell. Why rain on their parade? I can figure this out on my end without sounding the alarm and causing a ruckus. Had it not been for recent experiences he had gone through, he might have done just that. But Kisuk did not hold quite so lofty an opinion of himself at the moment as usual. So instead he called iPhone and told her to be on the lookout for an escaped serial killer with blue hair and 2 jawbones. Face it, Shorty. Grimjo's never coming back. This territory's mine now, and you all work for me. Got that? In vain Tezima looked the speaker up and down. He was an ugly brute of an Arrancar whose mask fragments were composed of buffalo horns growing out of his head and a big shaggy hump on his back. The hole in that broad chest was big enough to walk through. Some 30 smaller hollows clustered at his back, snickering in condescending fashion at the smaller party of masked fighters to which she belonged. Why did the weak ones always laugh like that? It just made you want to kill them first. Aloud she said, even if you're right, we could do a lot better in terms of leadership than a pile of prairie dung. But thanks for stopping by. The big invader's eyes narrowed. Somebody's got a mouth on her. Guess that makes you the closest thing to a chief in this mob of little flyshits. So I'll take you down first. And before you've even drawn your Zanpakuto, we'll have killed half your men, she thought to herself. Her pack was arrayed visibly behind her, but it was the ones she had sent around to flank these losers earlier that they should have been concentrating on. By her estimate they were just about ready to party. The de facto pack leader had already picked out which of the Snicker Brigade she would disembowel first. Once the small fries were dead, they would all gang up on Buffalo Chips and tear him to shreds. About to give the signal to attack, she was surprised when a hand burst out of thin air before her. The intruders scuttled back a few paces. All except their hulking boss, who crossed his arms and raised a shaggy eyebrow at the occurrence. His smaller opponent was just wondering if she might have underestimated this crew when the very air seemed to shatter, and from out of this tier in space there emerged Grimjo Jagger-Jacks. The Sexta looked back over his shoulder at Tezima and smirked. What's up? She indicated in front of him, and he turned about. The Panther Demon needed only a second to evaluate their situation. Oh. Good. I was feeling hungry. He studied the big bison hollow, then stuffed his hands in his pockets and gave a yawn. Except I don't eat anything that's uglier before I shit it out. That heavy bovine face contracted in a frown. A moment later, though, he grinned. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Here, kitty kitty dash. Quick as a flash Grimjo's hand came out of his pocket and flicked something at him. Key. A flash of white light emerged from the hole in the hollow's chest. An instant later Buffalo Chip was surrounded in bands of black and white that closed in and swallowed him whole, leaving nary a trace. Before his flunkies could react, Infane had already darted forward and opened up the stomach of the one she had picked out before. At the same time her ambush unit started massacring them from the rear. Then it was just blood flowing over the sands of Hueco Mundo and screaming all around. While they were mopping up, Grimjo stumped over and sat down heavily on an outcropping of rock to watch in bored fashion. Tezima collected some choice pieces from her kill before coming over to join him. She lobbed her commander a juicy bit of intestine which he caught and began munching on. The chameleon Arrancar took a seat at his side. For a time they ate in silence. So where were you? She finally asked. Dunno. Grimjo swallowed. Best I can tell they had me in some Shinigami prison. Had to fall back on plan B to get out. He took another bite before reaching into his pocket once more, emerging with what seemed to be a tiny white cube no bigger than a fingernail. What is that? Kaja negation. A leftover from my time with King Aizen the Last. He tossed the cube up into the air and snatched it, grinning hugely. They're for exiling unruly Fraxion to a separate dimension. Depending on how strong you are, It's possible to bust free after a while. If not, you're stuck in there till you starve to death and die. But if you do make a jailbreak, nice part is you don't gotta come out right where you left. You can choose to pop up wherever you want, but only so long as it's in Hueco Mundo. I chose here. He tossed her the bouillon cube-sized item which Infane inspected for a moment before slipping into her pants. She then produced a small glowing green orb which she passed over to him. Here. Our first place prize for participating in Halibel's little game. Grimjo accepted this. He turned their reward around to examine it from different angles. Then with a dismissive shrug he stood up and addressed his pack. Lunchtime's done. You come in or what? They drew back from the gruesome remains of the invading war party. Infane Tezima finished her meal and took up place beside him. Looking the mess over, Grimjo smirked before turning about to take off across the dunes with his followers close behind. Less than a week after attending a royal wedding, the cultural festival at Karakura High finally arrived. It was a wild affair this year as always. In spite of studying for finals and college entrance exams, or perhaps owing to this, the students wholeheartedly threw themselves into putting on the best class and club performances possible. There were maid cafes, fortune-telling booths, haunted houses, and exhibitions featuring physical challenges or just plain enjoyable events. It was a carnival that only came to town once a year, and the citizens of Karakura came out in droves so as not to miss it. The crowd inside the auditorium was huge. It was here that all the musical performances were being held. Acts ranging from light music to heavy metal had taken the stage, and even a traditional kumideko drum show that nearly brought the house down, so well was it received. The applause from this last were still dying down as the performers manhandled their huge instruments offstage. Mikuru Ogawa watched them go by from her place in the eaves, waiting for their turn to go out. She had taken part in the cop's mind-reading presentation up until noon. With the help of a few unseen spirits, Ogawa and her allies had challenged the customers to try and match their paranormal powers with any number of artifacts the blindfolded psychics would then have to guess it. Sure enough, even when made to face a wall or asked to put their hands over their eyes, the cops never failed to correctly identify the chosen object. Everyone thought it was all a trick and congratulated them on an excellent performance. She had worn the outfit Ishida made for her then. Now, however, Mikuru had traded her wizardly wardrobe for the scandalous belly dancer's garb that Rukia had insisted was hers. Swathed in gold and yellow silk, she felt fairly confident nobody would even recognize her. The other cops also had on their costumes while they waited in the wings to take the stage. With her on this side were Chizuru, Tatsuki and Kunieda. Across the stage she could see Orium, Mehana, and Mizuru. All 7 of them had raincoats draped over them to prevent word from getting out. This earned them a few curious looks backstage, but nothing like what she expected to result afterwards. It's all come down to this. I talked to Ishida back at the booth. He said he'd be here for the show, and I told him I would too. Just not that I would be part of it. He can learn that little secret himself. I've practiced until my hands bled, figuratively. Now it's time to show the fruits of my training. She peered around the corner at the clamoring mob of students, teachers, and parents. Please don't let me mess up and embarrass myself. Or any of us, for that matter. Let my friends have a good time. Let this all go off without a hitch. Please. Right then Oka-sensei passed by her holding a mic. Showtime, girls. She whispered gleefully. Then their homeroom teacher walked out to center stage. The audience grew silent in response. Good evening, Karakura. She sang into the microphone like an MC. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. A voice that sounded suspiciously like Ichigo Kurosaki responded from the audience. A few people laughed, and that was it. Thank you all for waiting, Misato continued without missing a beat. Now for your viewing pleasure, the Karakura Otherworldly Paranormal Society will storm the stage to perform a traditional dance meant to quell any bad spirits lingering about and lift your own. Please give it up for the cops girls. Oh, and Kurosaki-kun. See me after the show, you have detention. What? More laughter followed. Not the way she'd hoped to begin their performance, but at least it wasn't directed at them. Here goes nothing. They all cast aside their raincoats, Mikuru included. With that, a torrent of colored silk and jingling ornaments came flowing in from either side of the stage. The audience had gone dead silent as they all took up their positions, crouching down with foreheads touching the floor and arms extended out before them in a penitence position. Trying hard not to hyperventilate, she waited for the signal. To either side of her, Mizuru and Ryo waited in the same position. The three of them were in the back row with the four other girls in a line up front, allowing them to be seen through the gaps. She had just half convinced herself she could hear the gossiping already start when back in the eaves, Kigo Asano pressed a button, and their Arabian music selection emerged over the loudspeakers, causing several people watching to jump. At the same time, they all leapt upright, and her battle began. Mikuru Ogawa clasped both hands overhead while shaking her hips from side to side. Her comrades did the same in perfectly synchronized precision. She then took a step forward, crossing one leg before the other while continuing to gyrate to the sound of her tingling garments. Pipes trilled and drums supplied a heavy beat. Not for the first time, the girl felt the thrill of putting on such a bold and uninhibited display. The only difference was now, instead of her caring and trusted classmates, hundreds of strangers were watching her, half-naked and wearing a costume that by all rights belonged in a game show bonus round. Normally this alone would have been enough to make her quail and bolt in utmost chagrin. Instead none of that mattered, for she had spotted Urayu. He was towards the front standing next to Kurosake, Sato and Kon. The last two stood out in the crowd by the simple fact they were not blown away by what was transpiring. Not so Ishida. He, like a fair number of the surrounding spectators, was gaping in shock. Like he couldn't believe what his eyes were telling him. It's real, Ishida-kun. Let me show you how much. The bob-haired girl spun about several times, toes dancing over the floor so that she wound up facing backstage. Mikuru crossed both arms over her chest, bare shoulders rising and falling in unison with the rest of her troupe. The sound of chiming bells and brass coins filled her ears with every movement of their exotic dress. She then threw a meaningful look over one shoulder. Her eyes over the buttercup yellow veil held a challenge in them, and she sought out her target like an amorous arrow from a bow. When she caught sight of Urayu again, it was to find all his attention fixed on Orium. This realization sent Ogawa crashing to her knees. Fortunately that was the next part of their routine. While her mind was scrambling through a distraught haze, her body's reactions had been drilled in so often that conscious thought was not necessary. Mikuru lay back and planted her palms flat against the floor overhead. She then lifted herself off the ground, feet braced and back arching into a U-shape. The crowd gasped in approval at this contoured Ionism. All 7 performers began undulating their bellies in rhythmic fashion, hips and breasts heaving in counterpoint with every rippling wave of flesh. From this upside-down vantage, still she could easily perceive Urayu's eyes were not for her. Bereft, Mikuru risked a glance off to the side. There she witnessed a marvel of nature, as Inu outdid them all in terms of sheer sex appeal. Her huge bobbing breasts encased in green silk were mesmerizing. Long luxurious hair spilled down to pool beneath her crown, swaying like a seductive orange-coiled cobra. The smile she wore looked dazzling even in this position. Mikuru's face felt hot. Tears were threatening to come out. How could I ever compete with all that? Worse yet, she probably doesn't even realize what she's doing to me. I knew it was just a fantasy in my head, but, can't I at least have a shot with one person that I love? Not without a fight. The dancers lay flat on their backs before flipping over to their stomachs. They rose to one knee, other leg placed before them, and began to weave their arms in time to the music, fluid graceful patterns guaranteed to draw the eye and entice the mind. I can't give up, Mikuru thought. Not yet. It's not all about the body. Or heart, because I have to admit even there, she's got me beat. And who can blame him for wanting her? Anybody would. But what I do have that she doesn't is interest. The next bit was a series of short solo routines allowing each performer to stand out. By unanimous consent Inu went first, everyone had agreed this would be the most suitable arrangement. It therefore came as a shock to all concerned when Mikuru Ogawa leapt forward and took her place at center stage before the bubbly redhead could start to move. From the corner of one eye, she could see confusion and uncertainty on several faces, most notably Orium's. Yet they continued to do their own synchronized background moves in a half-circle around her. Even Inu joined in after a brief pause, which left Mikuru in the spotlight for all to see. When you dance, imagine the person you care about most watching, and let it be all for them. I don't have to imagine anymore, Rukia-sama. He's right there in front of me. All that's left for me to do is make him realize it. Everything went away. Insecurity, fear, self-consciousness. In their place, Mikuru found herself writing a storyline right then and there. She was a desert sheikah's daughter, brought before a coldly handsome Persian warlord whose fancy she had drawn when he spied her dancing by firelight under the harvest moon. He had threatened her small tribe with destruction under the heels of his unbeatable army were she not brought before him. Little did the young conqueror know that she too caught sight of him that night, losing her heart to those deep blue eyes, dark and dangerous as the sea. Now alone together in a compartment of his fabled palace of wonders, she stood ready to perform the fabled risque tarantata. Taught to her by the small but beautiful chief courtesan of this mysterious domain, the magic dance held the promise of death for both performer and observer if not done well enough to inspire love. She was prepared to die with him if he did not return her affection, for then her people would be safe. But still, oh, how her heart yearned to have him live, for both their sakes. That's the story I want for myself. No one else left in the room but the two of them. Mikuru imagined Urayu in exotic desert attire, lounging on pillows with all his attention fixed sternly upon her. Their eyes met. Behind his glasses, Ishida blinked in sudden consternation. The rhythm took hold of her then. Without further ado, she began to dance. It was more than just arms and legs. The looks she threw in his direction were both pleading and challenging from one moment to the next. A daring lover's gambit, the opening of the heart for another person's inspection. Ogawa did the moves she had practiced in front of the others, but now there was more to it. Fire animated her movements. She lifted one leg and swung about in a circle, pirouetting on her toes, the bells on both ankles ringing loud and clear. Then she dropped down low and began to twist sinuously skyward like lazy waves of smoke curling up from a genie's lamp to reveal the beautiful spirit in their depths. I'm ready to grant your wish, Master Ishida. But only one. Mikuru crossed her wrists before her face, fingers rippling as though she plucked an invisible harp's strings, never letting him out of her sight. Lips parted, she panted in exhilaration. He still wore the turban and robes in her imagination. However, even in real life, Ishida Urayu stared at Mikuru's performance, thunderstruck. Clearly he had never known she was capable of something like this. The time limit for her solo had almost arrived. Noting this, the heartfelt dancer collapsed as though exhausted. A ruse, nothing more. Her knees hit the stage and then spread to either side. Both hands struck the floor together with savage force. Mikuru's crowned head plummeted down to hide her face, back curving, she seemed to shake from some uncontainable inner force. Then her neck snapped up, spine arching to gaze fiercely at the object of her devotion as the piece ended. Yes. It's true, all real, all me. Her face and movements spoke loud and clear, saying no less forcefully without any words. I'm interested in you, ya big bozo. A loud cheer went up from the audience. Mikuru had already leapt up and moved back with the others, allowing Tatsuki to take her place in the normal routine. By silent consent, Orium would assume the spot that had been reserved for Mikuru's performance. Feeling a bit guilty now, the shorter girl looked to her busta counterpart apologetically. However, the smile she got back shattered any fear of resentment on the lovely redhead's part. Orium seemed positively giddy at her performance, such that Ogawa couldn't help but smile back. She kept dancing as Tatsuki finished her debut and was replaced by Mizuhiro. It took the crowd a while to realize he was a guy, but as soon as they did, the ladies all started squealing with glee. From what she could tell, Urayu never even noticed the change in lineup. He just kept staring at Mikuru with wide eyes as though seeing her for the very first time. Aside from him leaping on stage to join us, I couldn't have asked for a better reaction. The individual routines ended, and they executed the denouement, rushing together to form a big pile of scarves and sensual limbs. There they froze in sultry poses as the last strains of lingering flute notes drifted away. Everyone went wild. The audience clapped and stomped enthusiastically. While several teachers and parents looked aghast at this display, the overall opinion was undoubtedly in the cop's favor. Ecstatic, Mikuru looked at her colleagues, grinning from ear to ear. They all seemed just as thrilled as she was. Even the normally stoic Kunieda might have been smiling, though she hid it behind one upraised blue silk-clad arm. Tatsuki actually held out a hand towards her for a high five, and immediately Mikuru complied by slapping their palms together so hard they stung. It felt good nonetheless. As their admirers continued to roar, she caught sight of Oka Misato clapping off stage with a big cheerful grin. Muscle-bound PE teacher Kajin stood right next to her screaming his head off, veins popping in his forehead as he repeatedly jabbed a finger towards the cop's girls while turning bright red. While being showered with outraged spittle, Oka-sensei pulled a white handkerchief from her pocket, presumably to dry off. However, in the same motion she produced a small tube with a 5-pointed silver star emblazoned upon it. Misato quickly emptied the contents of the vial onto her handkerchief before whipping around and leaping onto Kajin's back, where she then pressed the soaked cloth firmly against his mouth and nose. The big man flailed and stumbled about for a few moments before his eyes rolled up in his head and he slumped to lay passed out flat on the ground. Nobody seemed to remark on this. Then again, hardly anyone noticed half the strange things their sensei did. If they had, she'd probably be in jail by now. Go figure. Trembling from adrenaline and euphoria, Mikuru got up and followed the other girls off stage. They were all yammering at once, elated at the performance and the resultant outpouring of support. She saw Rukia standing by Noboru and Don Kanonji. Both boys were holding hands and jumping up and down while shouting their excitement. The Don's entourage seemed to be advising him on how he could incorporate the cops gals into his show. For her part, Rukia looked on with an affectionate smile. She noticed Mikuru and dipped her head slightly in approval. Well done, was what it clearly meant. Mikuru smiled and waved in return. Thanks, Rukia-sama. It's a good start, but not over yet. Ichigo Kurosaka sat on a rocky outcropping overlooking the sea. He wore swim trunks and a short-sleeved Hawaiian shirt open to the cool night air. Now that autumn was here, the weather was quickly turning cold. However, his classmates had agreed that after the cultural festival they should all hit the beach one last time this year before it became too uncomfortable to do so. By way of celebrating their accomplishments both during the festival and academically. Farther down the beach, everyone was gathered around a bonfire they had erected. The sun had dipped below the horizon a few minutes past, and now the stars were coming out. There were sweet potatoes being roasted and somebody even produced some square watermelons that had been squirreled away for just such an occasion. He could hear them laughing happily even up here. Soon it would be time to join them. For now, though, the substitute Shinigami hung apart, debating. He could see Rukia from here. She was wearing a two-piece black swimsuit and a matching shirt to the one he had on. Some girls from their class were peppering her with questions, no doubt asking if she could teach them to dance. She laughed them off a bit nervously. It was hard to tell by her body language if Rukia had agreed to these requests or not. The thought of her in that belly-dancing outfit made him bring his knees to his chest and bury his face in them. Kurosaki remained in this position for several minutes, listening to the waves churn against the shore. Mind if I join you? When he looked up, Ichigo was surprised to find none other than Mikuru Ogawa standing beside him. She had on a hoodie with the cowl drawn up around her face and a long skirt that brushed against her sandal-clad feet. "Oh, Ogawa-san!" the big teen exclaimed, surprised. "You can. I mean, sure, go ahead." "Thanks." She took a seat beside him, crossing her legs and staring out across the waves. For his part, Ichigo fidgeted from being at a loss what to do. He couldn't remember speaking to Ogawa more than once in his whole life, even since she was drawn into the world of the afterlife they now shared. She had always been one of the people easily intimidated by his looks and overall demeanor, and to be honest, he hadn't given her much thought until now. Of course, after that display she put on today, it might be time to seriously re-evaluate this small girl in terms of bravery. How else to explain that unforgettable show? Which just begs the question, what does she want with me? I suppose you're wondering why I'm here. Kurosaka gave a start. Well, I was just, never mind, tell me. Truth is, I'm dragging my feet. Ogawa didn't look at him when she spoke. She rested an elbow on her knee and cupped her chin in one hand. There's something important I need to do, and I'm working up the courage to do it. A small smile worked its way across her face. But I don't need to tell you about that, do I? This just got weirder and weirder. Say, Ogawa-san, are you? I'm going to confess my feelings to someone. When she turned to regard him, the look on Kurosaka's face made her burst out laughing. Not you, Kurosaka-san. And she gave him an affectionate slap on the arm. Geez, get serious. It's not like every girl on earth has the hots for you. A slightly wistful tinge came over that smile. Just all the amazing ones, I guess. This was fast entering uncomfortable territory, the kind that left him wondering if maybe there was some evil mastermind at work seeking to use this normally timid and unremarkable girl to catch him off guard and ensnare him in some diabolical plot to get revenge against all of Seoul society. But come on, even a devious villain could do better than Mikuru Ogawa, right? It's got nothing to do with you, trust me, his unprepossessing classmate continued. I just felt like taking this chance to give you some advice. Oh, he responded back. Okay. Go right ahead. You need to get off your ass with Rukia. Alright, definitely evil mind control at work here. Excuse me. Mikuru leaned back on her hands with a sigh. I remember what Tatsuki said about you two not even having kissed yet. That was a while ago, but something tells me nothing's changed in that respect. Am I right? She looked over, and away again. Yeah, I can see I am. Never play poker, okay, Kurosaka-san? You'd lose big time. She kept going before he could call her on that. But like I said, you've got to stop dragging your heels with her. This is coming from an expert at inventing excuses for not doing something. It's easy to find a good reason to be cowardly. You're pretty courageous by nature, which means you probably never had much opportunity or reason to do so before. At least when it came to beating scary people up, I mean. Hollows or bullies, you never think about not fighting, from what I can tell. But now you've gotten yourself into a fix that can't be resolved by swinging a sword. And so far you've avoided any sort of meaningful engagement. But let me tell you something, Kurosaka-san. This is a fight you can very easily lose by doing nothing. You've got a lot of competition whether you know it or not. So whatever excuse you've used to keep things from going ahead with Rukia, my advice is to kick it to the curb, bite the bullet and just charge right in like you usually do. Because she deserves to be loved in a big way, whether from you or someone else. After this astonishingly perceptive analysis of his current situation, the most words he could remember hearing from her since they started school together, Ichigo Kurosaka could do no more than gape like a particularly stupid breed of goldfish. Mikuru glanced over, gaze flicking up and down his body. Then she turned back to the sea again. You should kiss her, Kurosaka-san, she stated matter-of-factly. If you don't. Here Mikuru stood up, dusting off her skirt and turning away. I will. Ichigo twisted around in surprise. He watched her clamber carefully down the rocks, unable to say a word as Mikuru gained the beach and headed towards the bonfire celebration, her sandals leaving tracks through the sand. From this distance he saw her approach what looked to be Yuryu Ishida. She spoke to him for a little. The Quincy was holding a snow cone and an ear of barbecued corn, and he looked in danger of dropping them both, so nervous was he. She indicated off to one side, clearly asking if he would join her for a private talk. Looking astonished but not unwilling, Yuryu gave a slow nod and moved to follow in her wake. They went off together, eventually disappearing from his sight. With nothing pressing left to occupy his attention, the bewildered youth flopped onto his back and gazed up at the twinkling stars above. Holy cow! Did she just? I mean, am I imagining things, or could Mikuru be? Ever the keen insight into other people's hearts, I see. Listen, old man Zanjitsu, it might have escaped your notice, but I'm only 17 years old. It would be more unusual if I actually did know what to do with my life, much less what girls of any age might be thinking. Especially ones who, as far as I can tell, play both ends of the field. Her commentary, by contrast, showed great perception. You have been rather eager to embrace your hollow as an excuse not to explore further with Rukia. This does not strike me as very mature behavior, even for a 17-year-old. What are you saying? You think I should, go out with her more? On a date, even? Far be it from me to coach you in romantic matters. I only seek to encourage you not to miss any opportunities which may be presenting themselves. The results could prove most pleasant, as well as beneficial. Am I interrupting anything? When he opened his eyes, the woman he loved was smiling down at him. Rukia. Ichigo shot to his feet. He looked down at her, hunched over a bit and feeling rather goofy. This apparently held no concern for Rukia as she gazed at him fondly before bringing a hand to her mouth and giggling behind a smile. The wind came up to blow her hair slightly. In that moment, Ichigo Kurosaki reached one hand up to touch her cheek. When she opened her eyes, he bent down and kissed Rukia on the mouth. Her lips parted, and a moan came from deep in her chest. Crouched over, he felt her fingers run through his hair even as his own eyes closed. A shiver of pure heat passed up his chest and into his face, rolling out to tingle the tips of his fingers deliciously. Then she was moving in from all angles, breath coming in gasps between smoldering kisses as their tongues rolled around one another's mouths. Before he knew it, Rukia had leapt up and wrapped her strong muscular legs around his waist. He pulled her to him, never letting off kissing her hot and fast now so that their noses collided half the time, but even this didn't deter them. His shaking fingers sank into the bottom half of her swimsuit, which prompted her to snag a toe into the waistband of his own trunks. One sharp powerful yank down, and the swimwear collapsed around his ankles where he promptly kicked them off. They pulled away from each other then, her arms still wrapped around his neck, staring into each other's eyes as though asking a question. And then he slowly bent a knee, drawing down to lay Rukia upon the rock tenderly. She looked up at him from there, purple eyes glowing and cheeks red from desire. Her smile right then let him know everything was all right. At last he lay down with her, their bodies pressed together as they started to kiss one another, but slowly now, on the neck and eyelids and everywhere else they might have been dreaming of before now. Far from prying eyes, love played its greatest hand. The Graf held Engelbert by the throat high off the floor, his legs kicking futilely. Totho Oltz glanced down at the silver dagger buried in his chest. With utter contempt he wrapped pale fingers around its handle and pulled the weapon free. Dark red blood hissed and smoked upon it, but nothing more. The knife clattered to the floor of his inner sanctum. At the same time, the vampire lord's eyes glowed red. His black cloaked body seemed to swell larger, white face transforming into a demonic death mask that stood out against the pitch-dark body. His jaws opened wide, canines sprouting to wicked lengths. Stop. Totho Oltz ignored Rania's outburst, crouched on the floor in her dark green wedding dress. As Engelbert continued to struggle like a child in the monster's grip, the Graf bent down to tear his face off. Had Totho Oltz bothered to look, he might have been pleased to see the gypsy girl's own eyes glowed as red as his own now. Rania felt her spirit teetering on the line between damnation and salvation. The night was surging through her blood, screaming for cruelty and pain to be unleashed. She could actually sense it, out there, past the circle of thick blood-stained glass windows that encircled this whole mausoleum. And she could feel more than that. All the rage came bursting forth, the desire for vengeance that had been building up in her since arriving in this sinister place, or maybe her entire short bitter life. The power was there, just as Totho Oltz had promised her, magnified and focused by the unholy mark the immortal's tainted mouth had left on her blood, her soul. Let it out, he had said. Let it serve you. A force unlike anything she had ever known filled the orphan girl. As Graf Totho Oltz moved to tear the life from her helpless friend, she opened her mouth wide, closed her eyes and screamed. The force of this shout held the power of a volley of cannonballs, and in an instant, every last window in the room was blasted into shards that went tumbling out in a glittering shower over the roofs of the castle. They sparkled like red diamonds in the light of the newly risen morning sun. Graf Totho Oltz emitted a howl so loud it rocked the entire mighty fortress down to its foundation. But for all the outrage in his voice, there was fear too, as the blazing golden sun sent its shafts piercing into the heart of the vampire's open abode like spears aimed at his unbeating heart. And where they touched him, the lord of the undead erupted into flames. Totho Oltz continued to wail as his form caught fire like a pitch-soaked rag. Suddenly that gigantic body exploded, sending Engelbert flying. As Rania watched, the burning pieces of midnight became individual bats. A virtual horde of winged night flyers swept throughout the burial chamber, screeching in pain. Holy fire continued to overtake them so that they resembled flaming torches on the wing, or will-o'-the-wisps. Resolutely Rania crawled below this hellstorm of fury. The sun's rays caused her to cringe, and not simply because she hadn't felt their touch in what seemed like years. Yet even as the pain raced over her skin, she could feel it removing whatever hellish taint the Graf had bestowed upon her. With every move she made, life and warmth returned to her limbs. It wasn't enough. I would not accept his evil, even if it meant rescuing my family, and so he could not make me like him. Now it seems I might be able to save them and myself after all. She finally made her way over to Engelbert. Lifting him to a sitting position, Rania's heart soared when his eyes opened. Though clearly in pain from the injuries the Graf had inflicted upon him, it looked as though he would still survive. But only if I can get him out of here. Overhead there came a loud shriek. Rania looked up in time to see the blaze of bats go twisting down like a cyclone straight into the half-open stone sarcophagus that dominated the center of this chamber. As she watched the last crumbling creature sink below the lip, two hands still engulfed in fire reached above the edge of the cairn and seized the lid, dragging it painfully closed. Moments before the stone cover shut, two blood-red eyes burned from within those dark depths. They lanced into her with a shock so strong Rania could not look away, seeming to betoken a terrible promise. "You are mine." A second later the casket had sealed itself from the unforgiving sun. The whole thing then sank swiftly down on some unseen mechanism until only the top was visible, flush with the floor beneath their feet. The weakened and vulnerable Graf was now beyond their reach. Rania stared at that carved stone surface. She settled Engelbert gently back to the floor, wincing at his gasp of pain. Then the girl stood up. Walking forward, she picked up the silver dagger where it had fallen, examining herself in its polished sheen. No longer did she appear blurry in the reflection, a sign that her soul had not been lost to the darkness. With that Rania marched over until she stood beside the submerged sarcophagus. Gazing down upon its carved surface, she considered the monster that lay resting beneath it. Then she bent low. Carefully the girl drew the dagger's blade down in a long straight line. Afterwards she painted another mark straight across it near the top. Rania stepped back. There before her on the Graf's tomb was a cross, drawn in his own blood. Beneath her feet a sound came, like a faint but furious scream far below, as though arising from the deepest pit of hell itself. She laid the bloody silver dagger upon the holy symbols intersecting lines with the blade pointing down, almost like another cross atop the first. Perhaps that would be enough to hold him in there. At least long enough for her clan to flee from this nightmarish land and never return. With that settled, she then went back to where Engelbert lay. Rania helped him clamber to his feet. Draping his arm over her shoulder, she supported the weary youth. He was too weak to protest this treatment as the two bedraggled Romani stumbled from the room without looking back. As they made their way through the empty echoing corridors, Rania contemplated everything that had happened here. Unlike her clan, she did not believe she could escape the Graf's reach so easily. Totho Oltz had claimed her for his own, and he would not stop seeking her for so long as she lived. The thought of being with him for all eternity still made the gypsy waif tremble, and not entirely from fear. The wicked vampire had been correct in his summation, there was wickedness in her too, a hatred for the human race that cleaved more closely to hell than heaven. Part of her still yearned to be with him, to satisfy his hungry desires alongside her own. Yet what he had neglected to mention was the choice one had to make in order to be truly damned. Totho Oltz let the bitter hatred at love's betrayal so long ago consume him, offering up his very soul to the powers of darkness for the sake of vengeance. Right then Rania silently promised herself she would take the lesson he had unintentionally taught her to heart. Heart, body, and soul, so long as she could lay claim to any one of them, the night would never claim her. "Are you finished with that drivel yet, my lady?" Byakuya asked from his place beside her. Yuriuki stretched both arms overhead and groaned in satisfaction. "Yes, I believe I am, my lord husband." She placed the datapad on a nightstand beside their bed before turning to nuzzle against his arm like an affectionate feline. Propped against some pillows in a plain evening robe, with that ink-black hair falling untamed around his shoulders and his attention focused on the reports spread out before him, she wondered if he knew how achingly attractive he looked. The delighted damsel decided to enjoy this sight a few moments longer before speaking. You know, I'm the one who should be peeved at your choice of reading material. I thought you knew better than to bring work to bed. She gave him a poke in the ribs by way of retribution. Not a very husbandly way to spend our first night together. This is clan affairs, he sought to reassure her. Not Godi I7 matters. I finished those before joining you. Then, in what he must have meant to be an offhand manner that was spoiled by his own serious bearing, so what became of your fiery young heroine in the end? Oh, don't worry, Byakuya, the girl didn't make you screw your little sister, if that's what you're worried about. He shot her a narrow-eyed look that would have been a death sentence for anyone else. Apparently dismissing this line of conversation, he tried another tack. I believe Noboru is fitting in well. He seemed quite pleased with the room we offered him. That wasn't a room, my dear, it was an entire wing of your palace, she corrected him. Of course he loved it. I only hope you are not trying to subtly coax him over to your side with grandiose displays of Kukaki wealth. The brooding lord flipped to the next page in his report. Unlike his wife, he still insisted on receiving all briefings, whether work-related or family affairs, in solid paper format. The question of his being behind the times was not one he cared to dwell upon. Far more important matters were at stake. Noboru will eventually have to be made heir to one of our families. He cannot assume control of both. There's time yet for us to help him decide where he would like to reign in terms of his lineage. He's still a boy, new to the idea of what royalty entails. Yuriuki's eyes drifted around the room, comfortable confines glowing in the yellow light of candles. He doesn't know how dangerous it really is. Or what he might have to give up. Her tone of voice led him to put away the paperwork immediately. Drawing the woman he loved into his embrace, Byakuya rested his chin on her crown. She held him fully now with both arms wrapped tight. He had dreamed of time spent with her like this for the past century. At the beginning, in his youthful ardor, the proud lordling had told himself their love could conquer any obstacles in its path. It had never occurred to him with every battle won, there might be new menaces already on the rise. I have come before you, Lord Kukaki. He closed his eyes, teeth grinding at the memory. Less than a day after announcing his upcoming wedding at the annual conclave of the great houses, Byakuya Kukaki received word of a guest at his house that shocked him greatly. There was little time to think in the few minutes it took for the party in question to arrive. Yet had he been given the entire day, Byakuya doubted he could have come up with anything closer to an explanation as to why this was happening. A short while later, he found himself sitting across from Katsura, Lord of the Arashi. The two men exchanged greetings, and nothing more. Byakuya watched the older man, attentive to his every move. Wearing olive and crimson ceremonial attire, his shortened arm tucked into the front of his robes, he appeared as relaxed as though they were in his own home. Katsura was well versed in noble etiquette, he gave nothing away which might be used against him. Yet the very fact that he was here spoke volumes. In all his days, Byakuya had never known a member of the Arashi clan to enter upon the Kukaki grounds, much less the head of that family himself. Now here he sat, calm and regal as though not upending what many had considered to be an ironclad rule of their world by now. Why is he here? To what do I owe the honor of your visit, Lord Arashi? Byakuya asked as he poured a cup of tea. Katsura's deep black eyes watched the ceremony being performed. He made no move to accept the tea when it was presented to him. And there was not even a trace of emotion on his face when he spoke next. I have come before you, Lord Kukaki, to ask for your sister Rukia's hand in marriage. Arc 3, Findut Chapter 14, Rebirth, Coming to Terms. The three of them sat together at a table in Kukaki manner. Ichigo, Byakuya, and Rukia, all sipping tea in polite fashion. While outwardly calm, Ichigo's eyes darted about the room as though afraid of an ambush. He felt certain something was wrong but couldn't quite put his finger on what. Across from him, Rukia settled down her cup. Gazing at it, she suddenly took a deep breath. Nii-sama. Ichigo's eyes went wide with panic. Don't tell him. I'm pregnant, she finished. A strangled gurgle escaped Ichigo's throat. He sat motionless with the teacup halfway to his lips. Slowly his horrified eyes rotated over to where Byakuya sat. The grim-faced lord remained in his spot at the head of the table, head down and unmoving. There was no explosion of violence, no indication he had even heard that statement. Maybe nothing bad will happen? Then the Shinigami captain stood up and crossed over to kneel beside his sister. She gazed at him anxiously, uncertainty written all over her lovely face. Rukia, Byakuya stated with the same stone-cold expression, I am very happy for you. Her eyes lit up with joy. Nii-sama. This has come as a surprise, I will admit, he continued. But there is nothing in this universe that could ever diminish my unconditional support for you. I intend to make sure this labor proves as painless and ultimately uplifting as possible. Rest assured, there will be nothing you or your child shall ever want for. On this you have my word as a Kukaki. Byakuya then took hold of Rukia's hands and stood up, bringing her with him. Everything is going to be all right. Thank you, Nii-sama. She stated happily while staring up at him, worshipful eyes brimming with tears. Run along now, Rukia, her brother encouraged in warm but formal tones. There is much planning to do ere the event takes place. The door behind them opened, and Rukia skipped towards it. She paused at the frame to look back and wave goodbye with absolute love and exuberance pouring off her. Byakuya returned the gesture, after which she went bounding away so lightly her feet never seemed to touch the ground. Meanwhile Ichigo was busily crawling up the wall towards a high window with fingers scrabbling like a spider's legs as he strove to keep anyone from noticing his escape. Attract no attention, Ichigo, he advised himself fervently as he inched towards that egress. Garner no more comment than a tiny cockroach scuttling along the floor. Be the cockroach, Ichigo. Be the cockroach. A bared sword slammed into the wall directly over his head. Ichigo fell back to earth with a squeal. For a few moments he was so immersed in the roach persona that he just flailed on his back with arms and legs waving helplessly in the air. Kurosaki Ichigo. Those words struck abject terror into his heart, and he whipped up to sit trembling in the seiza position, not daring to move. You have had carnal relations with my sister, Byakuya intoned murderously as he came to pace back and forth behind the shuddering youth. My little sister. His hand came down on Ichigo's shoulder, making him whimper anew. Those thin fingers squeezed. There is only one possible recourse in this situation. The only honorable action you can take. I trust no further explanation is required. The sword drove into the carpet right in front of him, its gleaming razor edge presented to his sweating face. At the same time Byakuya's hand clamped on the back of his skull and began to push him inexorably towards that fatal implement. You shall do this, in a way that ensures my sister's honor remains intact. Because if you do not, Kurosaki Ichigo, if you do not, oh, Ichigo. Ichigo, Ichigo. We are going to have words. We are going to have words, you and I. The frantic teen grabbed hold of Byakuya's wrist with both hands to try and hold him back. Yet though he struggled with all his might, still that bared blade continued to draw ever closer. What the heck? He demanded silently. I'm stronger than Byakuya, aren't I? I mean, I beat him in Soul Society, so that means I'm stronger. Holy crap, he's gonna kill me. I gotta explain, it wasn't as bad as he thinks, I mean. Oh, that's right, King, his disembodied hollow mocked maliciously. Tell him what a great lay his little sister was. Bet that'll improve his opinion of you lickety-split. Shut up. It wasn't like that. It was pure, and beautiful, and. The gleaming edge brushed against his nose. And I'm gonna die. Wake up, Ichi-nii. A pillow slammed into his face. Ichigo sat bolt upright in bed, kicking the sheets off to yank the obstruction free. Breathing and perspiring heavily, he looked over to find his little sister Karen standing by the bed. You were shouting in your sleep, the lank-haired waif offered by way of explanation. Something about cockroaches. She then turned towards the door of his room. Anyway, time to get up. We've got a busy day planned. Alone once more, the bedraggled youth took a chance to catch his breath. Then he buried his face in the pillow, shuddering at the memory of that awful dream. Just a dream. It was just a dream, Ichigo. Only a dream. Not this damn dream again. Haki stared up at him with hands pressed to his throat. Blood spilled between those pudgy fingers. A part of him wanted the obese slob to beg. He knew it stemmed from his hollow side, but by all that's holy, I'm letting myself do this after holding back for so long, why not enjoy it fully? Come on, you gluttonous wad of blubber, beg. Beg for your life. Beg me to save you, come on, fatty, beg. He thought for sure the overweight piece of shit would pull out his hollow mask to try and heal himself. Then they could make this last for a little while longer. Instead, Haki just stared at him with those sad-doomed eyes while blood continued to gout from the brutal wound across his throat. Like he knew what was coming but didn't care. Like he was saying, "I'm sorry, for you." He flinched, and in that moment, his comrade Hachigen Ushoda closed his eyes and quietly toppled forward into the sand. I did it. He's dead. I killed Haki. I really did it, I killed him. They'll know it was you. What? No, they won't. They'll assume it was one of the hollows. Like Grimmjow. I can feel him over there, fighting Shinji, and... Grimmjow? He doesn't slit people's throats. He tears them apart, remember? That's what hollows do. With their teeth, King. With their teeth. He stared down at the corpse. What are you? You know. This is a lie. A shudder went through him. No. Do it. Shut up. Do it, King. Otherwise they'll know it was you. They'll kill you. I can't. Oh mercy, I can't do it. Please, let's just run, we can run. It wasn't like this, it didn't happen this way, you know this isn't how it happened. Eat him, King. On his knees, sniffling and hiccuping like an infant, body shaking uncontrollably as though he was sick, diseased, his hollow helm opened its jaws. A sob burst from his throat. Don't do this to him please, it's only a dream. Then he bent down, gasping in short frantic breaths, and took his first bite. There were tears on his face when he came awake, and he caught himself almost saying, "I'm sorry." Rising from his cot in the cave, the Vazard moved through the communal area where they did all their cooking and socializing. And to think I once looked down on that junk pile warehouse with its post-apocalyptic basement. Now look what we've been reduced to. There was a light on in Lisa's alcove. Could she seriously be reading at this hour? Not like she had to hide her perversions from them. He could hear Mashiro thrashing in her sleep as she wrestled with imaginary monsters. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave he stared out at the thin slit of horizon visible. The eternal night sky of Hueco Mundo was black and empty. How I miss the stars. What are we even doing here? Maybe I should talk to them about leaving. There's no point. Killing Grimmjow won't bring back Haki. Even killing me wouldn't do it. He's gone, and we should get on with our lives. He felt Shinji approaching, and had to resist the urge to turn around and face him. His inner hollow always made him fear being stabbed in the back. Can't give it any more control than I already have. Couldn't sleep either. He asked offhandedly as the leader of the Vazard drew up at his side. Nope. Hirako held out a steaming cup of coffee, which he accepted. Drink up quick. We just got word from Tiger Company. About what? He took a careful sip, wincing at how hot it was. At the same time, he wondered why they would send a message to Shinji and not the rest of us. They've spotted Grimmjow. The Vazard paused. I see. After a moment he swallowed another scalding mouthful before emptying the rest onto the dry sand, which gobbled it up like mouthfuls of Haki's fat juicy flesh, King. There wasn't even a trace of anxiety at this disgusting thought as he turned to his longtime ally and stated, "Then let's go get him." Rukia Kukaki knocked on the door before settling in to wait. She glanced around at the clear blue sky and rows of affluent homes running around this neighborhood. A cool breeze rose to tease her hair, and she pushed both hands deeper into the pockets of her coat. A heavy skirt kept the worst of the mid-autumn chill from reaching more than skin deep. Still, it didn't escape her notice that she was trembling. For all that she could lay claim to a command of ice, the cold still bothered her today. She remembered how sometimes it was a real pleasure to slip out of her Jigai and float about as a spirit in this world, unencumbered by the demands of the flesh. You're so tense. Take it down a notch. Easy for you to say. You really believe that? No. Sorry, Atta girl. After a few moments there came the sound of latches being drawn on the other side of the door. Quite a few of them, actually. And a number of deadbolts. Rukia hugged herself restlessly while this was taking place. The person who lived here clearly wanted to keep someone out. She knew who it was, and could appreciate the sentiment. At last the final catch was thrown, and the door opened. The man behind it looked down at her dispassionately. Kukaki-san, he spoke with a slight inclination of his head. She bowed back. Ishida-sensei. Behind his glasses, Ryukin Ishida's eyes flitted around the yard as though in search of other arrivals. A neighbor across the street peered curiously over some bushes she had been trimming, but quickly turned back to them upon catching the white-haired physician's stare. Satisfied, he turned to his guest. "Won't you come in?" he said, stepping aside to allow her room. The minuscule maiden entered the foyer. While she removed her shoes, Ishida proceeded to securely barricade his front door again. Not unduly disturbed at the thought of being locked in here, Rukia had a look around while she unwound her knitted scarf and removed her coat. There was little to see. A long hallway with a coat rack, low table, and umbrella stand led off past the rise. Nothing more noticeable presented itself. Well, first things first. Tradition must be observed. As Ryukin came up, she held out a small sack. From the Usagi Shoten, by way of thanks. He accepted this customary gift and set it on the table without bothering to look inside. Crossing his arms, the ageless doctor regarded his visitor squarely. "I've delayed going in to work on account of this. Please tell me what is so urgent, Kukaki-san." Rukia's face felt hot and prickly. For a moment she feared bursting into tears. Desperately she sought to maintain her composure. "I understand it might seem improper asking to meet at your residence without anyone else in attendance. My apologies for any trouble this may have caused, Ishida-sensei. Please understand I mean no harm to your reputation, but I also do not wish to advertise this visit." "Understood." His chin lifted a fraction in a way she found unnervingly similar to Byakuya. "Now that we've dismissed the appearance of impropriety, how may I be of service?" He did not ask her to sit down or indeed come any further into his home. There was no sense of either wariness or openness about him at all. The man was like a closed book. No secret where the pencil got his charming personality from. Don't go picking up bad habits. And this is important. Let me handle it. If you say so. Sode no Shirayuki's observation was not far off the mark. Ishida Uriu's father bore a distinct resemblance to his son if you discounted the white hair. More important than this, he also shared an understanding of her position in this world and the next, having fought during the Autumn War in Seoul society. However, according to all accounts, Ryukin wanted no great involvement in the affairs of the supernatural. He was motivated by purely terrestrial concerns and did not join his offspring in the Quincy's vendetta against All Hallows. Despite this, one glaring exception to this rule had been made known to her. Steeling herself, she continued. "It is my understanding that you are the physician for Ishine Kurosake, and have been for several years now." His face did not alter in the slightest. "Just so. As such you are familiar with his particular physical state." The way she emphasized this last made him narrow his eyes slightly. People in our profession consider self-diagnosis to be a blatant conflict of interest. In this case, a second medical opinion would also require an understanding of issues less mundane than, say, ear, nose and throat specialty. Ryukin then gave her a very meaningful look. "Such as the functioning of what you call Jigai." To this Rukia could come up with no response. Formal Kukaki discipline was proving harder to maintain than usual. She clutched her coat to her chest, feeling unaccountably nervous. And, when you came right down to it, ashamed. Perhaps her host picked up on this anxiety, for he finally held out a hand indicating she should proceed down the hallway. "Would you like to continue this discussion in the living room?" Rukia accepted with a shaky nod. He offered to take her coat, after which she walked on past. At the end of the corridor they came out into a well-situated room boasting a comfortable sofa and chairs, a few bookshelves and a lowered area for a tantabon table. Despite the serious nature of her business, Rukia found herself curious to at last see where Ishida called home. The inside of the house was more spacious and costly than Ichigo's, boasting high ceilings and decor that complemented the layout. At the same time there was a pronounced lack of the warmth she had come to associate with that cozy little domicile. She saw no framed photographs of any kind. The only decoration on the walls was an old-style painting of a ferocious bulging-eyed demon in samurai armor hoisting a tremendous sword over one shoulder, and a wall scroll beside it bearing the kanji for what looked at first glance to be Canine Warrior. The slender medic stood by the entryway as she took a seat. "Can I offer you something to drink before we continue?" When she shook her head he came over and sat across from her. "Kukaki-san, I'm given to understand you hold a place of prominence in your world's ruling class, as well as being a high-ranking member of the Shinigami division focused on medicine. To say nothing of the fact that you are considered a patron of the largest collection of scientific minds your realm has to offer." Ryukin leaned forward to rest elbows on his knees. "Without any trace of self-deprecation, what can someone like me possibly offer you?" Too many thoughts were rattling around inside her head. That sense of coldness was back. Rukia admitted to herself now it had nothing to do with weather. This was the sensation of fear. "I'm afraid." It took an effort to reclaim her voice, and even then she spoke in a throat gone dry. "I don't know for sure what would be the correct course of action here. I need the opinion of a physician, one who is not beholden to me or my family." A crinkle formed at the bridge of his nose. "So you require discretion." That was too close for comfort. Rukia sniffed, looking away and hastily wiping at her eyes before turning back to him. "Maybe it's time to stop dancing around the issue. Sensei, can I ask you to examine the Jigai I am using?" He seemed to consider this before responding. "If you like. Would it make you more comfortable to step out of it when I do?" This time she couldn't hold back the tears, and Ryukin grew visibly alarmed upon seeing them, which only made things worse. Immediately so no Shirayuki's reassuring presence engulfed the girl like a warm quilt. Her mouth worked silently for a moment before Rukia finally admitted. "I can't." A wooden clock on the table ticked away, emphasizing the silence that followed. Slowly the Quincy doctor stood upright. His face had resumed a look of professional resolve. "Come with me, please, Kukaki-san. I will help the best I can." She got up and followed him obediently, feeling like a student back at the academy about to take an exam. Only now Rukia already knew the answer that awaited her. "I'm proud of you." "Why?" "Don't spoil it by being clueless. Just let me offer support, okay?" "All right, thanks. Honestly, I wish Yumi Chika was here. You could never be mopey around him." "So true." Without hesitation this brought a small smile to her face. The coldness went away like magic, and Rukia walked forward feeling hopeful no matter what the future might hold in store. The mail had arrived early at the Usagi Shoten, a fact which pleasantly surprised Kon. Upon checking the box, he felt a thrill of excitement upon noticing the sturdy parcel stuffed in with advertisements and bills. Those last would be reserved for Nei-san, but if this was what he thought it was. Anticipation proved too great, and the mod soul eagerly ripped open the package right then and there. He eased the contents out a bit, quivering in anticipation. "Yes." Gleefully Kon headed back inside, shutting the doors behind him. The shop wouldn't open for a while yet. The weekend was a slow time for them, with limited hours to allow their employees an opportunity to enjoy themselves should they so choose. It was a concession by the management he deeply appreciated. Especially now. Ganju Shiba met him in the main store area lugging a few crates. He set them down quickly upon noticing the look on his co-worker's face. "Did it come?" he demanded in trepidation. Kon held up the item in question. "Oh, yeah, man." The son of Shiba snatched it away, drawing forth from its wrapping a DVD. "At last," he exulted. "Our long-awaited copy of Bodacious Biker Babes has arrived." A furtive look dawned on his homely face. "Do you think we should?" Rukia Nissan went out, Hinta is checking inventory, and Noboru still hasn't come back from Soul Society. Kon rubbed his hands together and wiggled his eyebrows meaningfully. "I think we two gents should take advantage of this heaven-sent opportunity, don't you?" The brawny hooligan slapped his comrade's arm and led the way back to his room. It was all they could do not to run, so excited were they. Khan and Ganja had become fast friends since working together here in the mortal world. They both knew a great deal about living in repressive environments that didn't allow you to express your natural-born curiosities, and this went a long way towards erasing any differences that might have existed between them. Khan had done his part to help the relatively backwards soul acclimate to this strange new world, while Ganja happily volunteered his time and energy in their other pursuits. Sharing the skin mags that abounded in the mortal dimension only served to cement their bond. The two men were close as brothers, an absence they both had worked to ignore up till now. "I propose we watch to the halfway point, then save the rest for later," the Hirsute gang boss suggested as he approached his room. "That should give us a chance to heighten the anticipation for what happens next." "Sounds like a plan." Khan hopped from one foot to another in excitement as Ganja slid the door of his chambers open. Sitting on the floor smoking a pipe, Kyokaku Shiba looked up and grinned, a tiger spotting its prey. "Hey, there, little brother." Her younger sibling stopped dead in his tracks. "One-chan!" he gasped, face contorted into an unholy rictus of terror. "KK Kyokaku Dano!" Khan gasped beside him. It felt as though his blood had frozen from one instant to the next. However, unlike Ganju, he had no bizarre childhood trauma to relieve in that moment, so he managed to recover faster. "What brings you by? If we'd known you were coming, we'd have baked me a cake," she interjected slyly. The voluptuous soul wagged the pipe between her teeth as she examined them. Kyokaku still wore the vest and skirt combo he remembered from Soul Society, with wild black hair spilling out of a burnous. Seeing her lounging on the floor, one knee up and lone arm dangling off it, a man could easily be tempted to try his luck. There was certainly a lot to catch the eye, and her skimpy outfit only served to remind you even more lay in wait. All boldness and bounty, Kyokaku Shiba stood as non-living proof that less was so much more. She would have definitely held a top spot in Khan's own private fantasies. That is, had he not seen the things she did to poor Ganju during their brief hiatus in Soul Society. The memories sometimes came back to him at the most inopportune times, spoiling what should have been most pleasurable daydreams. Well, that one terse word seemed to snap Ganju out of his fear-filled haze. "One-chan." Behind his broad back he held out their cherished prize, which Khan covertly accepted to stuff into the waistband of his trousers. "Please be welcome. Can I get you anything? It's truly a joy to have you in my dwelling. Wish I could say the same." Her gleaming eye roved over the piles of dirty magazines hidden behind heaps of unwashed clothes. Kyokaku did not bat an eyelash at this debris of a bachelor's lifestyle. In fact, when she rounded on them again, her grin had only grown bigger. "I see you've been living it up while I've been away." There was a pronounced absence of affection in that smile. Perhaps it was this that spurred Khan to leap to Ganju's rescue. "Kyokaku Dano, I can explain, you see." "Khan-san." The way she spoke his name without even looking at him caused the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. There was so much authority and menace mixed in, he had to wonder why on earth this woman wasn't leading armies back in Soul Society. "It was good to see you again," the head of the Shiba clan continued lightly. "Don't let us keep you from your duties in the shop." Now that right there was a royal command if he ever heard it. It completely killed whatever objection he might have been concocting. Khan threw a commiserative look at Ganju, who completely missed it for want of not taking his eyes off the predator waiting to pounce on him. With that he prepared to flee from whatever dreadful punishment was about to take place. "Oh, and Khan-san. Whatever my brother just gave you, kindly hand it back to him." He did so, without hesitation. Ganju actually looked at him then, and in his sweating corpse-like pallor was a clear plea for help. "Sorry, buddy, I really am, but, better you than me." Khan proceeded to hightail it away from there. Getting back to the first floor of their business, he spied the crates previously laid down. It was Ganju's turn to deliver today, but something told him that wasn't in the cards. These were in-home orders for some of their less mobile clients. In a flash he picked them up and sped away. Should I have warned Hinta? Nah, he's good. It did not escape his notice there appeared to be storm clouds gathering over the shop. Sure hope the place is still standing by the time I get back, or Nasan might be upset. For the next hour, the mod soul put his vaunted legs to good advantage, blazing through the streets of Karakara at speeds that would have taxed marathon distance runners. He didn't go all out, no sense raising suspicions about how anyone could be so ungodly fast. Still, it felt good to stretch his pistons. Some of the local kids playing at the park spotted him and gave chase as far as they could, chanting his name and urging him to even greater speeds. He grinned and complied by taking a long jump that would have netted him gold at any Olympics. They screeched in delight, and he left them with a friendly wave before continuing on his way. It really was good to be alive. "Oh, what a fine young man you are, Kon-kun," old Mrs. Aonuma declared as he plopped down her weekly rice, veggies, and dried noodles. Holding down a job and contributing to the community all in one go. How many other boys out of high school can say the same? "You stay right here, let me get you something good to tide you over on your route." "Thanks, Oji-san." He waited by the door as the tiny old woman went bustling back into her house, returning a minute later with a wrapped parcel which she handed over to him. "Here you are, dear. My kashiwa cakes are a world apart from that junk you find in the stores. Ask anyone hereabouts, they're practically legendary in these parts." Her wrinkled face beamed a smile that was mostly toothless, but not lacking in warmth as a result. "Make sure you share them with that sweet young lady you work for, now. Might just be the thing to catch her interest, eh?" Heh. Blushing, he accepted the gift. "Pretty sure I've mentioned she's seeing somebody else. But thanks again." "Oh, I know how it goes, dear." Mrs. Aonuma patted his hand in commiseration before heaving a long-suffering sigh. "I had my share of affairs of the heart back in the day. It's a tale as old as time, unchanging as the seasons themselves. Why, wouldn't you know? My granddaughter is in town from college, and she's just broken up with her boyfriend. Such a shame." She gave a sad shake of her head that served to express all the weight of her years. A fine vigorous young woman, with a good head on her shoulders, good prospects, and a lovely personality. But teenagers nowadays, specifically boys, why, they're just a bunch of layabouts and spendthrifts living off their hard-working parents. Times certainly have changed. "Yeah, I hear that." Kon felt his good mood sour just a tad as her words brought a certain scowling carrot top to mind. He grimaced and took up the stack of crates once more. "Well, I better get going. See you next week, Oji-san." "Oh, how my old heart aches to think of her moping about, pining after that lazy octopus," she continued without hearing him. If only there was a way to get her mind off him for a while, let her see that there's so much better prospects than some baldy who hasn't even got a job and spends all his time playing video games and singing karaoke with his hoodlum buddies. "Yes, I could die happy were there someone willing to treat her nicely while she's here visiting, for one night at least." He shrugged sympathetically as the biddy dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. "Well, I'd like to be of help, but—" "Oh, I'm so glad to hear it." The elderly matron grasped his hand and bobbed up and down with remarkable alacrity for her age. "You two are going to have such a nice time. Now, I'll make sure she meets you at the Usagi Shoten tonight at 7 p.m. sharp." Kon blinked. "Wait, what? This is such good news." She led him back towards the street, talking non-stop. "I can't wait to tell her, I'll call straight away. Girls need time to look their best, after all. Now, Kon-kun, I don't want you to feel as though you have to impress her on the very first date, just a nice dinner with maybe a trip to a shopping center, nothing fancy, don't overtax yourself, it will only disrupt your digestion, take it from me, I know a thing or two about that. And be sure to dress sharp, the ladies always appreciate that. Remember, 7 o'clock, on the dot, outside your store, this very evening, I'm looking forward to hearing good news about the date, well, goodbye." Mrs. Aonuma hustled back into her house double time and shut the door. She left one very bewildered young man standing on the street corner clutching a stack of deliveries with some admittedly fine kashiwa cakes nestled atop them. "Date?" After about a minute, Kon regained enough clarity to say the only thing that made sense in this situation. "Huh." Saijin Komamura was crouched down in his herb garden when he heard a voice call out, "Ohio, Ji-san." Large hands stilled in plucking lemongrass. For just a moment there was an urge to growl deep in his throat so strong that suppressing it nearly choked him. Upon opening his eyes, the bulky gardener sat back and turned with a scowl to face his uninvited guest. "Greetings, Kukaki-sama. Please make yourself at home." Atop the wall to his left lounged Noboru Kukaki. The young soul was resting on the peak of the roof with arms crossed beneath his chin. That cheeky grin he wore seemed so out of place on a member of the Kukaki clan one could almost doubt his parentage. Sadly, the truth of the matter was as evident as the nose on his face. The boy scrambled up to sit on the tiled peak with his legs kicking lazily. A bejeweled hairpin carved in the shape of a monkey was stuck in his black tresses. He had on a red jacket patterned with gold thread and a pair of shockingly green trousers buckled by a length of rope. The incongruity of his garb might have been perplexing were one less familiar with him. Why can I not be less familiar with him? Please? In a flash the brazen youth had hopped down and was poking around so fast it left after images of him all over the place. The whole time he never left off firing questions and observations non-stop. "Hey, Ji-san, what's this tool for? Do you like the smell of dirt? I brought you a new brush. What's your favorite type of sweets? Mine's German chocolate cake. Do you like it when people rub your ears? Are you colorblind? Did you ever meet anyone famous in the mortal world? Like Miyamoto Musashi or Elvis Presley? Oh. Is Elvis here? Is he really dead? What about in Soul Society, then? What did your division do, anyway?" Despondently Saijin resumed busying himself in the garden without another glance at the boy, who raced around or popped up over his broad shoulder to study what he was doing. He had no idea what the son of a nobleman would want with a fallen Shinigami like him. Sure enough, though, this in no way deterred Noboru. "Have you ever been married? You seem like the sort of guy who'd really wow the ladies. Like Don Juan and Casanova, you know? I'll bet you're more popular than you think. Say, what do you know about the Wild Hunt?" His hands stilled in their pruning. Komamura turned to regard his inquisitive companion, who stood rocking back and forth with hands behind his head. There was a smile on his face, but the boy had stopped asking further questions, which apparently meant he was waiting for an answer. "Who told you about that?" he asked warily. "You mean who told me you might know something?" "Lady Kotetsu's little sister, the one who can't keep a secret. I gave her some info about my pop, and she told me you came to visit her new brother-in-law after the attack to talk to them about it. Also you're one of the last captains to fight the hunt. So what's the deal?" This new conversational track served to remind Saijin he was dealing with the presumptive heir to the Shihoin as well. And they were a family that believed in rooting out secrets. He doubted this was an effort by the boy's mother to learn more through him about Saijin's connection to the Wild Hunt. It was too direct, for starters. Regardless, he proceeded with caution. "I participated in its destruction 40 years ago." The big man came to his feet, dusting off his knees and picking up his tool basket. Without being asked, Noboru collected the bunch of fresh herbs and vegetables and trotted along beside him as they headed back into the main house. "My division and the 3rd under Jin Ichimaru fought them in the world of the living. Our mission was deemed a success, though the loss of human life involved might be far from what some might call a resounding victory." "How did you pick out Cernunnos?" Noboru pressed his advantage. "Was there a tell, like if you stood far enough away you could see they moved around with it always at the center? The hunt is too chaotic for such strategies." Saijin led them into the kitchen area. He hung his hat and gloves from a support post in the middle of the room, then proceeded to begin washing the veggies with water pumped fresh from the well. Noboru handed them over when he was ready for a new one, and he continued his cautionary tale. "They know their targets and little else. Challenging them boils down to indiscriminately slaughtering their ranks until you hit upon the right one that banishes the rest." As he accepted a clutch of whole scallions from the youth, those fierce yellow canine eyes locked on his gray ones. "Why this interest in the hunt, Kukaki-sama?" In response the boy blew out his bangs. "You know, I'm not officially with the Kukaki yet. You can just call me Noboru and it wouldn't be weird. I promise not to tell anybody at home." It did not escape his notice how the question had been dodged. He definitely had his mother's habit of secrecy. Though no sign of her more persuasive methods, thankfully. There were rumors so iPhone had a hand in his ongoing tutelage. If so, the prospect of hot irons and bamboo slivers was still in the realm of possibility. He decided to play it safe. "Thank you, Kukaki-sama, but I am not worthy of such familiarity between us. Proper forms must be observed." "I don't get it." The lordling crossed his arms and frowned while Saijin went about selecting vegetables from the basket. "You were a captain for decades, with Bankai and war wounds and everything, but I've never heard you say a word about it. Most people it's exactly the opposite, they've only got nice things to say about themselves and the rest of the world can go hang for all they care. But you seem permanently down on anything and everything related to you. You're a dog general, caballero. Like straight out of a manga, big deal lord of war, dog demon, bad hombre with fangs and everything. I mean, what have you got against being you?" As the lad exulted, Saijin stared down into the basin of water at his reflection. What he saw there in no way resembled the salutatory figure Noboru described. Sadly, he reached up to grasp the pump handle and send more water cascading down to shatter that worthless image gazing morosely back at him. "What I was never amounted to much, Kukaki-sama. And what I have become strips away any and all honor that might have been bestowed upon me in the past." For a time Noboru just stared at him. Then he reached up and patted the furry giant on the shoulder. "Doesn't matter to me. I still think you're pretty damn cool." He then added, "And I meant what I said before. The girls would probably go wild over you still, Captain or no. Don't act like you're not interested. Remember Captain Idolschwank at my parents' wedding? Talk about hot. And have you ever met my Aunt Rukia? She's a classy lady, you know, can see past the exterior of people, always a nice thing to say about folks, and she loves cute animals. Well, rabbits mostly, but I wouldn't mind having you for an uncle at all. Unlike that Frisa Kurosaki. Talk about worthless. Que bruto. Now there's someone who belongs on the wrong side of the bars in a zoo, face like a Tasmanian devil's butt, not to mention." This line of conversation left Saijin even more uncomfortable than when they had been discussing the hunt. It came as an abject relief to him when a hell butterfly came bobbing in through a window and landed on Noboru's shoulder. Giving a grimace, the boy waved it off. "Shoot. Gotta do some training. I'll see you later. Oh, and I'll bring Aunt Rukia by next time. You two should really hit it off, no need to thank me, bye." Before he could object there came a swish of shunpo. Komamura looked around to find himself alone in the kitchen. Feeling a distinct sense of trepidation about what tomorrow might bring, he resolved to do some cleaning that he had been putting off. Just in case that last threat turned out to be real. With Noboru Kukaki, you never knew what to expect. Their course hasn't changed for over half an hour, Ikeku Madarame reported as he stood beside his captain and vice-captain atop a weathered plateau. They observed the convoy of hollows from a distance. The pack moved across the dunes of Hueco Mundo at speeds that left a veritable sandstorm behind them. "He knows we're here," the third seat stated tersely with Hojokamera draped in readiness over one shoulder. "This many Shinigami might as well be loaded down with bells. We'll never take him by surprise." Zaraki's only response was a spine-shivering rumble. A shake of his head produced no musical accompaniment to that comment. The Kenpeki had stopped wearing any bells after the Autumn War. The eye patch hadn't changed, though now it served mainly to hide the fact he really was missing an eye. The warlord and his cohort had arrived on the scene only a minute past. Ikeku couldn't tell if the encounter with Jigoku had changed anything inside his captain's head. Zaraki never spoke about what might have passed between them, and Yachiru adamantly refused to answer questions on the subject, taking smug delight in sealing her lips against any and all entreaties. Right now she was absorbed in chewing on a lollipop while kicking her heels lazily atop the captain's shoulder. None of this served to diminish their shared relish at what lay ahead. "Grimjo's crew is a tough bunch of customers," Madarame continued. "I've pulled in all our patrols that were in the vicinity." He then remembered something else of importance. "Oh, and we sent word to the Vazard. An hour ago," he added silently. "We got lost." Yachiru exclaimed as she hopped excitedly up and down atop her perch. Like we needed her to tell us that. Ikeku couldn't help but agree. He dispatched the Hell Butterfly to Shinji and company under the impression that Captain Zaraki was only 2 minutes away at most. There should have been no way the masked army would arrive in time to cause a ruckus. As the minutes dragged on, though, he recalled who he was dealing with. Invincible warrior he might be, but Kenpei Zaraki could get lost in a hallway. Yachiro's presence didn't improve those odds. Now here they were well past the point he assumed the mission would begin, and with every passing moment the likelihood of those nutty hybrids showing up grew ever greater. Looks like they're heading somewhere, Kenny, the tiny lieutenant of Tiger informed her towering transport. What about it? He finally growled back, the first words spoken since their arrival. Well, what if it's someplace important, like a party? That means even if we hit them they won't stop to play, they'll just try to break through and get where they're going. Right. After a moment of grim consideration, the Kenpei rounded on his third seat. Send 3 detachments to move as far ahead as they can. Once we attack they'll move in to catch any that try to escape. At those speeds it's all a lot of our guys can do just to keep up with them, Ikeku felt the need to point out. That's so. His heart sank at the evil expression spreading over the captain's face. Guess that means you better join them. Make sure they don't get lost. I think he heard you, Hojikameru. Really? Let's find out. Hey, Zaraki. Itadai. Yes, Teiku. Ikeku bellowed at the top of his lungs and saluted before hustling off to relay these orders. Meanwhile the leader of Tiger Company rounded on the battle-hungry soldiers arrayed behind him and raised his weapon overhead without speaking a single word. They responded in kind, every last man and woman eager to commence the bloodletting at long last. With that their undying commander spun and launched himself at the forefront of his army. Well, alright. A few paces down the line, Makaizo Aramaki took one last chug from a jar of sake before smashing it against his head. Whipping his dripping locks from side to side, the mad drunk wrenched his soul cutter from its sheath and brandished it overhead. Get along, lil doggies. He bellowed. His fellows in Tiger Company roared their enthusiastic support of this statement despite having no clue what it meant. Moments later they went swarming over the edge of the plateau, tumbling and careening with all the grace and destructive fury of a landslide. Here they come. Tezuma shouted as the Shinigami forces came pouring in from the west. Running beside her, Grimjo Jaggerjax briefly turned his head without breaking stride. He then looked over one shoulder at his hunting party and flicked a hand in the direction they had been moving. If you get separated, head back to the forest. I'll send word later. And if you don't kill at least a few of them, don't bother showing up. With that he sped away. In vain Tezuma caught up to him, having already assumed her battle form. That's a hell of a lot of power headed our way, she called. Think our friends with the masks are with them. I'll find out soon enough, he smirked in anticipation. Now get going. She obeyed, peeling off and vanishing under a pall of hollow magic. Racing in full resurrection beneath the lightless desert sky, the panther demon exulted. Already his lynx-like ears had picked up the unmistakable sound of fighting from the lagging ends of his crew. As determined as he was to reach their destination, the thought of getting there without any sort of opposition hadn't sat too well with him. Now it seemed like his prayers were answered. Infane hadn't been wrong about the immense strength of the force arrayed against them. It seemed too much to hope that this be the contingent led by his old pal Neliel and her red-headed cock of a boyfriend. Fate had already been kind enough. Considering it might be the only action he got for a while, he was resolved to make the most of it. Next thing Grimjo knew, a huge white-robed Shinigami was speeding alongside him with a grin that chilled the Espada to his core. Hey! The death god rasped, and swung his sword around like the crest of a tsunami. He dodged on instinct. There was no merit in trying to block something like that. Jaggerjax threw himself to one side. In the slow-motion acuity that came only with recognizing a threat to one's life, he could swear he saw a dimensional tear in the wake of that screaming blade. Galaxies seemed to open up before him. And then the swing was completed. What followed was an explosion of power that only kept getting bigger, rising up to touch the sky and shooting off towards the horizon without any sign of stopping. Caught in the shockwave of this attack, the Sexta flew much farther than he had originally intended. Earth and sky cycled around him so fast he didn't know which way was up. By the time he had finished rolling across the sand and staggered to one knee, Grimjo was shocked to see what looked to be the conflict he had left behind now over a mile away. How in the hell? Found him, Kenshan. A high-pitched voice laughed close by. A shadow fell over him. Grimjoe's eyes widened. His head whipped around in time to see something huge thundering down. A Zero blasted from his palm to meet this assault mere moments before it hit. For all the good it did. A terrific boom caused the ground of Hueco Mundo to jump for leagues in every direction. It knocked several Shinigami who were back at the fighting off their feet. Some looked to the source of this seismic activity to find a towering statue of a smiling white cat waving at them from far away. This earned no more comment than had it been a hell butterfly on the wing. Back at the source of that cataclysm found Grimjoe flat on his back with both hands and feet up in the air straining to keep this thing from crushing him to death. It felt like holding up a mountain. He was half submerged in the sand already, head barely above ground level, teeth clenched and muscles straining to their utmost. To his horror he could feel his trembling limbs start to buckle already. Son of a bitch, is this how I go? I never even saw what hit me. That's enough. The weight was flipped off him to land a ways back. For a time Grimjoe could only stare panting at the open sky. When he looked over, it was to see a tremendous white cat statue lying on one side holding a gold coin with a bell around its neck. This incomprehensible sight took up all his attention. That is, until a hand seized hold of his long hair and yanked him upright. Glowing yellow from head to foot, that same enormous Shinigami from before held the Hollow Hunter aloft to dangle on high. For his part Grimjoe felt like a walnut being crushed between the jaws of a nutcracker. It was even worse than being under that cat mountain. A sword almost as big as its wielder hung from the troll's fist, resembling a gigantic rounded arrowhead set onto an ornate handle. The aura being put out by this spiky-haired demon god held him fast even more securely than the huge hand at his scalp. He had to fight just to draw in a breath. What the hell was this guy, a Vastolord? Gotta admit, I was hoping for more out of you. The mad-eyed Shinigami sounded like a dog growling. Kenny, don't forget to ask him where the Bat Boss is. When Grimjoe looked to the source of this cry, he found only a tiny little girl in Shinigami robes with pink hair lounging on the slopes. Hi. She waved before going back to squeezing mounds of sand between her fists and watching the grains go spilling out in fascination. Her fellow death god cocked his spade-shaped head to one side and stood with a contemplative expression for a moment, then gave a nod. Okay, I'll tone it down. At this the yellow outline around his body lessened to a large degree. The gargantuan battle blade shrank down to a slimmer, more compact form. Grimjoe realized he could move again. Immediately he seized hold of the giant's wrist for leverage before swinging both feet up to smash against his jaw. That pincushion pate jerked to one side, only to whip back around terribly fast, now wearing a look of primeval joy so great it erased any last semblance of humanity. That's more like it. The hulking war machine slavered as he licked a line of blood from his lip. Don't take it lying down. Gimme a fight, wild man. As crazy as it sounded, Grimjoe still couldn't resist a challenge. One sweep of his claws saw him dropping to the ground with the Shinigami now holding a handful of blue hair. This he flung to the side disdainfully. The feral fighter leapt backwards to put some distance between them, crouching down in preparation to go tearing straight in for more. Instead another figure leapt up from behind the giant to hang superimposed against the night sky. A blank mask with two eye slits covered his face, and one armored fist holding what appeared to be a chakram was cocked back in readiness to strike. With a roar reminiscent of a hollow, this powerhouse catapulted towards him, causing Grimjoe to spring away. When the newcomer struck the ground an explosive geyser blasted heavenward. Upon landing, Jaggerjax half turned to find the familiar form of Shinji Hirako standing behind him. Grimjoe. The masked fighter snarled, and fired a Zero without hesitation. The Sexta dropped to land on his back, face lit by the raw crimson power roaring a few feet overhead. The beam streaked along straight at the berserker giant from before, who casually stood his ground without moving, only raising his sword to meet it. Red energy slammed against this weapon and was dispersed to all sides as though it were no more than water. In the meantime Jaggerjax tucked his knees against his chest, braced his palms against the ground overhead and launched himself forward with all the strength he could muster. His pawed feet lashed out as he drove himself towards the Vazard, who twisted aside to let him go soaring past. The energy beam spun with him, and the pink-haired child from before had to leap aside to keep from being struck by it. "Play nice, Greasy," She pouted upon landing. Her hand rose, index finger extended. Hado number 1, show. A boom like a firework caused the Hollow's ears to ring. It also knocked the Vazored leader off his feet to go tumbling helplessly like a rag doll into the distance. Grimjoe actually lost sight of him as a result. Well, hell, he mused. Maybe she's a captain too. For his part he had already found his feet and come upright. Upon looking back he found that, to no surprise, Captain Calamity stood unharmed. However, the frown that gargantuan figure wore, coupled with the unpleasant gleam in his staring yellow eye, implied he did not take kindly to such treatment of himself or his familiar. Seeing this gave him an idea. Grimjoe turned back to the first masked fighter, who was now charging at him with great blade knuckle dusters clenched in each fist. He launched himself forward in turn, but halfway there, his body blurred. The silver-haired Vazored responded by thrusting both arms out and unleashing an explosion that engulfed the Espada directly before him. All trace of his enemy dissolved away in the face of that gigaton of power, leaving the hybrid warrior blinking in surprise. At that same moment the little girl gave a jump as Grimjoe appeared before her in a slight boom of Gemelos Sonido. Crouched down on his haunches with his back to her, the maniacal Hollow roared, "Ya missed me, dumbass." Just as expected, his vengeful opponent sprang into the air once more, roaring like a madman as he plummeted towards the Espada, who wasted no time in performing another Gemelos that left his afterimage still hanging before the brat in seeming readiness to take the assault. The girl's big fuchsia eyes narrowed. "Nope," she declared, and an instant later a house-sized kitty cat monument slammed the approaching Vazored earthward as though he were no more than a bug. Jagger Jax laughed as he reappeared. "It's actually easier to fight these clowns with more Shinigami around. They're as much a threat to them as me. Die." He spun and brought up both hands just in time to catch the gigantic saw-toothed butcher blade aiming to bisect him. The segmented edges roared through his palms like a chainsaw, grinding against his armored fingers. There was only a glimpse of a tiny masked figure in red with blonde tufts of hair sticking out of her head before this one too opened her jaws to build up another destructive Zero Blast. "Back off, Hiri." Next thing Grimjoe knew, a bald Shinigami with a spear tucked under one arm was grabbing the snarling pixie around the waist and dragging her back a ways. "This is the captain's fight." "No." Her head spun around. Black eyes trained on her ally without a trace of recognition. The spearman barely had a chance to blink before she swung that screaming blade in a backhand arc that would have scalped him had he not ducked in time, allowing her to squirm free. With no hesitation she was then tearing back towards Grimjoe. When her ally tried to catch her again, the girl attacked once more, forcing him to bring up his pole to defend against this wild assault. "Get away from here, Zaraki." The person in question slowly craned his neck around to find two more of the masked army flanking him. One sported a bushy afro atop his skeletal features and a green tracksuit, while the other had the bleached skull of a bird with costly raiment that seemed just as out of place in this environment as his partner's. "Grimjoe belongs to us," the blonde Vazored pronounced from behind that mask of bone. The tiger captain appeared to lose all interest in them. He looked ahead, taking into account his third seat fighting against a maddened Hiri while Kensei's legs were buckling under the insupportable weight of Yachiro's oversized Zanpakuto. Zaraki inhaled deeply. His smile was gone. "You're all fucking dead," he promised as lines of yellow energy rose once more from his form. The ground started to rumble, followed immediately by the sky. "Obey, Hano." Everything in the entire world seemed to focus on that one spot as the captain of the Godi I-7 Combat Division uttered his Soul Cutter's release command. His sword resumed its previous oversized battle incarnation, only now the power it radiated had increased to an exponential magnitude. It was as though he had become a black hole drawing in the entirety of existence. Grimjoe's instincts told him to run, and he obeyed them. The pull of spiritual gravity behind him made it feel like he was racing against a mighty headwind or the current of a raging rapids. Still, none of the Vazored gave chase. The focus of that colossal murderous fury was upon them, and they could no more resist it than the tides could withstand the pull of the moon. He fled, while at his back, an angry god demanded his due. 5 minutes till 7 saw Khan sweating outside the Usagi Shoten. He had spent a great deal of time today debating the correct course of action. Should he call the old lady and feign illness? She'd probably just come over with a home remedy and a stick to beat him with when he proved to be lying. Tell her he was an illegal immigrant. Best not to get the law involved too soon. Fake his own death? Better. Let's keep that in mind. Run like mad? Plan B. Yet somehow, his traitorous heart spoke out against running away, figuratively or literally. Really, Con, what's the big deal? Not like you're actually seeing anyone. And it's just a blind date. No reason to think anything real is going to result from it. Even if Rukia finds out, she won't think less of you. In fact, this might be to your benefit. Show her that you're a mature person who can handle something of this nature. Or maybe she'll get jealous and it'll go a long way towards, getting her interest. Something like that. So it was that after work he retreated to his room and began trying on clothes. As it turned out, Khan had a much bigger wardrobe than he ever noticed. Sure, Yuzu had dragged him and Karen along on a few shopping trips lately, and he wound up spending a goodly chunk of his paycheck on clothes she insisted were perfect for him, but after coming back home he just wound up hanging the outfits in his closet and forgetting about them. The less you wore, the less laundry you had to do. At last he settled on an off-white sports coat over a striped green dress shirt unbuttoned at the throat to show a beige designer t-shirt. Corduroy slacks felt looser around the midsection than he remembered. Fortunately he found a great cowboy buckle belt that he distinctly recalled vowing never to wear in public. By that point it was drawing close to the appointed hour, and beggars couldn't be choosers. A pair of white loafers with shiny buckles finished the ensemble. Initially he might have asked for an outside opinion, but Ganju and his sister were nowhere to be found, neither Rukia nor Noboru had been heard of all day, and he doubted Hinta had much to contribute regarding fashion. So this would have to do. Right on the hour a taxi pulled up at the gate. The door opened, and a girl stepped out. She spoke to the driver briefly before walking over. Khan found he was trembling a little. He could feel sweat gliding between his shoulder blades. What am I doing? This is crazy. I never asked for this, and you know what? She probably feels the same way. So I'll just explain things to her, maybe offer a free coupon for the store, and we can, just. Wait a minute. Isn't that? Recognition hit. He could only stare in amazement as the girl drew up to him and heaved a sigh. That's a relief. I was afraid she might have set me up with the big gorilla. Granny's eyesight isn't what it used to be. Why, yeah, he managed back. In front of him stood Mizuho Asano, older sister to Ichigo's friend Kigo. He remembered her, of course. Prior to graduating from Karakura First High School earlier in the year, Mizuho was briefly introduced to him following the Hueco Mundo abduction incident. At the time she and Uriu's dad were too busy chastising Don Kanonji for his part in that fiasco to make much conversation, although could you really call it chastising when something was inserted up the other person's butt? Kigo had treated her with the type of hesitancy and circumspection one usually reserved for handling live grenades. Khan recalled thinking her hostile and more energetic than a box full of puppies, but certainly cute. That last bit was displayed in full now. Mizuho had on a faded jean jacket over an orange tank top complete with a thick white belt, green mini skirt and black leggings. Leather high-heel boots rose to mid-calf while a dark red scarf encircled her throat. Her light brown hair was pulled up into a ponytail, and two pink earrings clinked when she moved her head. A student council president, in addition to being captain of her school's baseball club, Mizuho's boundless verve and impressive academic standing enabled her to score swift admission to Hokkaido University in Sapporo, one of the top 10 schools in the nation. However, according to Kigo, the reason she chose Hokkaido U was because she took offense to their school motto, "Boys, be ambitious," and set out to upend what she considered to be a backwards and sexist attitude towards women at that institution. Her coming home at this current period might indicate she had ruffled a few feathers among the faculty. That or she was just flat out expelled. For her part, the older teen was taking this opportunity to size him up. "Did you get dressed in the dark?" she asked with a frown. "Or were these your only clean clothes?" Khan looked down at himself in surprise. "What? 2 girls helped me pick these out, how could they be bad? Obviously a girl didn't help you put them together. And for the record, I normally go for bald men." Khan reached up to rub his stubbly hair self-consciously. Before she could abuse his ego further, however, Mizuho shrugged and indicated back towards the taxi with casual authority. Might as well start the show. Come on, the meter's running. I already know where we're headed, so let's get cracking. Nothing to say back came to him, so Khan just followed obediently along behind her. As she was about to enter the car, his date paused and turned around. What's your name again? He felt a twinge of pain in his heart at this clear lack of interest. Kaizo Konpaku. That explains the nickname. With that she ducked inside and scooted over. Don't make a lady wait, Kon. Perplexed, conflicted, and seriously resisting the impulse to run like mad, Khan eventually managed to get it together long enough to comply. The door shut and the taxi pulled away into the deepening dusk. They sat together for a while without saying a word. The anxious Maud gripped his knees in trepidation. This is it. I'm actually on a date for the first time in my life. Should I say something? What do people really do when they go out? Damn it. Why didn't I buy those erotic dating sims when I had the chance? Compliment her appearance. Yeah, that sounds good. He glanced over. Beside him Mizuho was staring straight ahead with arms crossed, looking more relaxed than he would have believed possible in this situation. Okay, there's admittedly a lot to work with here, so just pick something and go for it. I like your hairband, he blurted out. Slowly her eyes rotated around to fasten on him, and a sudden surge of peril shot through his brain. He could swear he saw a vein throbbing in her temple. When she spoke, however, all Mizuho said was, "How old are you?" The question was so out of nowhere it left him feeling only surprise. Why? I'm wondering if this is your first time dating. For some reason I assumed you were older than Kurosaki. Like in your 20s. She fixed him with a measuring look that left Khan feeling like a bug on a windshield. I'd planned to do some drinking tonight, but if you're not even the legal age, the appeal is lost. Well, are you old enough to drink? He retorted. Never ask a lady's age. Fire and wrath blazed up in an instant, causing him to jerk back as a face straight from a horror flick threatened him with all manner of bodily harm. This girl is nuts. Beg your pardon. He gasped out. The hell beast went back in her cage. That's okay. Hope you brought your wallet. This is a good place we're headed. My ex and I used to go there all the time. Lots of memories. Oh. The conversation shut down after that, leaving the rest of the ride to pass in silence until they reached the place in question. Mizuho got out without waiting for him to open the door for her, which he had been planning on to demonstrate a sense of chivalry. She marched into the warm glowing eatery while Khan remained to pay the cabbie. Fortunately he had made sure to stock up on cash so there was plenty to spare. But would that remain true when the night was over? Something told him the answer was no. A host had already made the necessary welcomes and was heading towards an empty table. Mizuho beckoned for him to follow and Khan hurried to comply. When they sat down, the host set out menus. Your server will be along shortly, he supplied before departing. Khan had a brief look around. There were several other customers in attendance, mostly couples, as well as one or two groups of friends or possibly business acquaintances. The place had paper lanterns with electric bulbs in them for lighting, and the booth they were in boasted painted screens to separate them from the guests at front and back. At the center of the dining area, a double hibachi grill was manned by two professional chefs who served the customers seated around them while performing tricks with blades and fire to the delight of all. It was a rather warm and friendly atmosphere. So we're clear, Kon, if you pull out your phone tonight for any reason short of a loved one's death, it's going onto the hibachi. I don't appreciate being overlooked in favor of texts. Mizuho said this while gazing steadily at the chefs plying their art. Her dinner companion was beginning to wonder if he had done something to offend her without realizing it. Maybe I should ask? A guy in his late teens approached the table. Welcome to Hibiki Hibachi. My name is Dan, and I will be your waiter tonight. Can I start you off with anything to drink? It was a sad testament to the start of this evening that a waiter's smiling face was the nicest he had seen so far. Orange soda. And for the lady, sugarcane juice. No ice. Add a slice of lime. Nice to see she was as brusque with other strangers as she was with him. Khan noticed the waiter staring at Mizuho, but when she glared back at him, he hastily wrote down their orders on a pad. Yes, I'll get right on that. Be right back. Have a look at our selection of appetizers. He then beat a hasty retreat, leaving the mod soul on his own to flounder in unfamiliar waters that he worried were out of his depth. Mizuho hadn't looked at him once since sitting down. It dawned on Khan that she might be expecting a tad more impetus on his part. Maybe finding common ground would be a good place to start. So I was surprised to learn old lady Aonuma was your grandmother, he supplied. It never came up before. I guess she hoodwinked you into coming on this date too. Yeah, she's really something. Mizuho's attention drifted around the room. A quick glance at her watch was followed by drumming her fingers on the table. Khan shifted on the pillows beneath him to get more comfortable. This experience was not leaving a good impression. And whose fault is that, really? He spied the waiter off by the kitchen typing on a handheld. Come on, man, hurry up with those drinks. I need something to keep my mouth occupied. Might as well make the effort. We were all impressed that you made it into Hokkaido U. She flashed him a look that helped Khan realize fast that comment might be taken in a negative light. Hastily he strove to clarify. I mean, everyone knows they're one of the elite schools in Japan. Only the best go there. Kigo was especially proud. Humph. Her eyes narrowed, and she actually turned to face him head-on. I'll bet. Get me out of the house so he can loaf around and not have to worry about picking up after himself. The place was a pigsty when I got back in. I had him clean it top to bottom and then kicked him out for the weekend. He can shack up with that gigolo friend of his while I'm here. Or sleep on the street. That'll teach him not to disrespect the home some people work hard to afford so he can get by. Right. Words failed him after this heartwarming diatribe. Fortunately their drinks arrived soon afterwards. Khan accepted his and pointed out an appetizer before taking a long gulp that reduced his beverage of choice by half. To keep from losing this safety net too early in the game, he strove to follow up on the conversational headway. I remember him mentioning that you two lived in a shared apartment. You're a great role model, looking after your little brother by yourself all those years. Does that mean your parents live somewhere else, or do you? They're divorced. And just like that his valiant effort to keep the dialogue going died. They sat in silence for a full minute with neither exchanging a word. Mizuho focused on the chef entertainers as they heated their blades to glowing red and flipped them back and forth, paying him no mind. So far being rebuffed was not proving the helpful learning material he had envisioned. This was similar to times he had spent with Ichigo back when he was still just a stuffed doll. Zero compatibility and even less tolerance. He imagined the scowling Shinigami substitute sitting across from him, and a nervous chuckle escaped Khan's lips. He shut them firmly when Mizuho leveled another threatening glower his way. Khan looked all around the room, sweating and sick to his stomach. I should go to the bathroom. Give me a chance to recoup. Or maybe just duck out a window. Call that plan C. For now He stopped, peering fixedly across the room. Is that Ishida? Mizuho turned to look in the same direction, then came about. Friend of yours? Yeah. I think. Hard to be certain. Acting on a voyeuristic instinct, Khan ducked down and scooted further against the wall so he was out of sight, then peered slowly around the bend to get a better look. The person sitting in a booth at the far end of the room certainly looked like Urayu Ishida. He was sporting a brown sweater with colored diamonds sewn on the front and navy slacks, but even outside of his usual business attire, it would be hard to mistake him for anyone else. Now that he concentrated, the Quincy's unusual soul signature came clear. But why would he be here of all places? Had someone asked him to check up on Khan during the date? A wingman? Only who could have told him, and why? Only then did it dawn on Khan that there were 2 platters of food at the other table. Even as he thought this, someone sitting across from Ishida held out an empty glass. An attentive waiter came up to the archer's table with a pitcher of water, and the diner leaned over for him to fill it. Doing so gave Khan his third shock of the evening, as he realized the Quincy was eating with none other than Mikuru Ogawa of all people. Holy cow! He breathed in awe. What's up? He returned his attention to Mizuho, who regarded him expectantly. She seemed more interested now than throughout the entire evening. The preceding revelation left him too stunned to ascribe anything to it. I can't believe those two are here together, he stated without trying to hide his surprise. Are they on a date? She chanced another look and shrugged. Could be. You want I should go ask? What? No. I mean. He shook his head in a vain attempt to clear it. I'm kind of blown away by it. I mean, the two of them, or really, just him to begin with, or her, now that you mention it, although that dance number she pulled during the cultural festival probably attracted a lot of guys' attention, still, I could have sworn he and Orium had a thing, maybe one-sided on his end, or just. Khan realized his mouth was having trouble connecting with his brain and shut up. Not like there was much happening in his head to explain this turn of events. However, it did not escape his attention that his own companion for the evening was smiling for the first time tonight. Okay, I believe it now, she affirmed with a merry grin. You don't date much, do you? Not, so you'd know it. Her meal ticket gave a helpless shrug. That's a surprise. You've got a job, you're pretty good looking, that counts for a lot these days. When he squirmed at this ordinary compliment, she smirked and took a sip of her drink before leaning in to rest her arms on the table. So let me ask you something, Khan. What exactly is it that you do? Me. Now that's a loaded question. Better play it straight. I work at the Usagi Shoten. Make deliveries, run errands, that sort of thing. Oh, come on, that's just your day job. Who are you when the lights go off, What's your angle? You're clearly out of high school, but I haven't heard anything about why a guy your age isn't in college. Were you kicked out? Are you a NEET, or a Ronin? Taking classes to pass the exams and get into the school of your dreams for the last 5 years, maybe. Definitely not. His mind raced to think up a rational explanation, and to his surprise, one came. I'm actually here on a work visa. Probably no one told you, but... And here he steeled himself, leaning forward and speaking in a low voice, causing Mizuho to reciprocate so they wouldn't be overheard. To tell you the truth, I'm not a Japanese citizen. More like, an undocumented immigrant. Oh, mysterious. Mizuho slipped out of her jacket then and laid it off to one side. He couldn't help but notice her bare shoulders and smooth healthy skin, toned by years on the mound. The primitive fantasies and urges this evoked almost made him miss what she said next. I could tell by your face that you're not native to these parts, but I couldn't make up my mind where you might be from. Some Japanese ancestry, to be sure. No, wait, let me guess. The lovely young woman settled back, tapping her lips in studious focus as she surveyed him from top to bottom. Khan felt himself blush at this perusal, and when she saw it his date grinned even wider. By your hair color and build, I'm going to guess. Peruvian South American. Or California United States. Am I right? Close enough. So what are your parents like, then? Offhand I'd say your mother was Japanese and your father foreign. Are they living here? What do they do for a living and why aren't you with them? Okay, here's where things become tricky. Can't let on that I was created in a laboratory by a mad scientist in the afterlife. Nobody mentioned before whether or not Mizuho was as spiritually attuned as her brother, so she might not react too well if I spilled the beans about Shinigami and Hollows. Don't get too detailed. Keep the lies simple and easy to remember. You see, the thing is. Play it by ear, maybe some of Dad's hereditary genius will help you get through this. My parents separated, and I wound up living under my father's roof. Dad was a research scientist, funded by the government, and he did work for them, independent stuff. He insisted on homeschooling me, actually, which is why I'm a bit of a social naive. Is that right? She looked not entirely unconvinced but still enjoying herself. To say nothing of a whole lot prettier. It felt good to have a girl interested in him. And your mother? How did you wind up here? Does she live in these parts? At this Khan's face fell. Old wounds opened up so fast that he couldn't even think of a convenient half-truth. I don't really have many memories of my mother. She left when I was still young. They kept in touch, but I never saw her afterwards. Mizuho's smile faded. Now she regarded him in an appraising manner once more, as though seeing Kon for the first time. He recognized how precarious of a position he might be in and strove to keep from saying too much. Anyway, a few years ago, Dad got into trouble with the law. Unpaid taxes. She demanded slyly. Impersonating a government officer, actually. That wasn't far from the truth. Maybe I can use more of what really happened? See, he was trying to get his hands on some controversial research data, and well, Dad had a hard time recognizing where the line was drawn when it came to his work. Or that there was a line to begin with. So he wound up getting sent to prison. At this point I didn't have what you would call a home anymore or relatives that I could turn to. It looked like I might get deported back to my place of origin for a while there. It was hands down the scariest time of my life. That is until Kon stopped talking as he realized where this topic would lead. Not quite appropriate for a date, even he knew that. But the other person in this equation clearly wasn't ready to let it drop there. She leaned in and demanded, "Yeah? Go on, I'm listening." "Ah, what the heck? I got rescued," he said simply. "And fell in love." Mizuho's eyebrows rose. She settled back on the cushions and crossed her arms. "Wow. You said it." His mouth felt a little dry, and he took a drink. "Come to think of it, that felt really nice to say out loud. I should do it more often." The girl seemed to collect herself. "So Kon, if it's not too much trouble, would you mind telling me who the lucky lady was?" He smiled shyly. "I don't mind. It's my boss, Rukia, the manager of the Usagi Shoten." This earned another raised eyebrow. "For real? I thought that girl was, like, 15 or something." "She's older than she looks," he was quick to point out. "But yeah, she's the one who stepped in and saved my life. Gave me a job so I could stay here and helped me get settled in. I've been with her ever since. It's pretty incredible when I think about it, but for the most part, that's what happened to me." "But wait." Here Mizuho hesitated again before proceeding. "Didn't Kigo tell me she was dating someone else?" His tranquil happiness evaporated at this reminder. "Yeah. Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. The delinquent. The one always getting into fights. That's just on account of his hair. He's actually a pretty great guy. Had to force that one out, but no sense speaking ill of the brain dead. We're best friends, or so I've been told. His little sisters are like family to me. They're the reason I have any real social skills at all." "Well, that sounds pretty complicated." Kon sighed. "Believe me, it is. Some outright crazy stuff has happened between us. You'd call me a liar if I told you half of it. But honestly, I'm happy it did, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm in a better situation now than a guy like me could ever have hoped for. If it wasn't for Rukia, Kon caught himself before he could launch into full-throated praise. He gave a despondent chuckle. "Sorry for, talking about someone else when we're on a date." She looked kind of uncomfortable herself now. "No, it's fine. I understand. I guess we're really in the same boat, then. To be perfectly honest, Kon, about tonight. Mizuho-chan." Their heads both turned at the same time as a furious-looking young man came to stand beside their table. Flanked by 3 other hoods, he had narrow eyes and his most outstanding feature was that he was completely bald. That and the purple jacket he wore with a red shirt underneath caused Kon to immediately classify him as eggplant. After that he was too confused to make any further deductions. "Oh. It's you." Mizuho made a pointed show of picking up her juice and taking a long swallow. She set it back down, a disdainful frown putting a crease between her thick eyebrows. "What do you want, Nasubi-kun?" Kon's eyes flicked over to her in surprise. "Holy crap, was the guy really named Eggplant?" "I told you not to call me that," Nasubi retorted. He then turned a look fairly dripping with venom on Kon, who responded with one of confusion. "What the heck is up with this now? Where'd you get this loser from, and why'd you bring him to our place?" I can do whatever I want, she retorted savagely. Not like I have to take your feelings into consideration anymore. And it's not like I'm doing anything behind your back. The youth's face paled at this. Come on, we're leaving. So saying, he grabbed her by the wrist. Don't touch me. Mizuho yanked her arm away. A commotion amongst the other customers drew the touchy teen's attention. Realizing that he was receiving some unpleasant looks from the staff, Nasubi crouched down and adopted a more gentle, coaxing persona. Hey, sweetheart, I'm sorry. You know what it's like when I get mad, I can't control myself. Baby, I know I said some things, and you did too. But can we just talk for a little bit in private? I promise I'll split right after and leave you alone, only hear me out, if only for a minute. Please. Mizuho stared fixedly at the wall for a moment. Finally, with a disgusted snort, she snapped, Fine. And scooted off the seat to stand up. Excuse me, Kon-kun, she said before marching towards the front of the restaurant. Nasubi cast another dirty look at Kon before heading after. His friends tried their own attempts at intimidating stares and then followed suit, leaving him sitting alone. Whispers rose all around. Kon could feel his face growing hot with humiliation. He knew they were talking about him. And considering most of them probably weren't near as stupid as he was, those folks must have already figured out what was going on long before. Certain events had clicked together in his head. Mizuho's comment about frequenting this place with her boyfriend. The way that waiter had looked at her. The line about them being in the same boat. Suddenly everything made sense. This was all a setup. Maybe old lady Aonuma was in on it, maybe not. She seemed quite disdainful of her granddaughter's taste in men. But whatever the case, Mizuho had clearly taken this opportunity to get back at Nasubi, or make him jealous at least. Their waiter had to be another buddy of his. Back when Kon saw him typing out a text message, he must have been informing Nasubi that Mizuho was in their old place with another guy. Which pricked the kid's ego enough to round up his pals and come barreling down here to get her back. And that must have been precisely what she had in mind all along. I was only here as a tool, a prop, a doll. His head bent down, shaking fists clenching in his lap. Kon saw the clumsy white shoes he had on, now blurred by tears. There was an ache in his chest, like somebody had come along and scooped out a chunk of flesh with an ice cream scoop, leaving this empty void of hurt behind. She didn't think of me as a person. Just a diversion, a plaything, keeping her entertained until lover boy could show up. Nothing Kon had been subjected to back when he was in his original stuffed animal form could compare to such a degrading experience. Being handled and tossed aside like this, nothing's changed. I'm still just a toy. Something for people to play with until a real man comes along. Like Ichigo. Or Byakuya. Worthless little pill creature Kaizo Konpaku, fooling himself into thinking he's a man. A real man. A real man. Wouldn't take this lying down. Reaching out, Kon picked up his glass and carefully poured out some soda onto the table. It splashed around, but the end result was a small pool of liquid in which he could see himself staring back. That was the face of a person. Not a toy. It's your face. The one you've come to equate with yourself. You chose this, right? You wanted to be a man, but not solely for the sake of impressing Rukia. Because you knew you had it in you to be something more than a weaponized artificial soul, or a comic relief teddy bear. You're a full-blown sexy beast, with brains, a job, a heart, and a soul. Throw in some courage and you've got those losers from the land of Oz beat hands down. So what if you started out in a test tube? Now's the time to show everybody, including yourself, that what really matters is what you choose to be. Not what anybody else says you are. They don't control the soul. He stood up. Control the soul. One of the performing chefs was heating his kitchen knife till it glowed bright red when he heard someone right behind him say, "Pardon me, sir." Surprised, he turned around to find Kon standing in the space reserved for preparing meals. "Oi!" the cook declared indignantly. "You can't control the soul." In a flash the tall youth had snatched the knife from his hand. "Need to borrow this for a second." Before the shocked eyes of the other patrons, he brought that flaming hot edge up to his scalp. Control the soul. A smell of burning hair filled the air. "Come on, Mizuho-chan, honey," Naisabi wheedled while standing in the entryway of the restaurant. He bent down in front of her with his hands clasped in a penitence pose. "I'm sorry, okay? I swear I'd never do anything to hurt you, on my honor. Just say we can be together again. There really is nobody else for me but you." The object of his entreaties maintained a cold scowl with hands on her hips. Yet when he reached up and slid an arm around her shoulders, she merely glanced down at it before giving a short, humph, turning her head away in haughty pique. "Didn't you notice I'm already with somebody? You've got some nerve expecting me to leave that poor guy dangling for a two-timer like you." Noting the pronounced lack of violence on Mizuho's part, her would-be suitor eagerly sought to press his advantage, when a new voice broke in. "Excuse me." They all looked over, Mizuho, Naisabi, and his three compatriots. The sight of Kon walking towards them was nothing special. However, the difference in his appearance took some time to register, finally sinking in only when he stood tall right in front of them. "Oh!" Mizuho gasped, one hand flying to her mouth in surprise, dislodging her ex's arm in the process. She could hardly believe it, for there was Kon dressed in that same dyslexic ensemble she remembered. Only now his head was shaved down to the skin without a trace of stubble showing. The cleared space gleamed pink and shiny as a newborn baby, and the follicle fetishist felt her heartbeat pound at this unexpected show of supreme willingness to please. "Did he do that for me?" Kon looked between them. "The ladies with me tonight," he spoke in an easygoing manner. "So I'd appreciate if you and your friends left us alone." All the pandering charm fled from Naisabi's face in an instant. He leveled a hateful glare up at the taller boy. "You got any idea how much trouble you're asking for, pal?" His posse drew up behind him to emphasize this threat. "I think I've got a pretty good handle on things now, actually," Kon responded back with a small smile that in no way touched his pale blue eyes. "And come the morning you two crazy kids are free to patch things up however you like. That's entirely for Mizuho-chan to decide." He then looked directly at her, and now it was the elder Asano's turn to blush. "But until then, I believe I'd like to enjoy this charming lady's company for as long as possible." His rival's face had also gone red, but with anger. "Man," he breathed softly, "you really want to get hurt so bad, then just step outside, and I will beat your fucking foreign face in. A real hero when you've got three guys to back you up, huh?" Kon smirked. Before Naisabi could retort, he held out one hand to indicate the exit. "By all means, lead the way, Eggplant. I'm game." For a second the kid glanced back at his cohorts, as if to assure himself they hadn't vanished in the last few seconds. Then without another word he turned and stomped outside with the goon squad in hot pursuit. "Kon-kun," Mizuho reached up a hand to touch his jacket as he moved to follow. When he paused and looked at her, she tried to keep her voice level. "You don't have to fight. I'm not going anywhere with him, and he's too much of a chicken to do anything inside where the police might get called. Just let him cool off out there and decide to go home so we can finish our dinner." Kon's eyes lit up. "Oh, right. Dinner." He snapped his fingers. "They'll probably be bringing out the snacks soon. Would you mind waiting back at the table, Mizuho-chan? That way they won't think we cut and ran or anything." She watched him with real concern now. This guy didn't seem worried in the slightest at the prospect of getting kicked around by four toughs. Was there something he knew that she didn't? Her eyes drifted up to his smooth shiny pate, and Mizuho had to force some fantasies down. "This is serious." "Trust me," Kon spoke assuredly before she could reply. "It'll be all right." Something about the way he said this served to untwist the knot that had been developing in her stomach. After a lingering look at his smiling confident face, she gave a slow nod, turned back to go, then spun about, kissed him briefly on the cheek and made for their table at a stiff-legged trot. Kon breathed deeply, enjoying the shuddering rush of pleasure traveling up his spine. He rolled his neck around to loosen it up and proceeded outside. "I was starting to think you'd run awa." This sentence was never finished. Back in the restaurant, some patrons cast nervous looks around, wondering if they should call the police. Or maybe even an ambulance. For her part, Mizuho forced herself to sit down. She felt twitchy and restless, and for a moment the only thing that made sense was to rush out there and just rip into that faithless jerk and his ridiculous pals, tear him a new one and send them packing. Pardon me, senpai? Is anything bad happening? When Mizuho looked over, it was to find the bespectacled boy and his short girlfriend whom Kon had been scoping out before now standing by her table. The little thing twisted from one foot to another with an expression of intense worry that gave her the appearance of a lost preschooler. Glasses McGee adjusted his spectacles before saying, Asano-senpai, we haven't been introduced. I'm back. They all gave a start as Kon plopped down across from her, grinning foolishly. Ah, man. He proclaimed in disappointment. I thought our food would have arrived by now. Wah. Mizuho gaped at him, amazed. She glanced over to the door and saw nothing of interest. Rounding back, the young woman said, You were only gone for 30 seconds. Really? Felt longer. He took a sip of soda and smiled at her. Kon-san. The geeky-looking guy seemed to be sweating a little. You didn't go overboard, did you? To this Kaizo Konpaku simply laughed. Come on, Ishida, you know me. I wouldn't kill a fly, right? That doesn't necessarily preclude ripping their wings off, the Quincy thought to himself. Aloud he settled for, I suppose not. With that the slender teen gave a slight nod which Kon reciprocated. Mizuho was too surprised to notice. Ishida took his bewildered date by the shoulder and guided her back to their table, where dessert was being served. Mizuho felt she'd had enough mystery for one evening. All right, what the heck happened out there? She demanded. They had to go. He shrugged with a most innocent expression. Very reasonable fellas once I explained things. It didn't take long for them to realize they had better places to be. So saying, the shaven-headed hero picked up a drink menu that had stood untouched between the condiments. Now, I seem to recall you mentioning the desire for something a little stronger than sugarcane tonight. Shall we settle on more serious libations? From his pocket he pulled out a wallet with his photo ID displayed through a window. Like two mature adults. The playful way he spoke combined with that eminently toucheable bare scalp had Mizuho's fingers itching with the desire to rub her fingers over his smooth enticing head. This urge hit a brick wall at the memory of what led up to it. He didn't appear to be hurt in any way, whether emotionally or physically. Nevertheless, Mizuho resolved to make up for any bad behavior Kon might have experienced tonight as a result of her admitted selfishness. With that in mind, she opened up her purse to withdraw a billfold of her own. What do you say I pay for the drinks while you pony up the dough for our meal? 'Cause I've got a feeling that you'll be the richer for it after tonight. She shot him a meaningful look, and in return, Kon grinned hugely. The door shut in front of him, and Toshiro reaffirmed the protective enchantments meant to keep anyone else from entering. For a while he stood there resting a hand against the wood, half convinced he could feel the warmth of his own spell beneath his fingertips. But in truth it was as cold and unresponsive as the silent figure held securely behind it. I'll be back later, Momo. After making this silent promise, the youngest captain in Seoul Society's history turned and made his way down the corridor of his division headquarters. This entire area was reserved for the first seat of Leopard Company. He had safety measures installed on several of the rooms hereabouts, just to keep anyone who might wander in from focusing on that spot in particular. Momo Hinamori was counted among the dead during the Autumn War. It wouldn't do to have people wondering what her statue was doing in a place like this. What might they think of me if anyone found out? No doubt it would be dismissed as a tribute to a long-lost comrade. That's a charitable interpretation. True. They might in fact accuse you of being a pervert who keeps icons of dead women about his quarters for personal gratification. And right there is why I don't ask your opinion very often, Hirin Meru. One of us feels the lack of that greatly. Begging your pardon, Captain Hichugaya. Toshiro returned from his internal argument to find the fifth seat of Leopard waiting at the intersection leading back to his office. Her name was Ryoko Ryahim, a lady known for having been transferred through nearly all 13 divisions of the old court guard squads. Not owing to any misconduct on her part, but just because she liked to see how the other half lived. Right now she carried a sheaf of documents and an expression that reminded him uncomfortably of Nanao Ise in her frostier moments. Not so cold when the lights go out, Eh? Shut up. I'm trying very hard not to remember anything about whatever happened that night. Another failing on your part. He forcibly withdrew from this conversation. Yes, Raya-him-san. Ryu Ryo, the Shinigami corrected him in what had become almost a running gag for them by now. She held out the binder. These are completed and awaiting your approval. Thank you. Her commanding officer accepted the paperwork, but before he could even glance through them, a certain devious smirk his subordinate now wore drew his attention like a premonition of danger. Is there something else? Yes, sir, Ryu Ryo supplied. There's a visitor waiting to see you. He does not have an appointment. Hitsugaya's shoulders sagged. Oh no, not again. The boy warrior dismissed Ryoko with a nod. Stiffening his spine, he marched the rest of the way to his office and authoritatively flung open the door. Noboru Kukaki looked up from rifling through his desk drawers. Do you seriously not have any porn hidden away in here? He demanded. I'm disappointed in you, Blanquito. The disrespectful nickname was only one reason to resent this kid's company. For all that he had been raised in a jungle among monkeys in the human world, Noboru got little sympathy from Hitsugaya and even less welcome. They were diametrically opposed in every area except height, a point he would have to clarify at some stage in the future, just to head off any derisive use of the phrase shorty. Having been introduced after his parents' wedding, their relationship got off to a bad start when the first thing the young nobleman had asked him was whether he had helped Captain Edelschwang clean off following her performance that day. His flaming red cheeks were interpreted as a yes, and Noboru never let it go. Fortunately he remained in the dark about what really transpired between Toshiro and Nilil. One more thing we have in common. Try having a discussion with his soul cutter. You have never met anyone more divorced from maturity. Noboru went lazily marching around the desk one way while Hitsugaya came in the other direction and plopped down behind it. He immediately set about getting started on work without bothering to acknowledge his uninvited guest. Must be nice to be in charge, Noboru opined with both hands laced behind his head. Barking orders, groping female officers, sending men off to die. Yeah, that's the way to live. In a comically gruff and loud voice he then bellowed, you get in that hole and fight the hollow right now, soldier. And if your head gets bitten off we'll pull you out by your boot heels. Your theatrics are much appreciated, the captain pronounced snippily. Not to mention stomach churning. Thanks. So what are you and my dad up to, anyway? The barefooted soul inquired as he proceeded to inspect the furnishings. Word is you're getting some kind of training from him. Is this like a master and pupil thing? Is he teaching you how to be a better Shinigami? Very good question, Toshiro thought as he stamped and signed mechanically. It isn't like training with Byakuya has allowed me to reach some new level of recognizable power. Although without it, I might not have survived the fight against the Espada Halibel in Hueco Mundo. So what am I getting out of this, really? Let me go, Captain. You need me out there, to see and do the things your honorable new Goatee I-7 won't. The memory of Ranjiku's face and voice made him shiver with conflicting emotions. Can I help you with anything, Your Highness? He snapped while verifying a sabbatical form. Well, that all depends. The monkey prince left off pacing about the office and rounded on him with a crafty grin. What are your feelings on dating older women? Toshiro froze. He knows. Cool it. The prince failed to notice the captain's narrow brush with guilty revelation. I've asked around about you, Blanquito. Everyone says you had one of the hottest ladies in the afterlife at your beck and call for years. I met her, and believe me when I say congratulations to you, player. All that at your disposal? Nice. He thumped his chest with one fist and pointed suggestively at the icy prodigy, who steadfastly ignored him in favor of more busy work. But back to my point, it's never too soon to look for that special someone. Sure, you're a little young. Look who's talking. Toshiro snarled. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. For instance, let's use my aunt as an example. The first seat lifted his snowy head, blinking. Rukia-san. What about her? Absolutely. I mean, you don't have to be a genius to spy you two have a lot in common. You're both high-ranking Shinigami, each with an ice Zanpakuto, roughly the same age give or take 50 years, about the same height although Baa-san might have gained a few inches on you recently. That last one stung like icy water. What are you getting at, monkey? I think the two of you should go on a date together. When Toshiro only stared, Noboru launched into his sales pitch. See, Baa-san spends a lot of time in the mortal realm, and with my folks getting hitched, it would do her good to stick around here some more, give her a chance to get the lay of the land and how things have changed as a result. We can use the two of you together as an excuse for that. And this way the Winter Wunderkind has the opportunity to fraternize with a member of the opposite sex who isn't in awe of his superior rank. You'll be with an attractive older lady, that's how you like em, right? And it's not like you're seeing anyone. The temperature in the room plummeted during this speech. While Noboru was talking, Hitsugaya Toshiro was on his feet with both hands planted on his desk and a dangerously Haikido incantation halfway out of his mouth. I mean, you spend a lot of time at Kukaki Manor as it is. A bad bout of PTSD from his ordeals studying under Byakuya Kukaki's perfect example caused the captain to freeze up before he could utter a single syllable. Memories of mind-numbing meditation and long droning lectures caused sweat to pour from every inch of his skin. Noboru prattled on without noticing. And if you two find you like one another more than you thought, we can wait out the age difference before you get married. Then you'd get to be a part of the Kukaki clan. You'd be one of us. Inside Toshiro's mind he saw a grey dawn on a barren colorless plain where all the Kukaki, Rukia included, stood in single file rows before the figure of Byakuya Kukaki as they chanted cultish praise to his unearthly perfection. He could see himself in there standing next to his new bride and fellow devotee. All color leached from his body, and the look of horror at this predicament gradually faded away to stone-faced bliss, after which he began to mouth the hymns in turn. You are one of us now, Hitsugaya Toshiro. One of us. One of us. Fortunately right then there came a rap on the door and Lieutenant Shihei poked his head in. Forgive the intrusion, Teiko, but a messenger from the Lord Commander just came. He's requesting his son return to Kukaki Manor immediately. Shoot. Rain check, okay, amigo? We'll continue this later. Think about what I said. Noboru left the room so fast it scattered stacks of papers up into the air. This simple bit of ruckus served to jolt the boy captain out of his apocalyptic daydreams, and he and his one-armed lieutenant strove to catch the paperwork before they could get hopelessly jumbled. Look on the bright side. At least he made no suggestion that you take on both Lieutenant Kukaki and Captain Katetsu at the same time. Higher in Meru, as I live and breathe. Technically you do neither. When ice started forming on the walls, Hisagi wisely chose to bolt before frostbite could cost him any more body parts. Within a clutch of broken rock crevices, Grimjo surveyed the remains of his band. The sight of them did nothing to improve his mood. He had lost a third of his men by the looks of it. That spoke poorly, both to their weakness and his leadership skills. Insurrections had started over less. As if reading his mind, Einvogel chose this moment to speak up. 5. The Pantheragiches looked at him along with everyone else. In response he lifted his hairless hollow-cheeked head slightly and spoke in a dreary tone. You said we should not bother appearing without killing any of the Shinigami. I slew 5. Pray tell, how many did you dispatch, Grimjo-sama? Jagger-Jax stared back at him with his chin resting in one hand. It was a statement of fact that he had never liked Vogel from their time working under Aizen. The guy was one of those holier-than-thou prissy hollows who enjoyed prancing about Las Noches and sipping tea like the Shinigami just a little too much. The kind that treated Aizen as though he were a god descended from heaven to lift them to a new plane of existence. Were it not for his extraordinary power and demonstrated usefulness, Vogel would have fast become food for this crew rather than a member. I merely ask because. Did J.A. remember to introduce yourself to them first, Vogel? Let them do the same. Grimjo interrupted him. A very unfriendly smile stretched his mouth to display a well-honed set of teeth. I hope you said a prayer for each and every one of their souls and asked for forgiveness. Ain's heavy-lidded eyes did not flicker in the slightest. Nevertheless his displeasure at such mockery was evident. There was nothing pompous self-important pricks like him hated more than being interrupted. They thought the only reason other people talked was to give them a chance to catch their breath. In addition, this callback to Shinigami battle etiquette had done its work. The other hollows carefully watching the confrontation chuckled, and just like that it was clear who the alpha was in this pack. Grimjoe waited for the spindly sorcerer to open his mouth in an effort to renew his verbal challenge, and then loudly rolled right over him. "Somebody gimme a status update." Out of the corner of his eye he smirked as Ein clicked his big teeth shut in thwarted outrage. Being drowned out was something he had never quite learned to overcome. It was Tezuma who spoke up now. "We lost Loli and Mainoli somewhere along the way. They might have been killed, I couldn't tell. I saw them burrow into the ground once the battle started," the bulky round Albion Diegai asserted. His pudgy face was furrowed, lips curling with deep distaste. "They abandoned us. 3 died fighting those 2 masked hybrid females," another said. For a while they spoke out, naming the lost or unaccounted for. Through it all Jagger-Jax sat there swishing his tail through the sand restlessly. He appeared to be thinking about something. Not once had he wrestled Pantera since their encounter. Some considered this a testament to the fear the masked army inspired in him, such that he did not wish to be caught unawares. Others had their own opinions which they kept to themselves. Tezuma was one of the latter. After a bit Grimjoe spit off to one side. "That's it," the Sexta announced. "I'm sick of those bastards hounding me morning, noon, and night. High time we did something about it." "We know where they make camp," Ein pointed out, ringed staff draped casually against his shoulder. "Are you suggesting a direct assault, Grimjoe-sama? Such a tactic may prove catastrophic for both sides." "You don't say." Jagger-Jax turned a truly demented grin on his cohort, who gazed fixedly back. The hollow shaman's posture remained loose, but the silent wariness in his face told of a readiness to defend himself at a moment's notice. The others withdrew until they had made a cleared space around the challenger in anticipation of bloodletting. Instead their leader surprised them all by saying, "I think you've got a point there, Pell. Which is why we're not gonna do it. Instead, maybe we should just pass this off to somebody who can really hit em where it hurts." He hopped up and pointed at Ein and Albion. "Come on, you two. We're taking a trip." With a splash, the goldfish wrestled through the paper pad and dropped back into the tub where it swam merrily with its fellows. "Tough luck, Kurosaka Bozu." The vendor boomed merrily. "Maybe 15th time's the charm." Ichigo felt his temper start to boil thinking how much money he had lost. As if waiting for this moment, the memory of Rukia's palms sliding over his back arose like a soothing balm. All anger dissolved, and he stood up, handing over the broken catcher. "No, thanks," he smiled. "I'm good." The old guy peered at him warily, as though suspicious of this uncharacteristic cheerful benevolence on Ichigo's part. In turn he just waved thanks and moved to drift off among the stalls. It was late in the evening, and they had been here for hours. Little kids toddled everywhere with their parents, some of the younger ones were crying at all the pandemonium, no doubt upset at being stuffed into the tiny uncomfortable kimono. Shishigo-san was a popular and lively time for Karakura. This might be due to the declining birth rate, folks wanted a reminder that there would be a new generation to carry on the community. Yuzu insisted they attend every year even if none of them were officially the right age to celebrate, much less children. She got a kick out of festivals. And for the first time in a long time, so did he. The lights were brighter, the kimono more colorful, the smells more appetizing. They had attended a drum performance, a manzai show and even a purification ritual. Later there were fireworks scheduled. This reminded him of Rukia's back arching as she threw her head skyward, that long strand of hair before her eyes flying, the glow of the bonfire in the distance reflecting off her sweat-drenched skin. He had crushed her against his chest in an embrace so hard it felt like she was soaking into him, feeling every ragged breath, each shuddering spasm that jolted through her. And she gave as good as she got. "Ichi-nii, we're gonna leave you behind if you're not careful." "Okay." He waved back at Yuzo, who dashed ahead to join Karen and their father. Dad was engaged in his usual pastime of flinging rings at soda bottles without any success. The sight made him grin. It shouldn't be that hard. Just slide them back on, the same way he and Rukia had donned their clothes afterwards and rejoined their friends at the party. They talked and laughed, but even when the press parted them, he would catch sight of her chatting with folks. She looked breathtaking. Mesmerizing. It made him dizzy. So lost in the memory was he that Ichigo bumped right into a guy standing in front of him. "Excuse me," he strove to excuse his fault. The fellow turned, and Ichigo found himself staring up at a steep angle into a kappa mask with a shaggy black wig. Holding this imposing figure's arm was a lady wearing one of those eerie no masks, all pale skin and small dead eyes. She reached up to lay a restraining hand on her date's arm before he could take any offense at his intrusion on their space. At this her boyfriend hesitated before nodding and indicating for Ichigo to continue. He did so, passing them by without even considering a fight. Nice to see two people together. Why mess it up trying to prove who was more manly? This way felt better. Maybe I should try it more often? That one time was their first and only time so far. Rukia had been busy with both her jobs and he concentrated on schoolwork to keep his mind off her absence. Of course Misato-sensei chewed him out for daydreaming during lectures once or twice since. It was just so easy to drift off into pleasant fantasies now. His hollow hadn't made any problems in the interim, which was something else to be thankful for. It just seemed like there was so much to be thankful for, really. Simple things he never considered until now. The color of mailbox flags. The sound of a train tracks alarm going off. The way his satchel clicked when he closed it up after class. Even taking blows in kendo club. Sensei had remarked on this to him, apparently worried that he seemed to be enjoying getting hit. That made him laugh all over again. Ahead Karen was accepting a large stuffed toy before passing it off to a delighted Yuzo. Beside them their father looked utterly crestfallen at having his daughter show him up at the ring toss once more, almost as bad as the vendor losing one of his most expensive prizes. Their elder brother enjoyed this sight as he stopped to inspect a stall selling masks. There were Sentai Rangers, Fox Spirits, ONI, and magical girls to choose from. Some children excitedly pointed these out to their parents as they went by. Most of the adults led their charges on without pause. So many hooks were still occupied he felt bad for the guy. I should buy one to help lighten his inventory. An artist should be appreciated, and they really were fine work. But which to choose from? As he considered his options, one of the masks looked back at him. Ichigo Kurosaki. He gave a start upon hearing his name spoken. That carved face returned his stare. Its mouth moved, and a guttural, bubbling voice came out. The Sexta Espada requests a meeting. Come to the place where he first drew your blood. As it spoke, blood poured from its lips. The eyes rolled up in their sockets and whatever power animating the mask disappeared. Something wrong, kid? Sweating, he turned to the stall's proprietor. The vendor regarded him like a potential shoplifter. It was obvious none of what just happened had registered with him or anyone else nearby. That only made it all the more creepy. I'll take the Jovian lizard alien, was all he said. The artist gave a satisfied grunt and retrieved the item in question. Upon paying, Ichigo straightened up and blew out his breath. Reaching into his pocket, he withdrew a small tube capped by a plastic puppy head. One press of a button later and a Gikangan pill popped into his mouth, launching him from his body in full Shinigami paraphernalia. He turned to regard the fake soul that now resembled him. Don't let my sisters out of your sight, got it? Send word if there's trouble. Fake Ichigo saluted with a determined air. I am here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. He then clapped the mask to his face and sped off to pursue his mission. More than a few people threw looks his way that indicated they suspected a moron might be present. Not for the first time Ichigo wondered who exactly developed the wacky personalities for all these soul pills. But there was no time to waste. He had a job to do. A moment later the substitute Shinigami leapt skyward and vanished into the night. Over by a roast corn booth, the Kappa and the female No from before glanced at one another. They then moved swiftly through the crowd, which parted to let them by. While doing so the woman pulled a phone from her robes. Hizuki? Bring the car. Night had fallen in full by the time he reached his destination. Ichigo examined the surroundings with one hand never far from Zanjitsu's hilt. This was the neighborhood where Chad lived, the place where he and Grimjo first did battle. Rukia nearly died here on account of that maniac. And to be perfectly frank, so did I. All that was true. However, there was no sign of the Espada's presence whatsoever. He looked all around the area, peering into shadows and bushes. Whether occult or not, nothing came back to indicate any hollows. "Since when are you into hiding, Grimmjow?" Ichigo called out. "I thought you wanted to talk." He had assumed for sure that would work. But the only sound was the wind through the trees and what might be a cat knocking over some trash cans in the distance. "Am I in the right place? This is the site of your battle with him. So where is he? Crap. What if this was all a trick? Maybe they're after my family. I've got to get back and... Your father is with them. He would allow no harm to come to your sisters. Perhaps you are simply not thinking this through well enough. Before you go charging off, consider the words of the message." "Huh? Well, our first fight took place here, right? No, wait, it said where he first drew my blood. And that would be..." Slowly his eyes drifted up to the cloud-filled sky. "Oh. Right." The substitute Shinigami then left the bonds of the earth, floating up beyond gravity's pull far into the heavens. Looking down, he saw the lights of Karakura twinkling below him. Looking up, he saw Grimmjow lounging on his side in thin air. The Arrancar rubbed at a spot behind his neck. "Took ya long enough to figure it out," he grunted. "I was beginning to think I might have to slap you around again to make you understand." "What the hell do you want, Grimmjow?" Ichigo demanded in turn. His avowed enemy didn't respond right away. Instead he actually rotated 90 degrees until he was standing upside down, at which point he began to prowl lazily around with hands stuffed into his pockets. Kurosaka followed him with his eyes. He looked much the same as Ichigo remembered, even still wore that white uniform marking him as an Espada. Renji had indicated Grimmjow didn't consider himself a member of Aizen's army anymore. If so, retaining this wardrobe might be yet another middle finger in his old boss' direction. Even were that true, though, it didn't lessen the threat he represented one bit. At last the War-Panther stopped to face him head-on, though still inverted. "You bring anybody else with you?" "No. Didn't think I needed to. I already proved I can kick your ass." "Guess that leaves you just one down, then," Jagger-Jack sneered, only to frown a moment later. "I ask because 2 of my boys are below. If you brought any backup, they might kick up a row. And I'd rather not have that happen till I've said what I came here to say." "Then spit it out already." There was sweat soaking the bindings of his sword. Ichigo strove not to think about how much danger he might really be in. Truth be told, he had never triumphed against Grimmjow without the use of his hollow powers. Given recent events with his inner hollow, the question of whether he could rely upon it in a fight remained open. Best not let the Espada in on that bit of information. "You always did have more guts than brains." A slow smile worked its way up that psychopathic face, looking like a grimace in his current position. His blue eyes narrowed till they gleamed like stars. "Your wild side threw me for a loop recently, or didn't he tell you about that? I got the impression you two weren't playing nice as usual. Trouble with the missus, maybe." When Ichigo's jaw clenched in return, Grimmjow's smile grew even wider. "Thought as much. Grimoy. But that ain't why I'm here." About to launch himself at the heartless maniac come what may, Kurosaka paused. His foe straightened up, appraising the human fighter from down his nose. "Well, somebody's got better control of himself. Kinda disappointed to see that." He then shook his head. "Whatever. I called you here because your buddies the Vazard have been making issues for me lately, and I want it to stop. Why not ask them yourself?" He shot back sarcastically. "I'm sure they'd be more than happy to listen to anything you say, after they pay you back for what happened to Haki. See, that's the thing right there." Grimmjow sauntered forward until he stood only a few steps away. Ichigo tensed at this close proximity, but not once did the high-rank Hollow's hands ever leave his pockets, to say nothing of going for the soul cutter sheath at his hip. "I ain't got a fucking clue why those cock gobblers all have such a hard-on for me. And who the hell is Haki supposed to be, anyway?" "The guy you killed after getting chased out of Soul Society. Hachigen Ushoda, one of the Vazard." Grimmjow stared right back without saying a word. When nothing else took place between them, Ichigo added, "He was a big fat guy. pink, mustache, with maybe a beard. His inability to remember faces almost left him in a panic right then, which was frankly embarrassing considering the situation. He wore a green suit, or could have been blue come to think of it, I'm not sure, but anyway. I didn't kill him. Silence hung heavy in the air between them. Clouds drifted by, and the wind passed through their forms without so much as ruffling a hair. Face to upside-down face, they watched one another. What? Kurosaka finally demanded. Jagger Jacks shrugged. Not that I'm saying I wouldn't. Snuffing any of those chumps sounds like a real treat. Food's been kinda scarce these days. And if I had, you can bet your ass that I would take full credit for it and accept any consequences with a smile. There was no such thing on his face when he spoke next. But the fact of the matter is I didn't kill any of that crew. And I'm sick and tired of them chasing me around howling for my head when I haven't even done what they're accusing me of. Grimjo took a step forward then, hunching down a bit and looking at Ichigo with an unpleasant smirk reminiscent of Ichimaru. So how's about you ask me the obvious question, then? Ichigo didn't want to. At that moment his instincts were howling at him to draw his sword and lapse into the only thing this guy understood, violence. But for some reason, he found himself thinking about Rukia again. Why now, of all times? If not you, who did? He finally asked. A Vazard. Ichigo jerked as though struck. That's bullshit. He shouted angrily back. Grimjo squatted down with arms draped over his knees. Not sure which of them it was, really. With the masks on it's hard for me to tell those jokers apart. But definitely a Vazard. And they've been helping Aizen out ever since. Sicken the wild hunt on you clowns, and helping me break into that lab in Soul Society where I fought the real you. The demon wore a truly wicked grin now that showed how much he was enjoying this. You know I'm telling the truth. It explains a lot, doesn't it? Ichigo glared at him while thoughts whirled through his brain. Wild hunt? He remembered Nanao mentioning that earlier. The details escaped him. But more importantly, this couldn't possibly be true. He felt certain Grimjo was lying, or at least not telling the whole truth. The Vazard were family to one another. They'd been practically the only people they could count on for 100 years while being hunted by Soul Society. The idea that one of them might be a traitor was nuts. How could they possibly keep it hidden that long without anyone noticing? Like Kira had, and Momo, Renji and. Coldness clutched him from head to toe. For a moment Kurosaka clearly remembered the smiling features of a witch wreathed in smoke while Rukia lay unconscious to one side. That was certainly one face he could never forget. Byakuya explained everything to him later. She is one of my seeds. The spell. The one that took their memories away. Anohana removed it during the Autumn War for all of her agents. That's when they remembered, and attacked. What if the same thing was done to one of the Vazard and left inert for 100 years? So while they were waiting in Hueco Mundo for the Hollows to return, this traitor suddenly got their memories back. And they might have said or did something that made Haki suspicious, so they just killed him, thinking that Aizen was going to win and it didn't matter. But then the Hollows showed up empty-handed, and he realized he had screwed up. There was no turning back now. He killed one of their own. The only way to stay safe was to blame Grimjo. That makes sense, right? And what about my Hollow? What if this Vazard is the one responsible for him getting out recently? He might have done something to me while I was training with them. And why am I thinking it's a guy? Maybe it was one of the girls. But which one? Which one? Fireworks went off in the distance, lighting up the sky and filling the air with terrific explosions. It drew their attention briefly, so that for a while nothing more passed between them. Kurosaka sucked in a shuddering breath. You don't really expect me to believe any of this, do you? Grimjo looked about to speak, but before he could, an explosion came from below. They both peered down in surprise. Kappa and No Mask got out of the car. Wait here, she told the driver before heading down the street together. It was difficult moving considering the sheer amount of spiritual power in this area. Why nobody else had shown up yet was an issue that demanded explanation. However, she had left off calling anyone to report this. If Ichigo hadn't already, there might be a good reason for refusing to get others involved. This was what they had agreed upon. Precautions were in place just in case that proved to be a mistake. The Kappa lifted his demonic turtle face skyward. He's above us. They both are. We've got more immediate concerns, his companion pointed out. Sure enough, two white-garbed creatures had emerged from hiding. One of them looked sort of like an old-time wandering monk holding a ceremonial shakujo staff. The other was shaped like a beach ball with a tiny head and more conditioner in his hair than a supermodel. Both of them had mask remnants. They were most certainly not human. What brings you here this fine evening, little lost souls? The skeletal priest rasped softly, regarding the pair through lowered lashes. No Mask touched the Kappa's arm lightly in what might have been a signal. He nodded reassuringly, then took a step forward. If you are not here to hunt, I don't see why we should fight. The Hollows exchanged glances. Fatso spoke up then. What business is it of yours what we do, human? That indented dome looked him up and down. Are you an Espada? Or maybe a Privaran? The robed priest leaned on his staff and studied them more intently without speaking. But his partner bristled, long arms extending out from his hulking body in preparation for combat. A mere human has no right to question my rank. Know that you are addressing Albion Diego, once a proud recruit in the armies of our Lord Aizen, the king of Hueco Mundo. Albion. Diego. Kappa sounded confused, and now it was his turn to glance at his ally questioningly. She offered a shrug back in return. After pondering for a while, the large man spoke. Is that your real name? Diego blinked, flabby face screwing up in confusion. Why do you ask? There was something almost embarrassed about the way the Kappa spoke next. Do you speak Spanish, by any chance? Spirits recognize all languages. He retorted hotly. We are not so easily confounded by foreign tongues as you simplistic human feedbags. But, you don't really understand it, do you? It was clear this line of talk was only making the big hollow angrier. What are you implying, dirty little creature? Nothing really. The Kappa then lowered his head a tad. Meatball, he added under his breath. In response, Albion's body split open like the petals of a flower to reveal a twisted hungry maw made of scarlet flesh. Just as fast the Kappa's arms were encased by liquid armor that solidified into a violet shield arm and a bone-white spiked battle gauntlet. The priest raised his staff before him to begin chanting. A circle of blue fireballs immediately came into view at his back, each one housing a different kanji in its center. Before a fight could break out, No Mask stepped between them. She reached out to grip the Kappa's wrist. Stop, was all she said. Albion looked around the empty street in confusion. He could not remember in the slightest what had caused him to call up Istamago. There were no enemies present that he could detect whether visibly or through his Pesquisa. That Shinigami half-breed was still looming in the heavens along with Grimjo, but other than them. And what the hell was wrong with Vogel? He gazed at his colleague, who was down on his knees with hands clasped before him. Mighty Aizen. The white-robed acolyte sobbed. I humbly beseech your understanding. It was not my intent to join forces with the traitor Grimjo, T was not but an alliance of convenience. I abase myself before you. Praise to your name. Only grant me your mercy, and I swear, from this day forth there shall be no need to question my loyalty to you or our cause. Refolding himself, Diego regarded the prostrate hollow in confusion. Who was Vogel talking to? He looked at the spot in question and saw nothing. Right then a creature resembling a Kappa appeared in midair before him. Before Albion could react, the mythical beast brought his white fist slamming down into the back of the hollow's head, driving him face first into concrete. There came a dull boom, and the whole street rocked. Around him appeared a great indentation that resembled a skull impressed within it. The giant water sprite straightened up from his fallen foe. He took note of the fearful one still fawning over whatever illusion his counterpart had conjured. With one of them out and the other enchanted, he relaxed and allowed his gauntlets to dissipate. Kappa returned to where No Mask waited silently. Should we stay and help? She shook her head. You got this guy, and the other is a coward at heart. He'd never step in to help if those two start fighting. Let's move before they spot us. When he seemed unconvinced, she added, "Or you could come home and have dinner with my parents." That muscle-bound form shuddered. When No Mask turned to depart, he dutifully took up step beside her. Moments later they had left the scene without a trace. What the hell happened here? Vogel looked around. Lord Eisen had disappeared. Instead Grimjo floated a few feet off, frowning down at him with the human Kurosaki Ichigo nearby. To his left Albion lay senseless on the street. Dismayed at this turn of events, Vogel turned back to Grimjo, eyes wide with distress. "I don't know," he protested. The flat contempt on the other hollow's features cut worse than any blade. Before he could frame further explanations, Grimjo flew over and hoisted the senseless Diego up by his collar. The pack boss threw a look over at Kurosaki. "Have fun sorting that out." Moments later a Garganta appeared and he led the way inside, his astonished underling following without protest. Ichigo made no move to prevent this, and the portal to Hueco Mundo closed behind them. Alone, the youth looked all around. Fireworks still went off in the distance. For a while he watched them ascend to color the darkened heavens in bursts of green, orange and red. The sight reminded him of a small group of colorful misfits who had welcomed him into their ranks. It can't be true. Something told him there would be no enjoyment to be found the rest of the evening. With no explanations for anything that might have transpired tonight, Ichigo decided against rejoining his family. More than anything, he wished Rukia could be here right now. The attendants finished and backed away a respectful distance. Her maidservant Sayoko held up a rounded mirror, allowing Rukia to appraise her appearance in it. A pair of teardrop-shaped pearl earrings swung with every move she made. The fall of her shoulder-length hair was combed up at the back. Atop her head gleamed a small crown made of white gold and alabaster. A light dusting of pale blue mascara accentuated her eyelids. Sparing but tasteful. One would expect no less from Kokaki-trained hands. At a slight nod, the servants accepted their mistress' silent approval. Sayoko settled the mirror on its stand before her, after which she and the other attendants removed themselves from the chamber. For a while the lady of the Kokaki remained seated in that spot. While outwardly composed, there was no peace to be found in her heart. Too many changes were happening all at once. There was little doubt her life would never be the same from here on out. The choices presented before her stood poised to rend apart the peace they had worked so hard to achieve. She looked at her image in the mirror once more. Could that be what everyone else sees? I must do what is best. For as many as I can. She came to her feet. Dark plum-covered robes adorned her frame, the cloth seeming to shimmer ever so faintly with a purple sheen. Its sleeves hung near the floor. Beneath this was a fiery orange kaftan whose open breast revealed more layers of cloth, white as the moon. Swathed in all this finery, Rukia marveled at how light it felt. Were her eyes closed she might have thought herself wearing nothing more substantial than a yutaka. It truly was a marvel what could be wrought when you loved your work. But now it was time to go. Eyes lowered, hands tucked into her sleeves, she made her way forward. The doors slid open. Upon entering the hallway she found her entourage crouched and waiting. As she passed they rose to follow respectfully behind. The young noblewoman let none of the turmoil she felt show. Her journey to the gates of the manor passed without incident. There she found row upon row of guardsmen standing at attention by a richly appointed palanquin. Beside this stood her brother Byakuya. Their eyes met. For a moment she could swear there was grief evident in the way he held himself. Reproach. Not directed at her, but at himself. As though Nii-sama felt he had done wrong by her once again. It had taken a significant show of strength to explain everything to Byakuya, made even more torturous at the realization that she had no real explanation to give. None of this made sense. Not what he told her, nor what she told him. Hard to say which hurt Byakuya more. The knowledge that she had brought distress to her cherished elder brother offered Rukia such anguish. I have done what I could, he had said to her. But I am far from done. No more was said upon the topic. She knew what he meant. Byakuya Kokaki would continue to fight on her behalf, with every law and rule available to his disposal. If that failed, she suspected he might go even further, heedless of the loss in prestige or honor it would entail. For her part, Rukia had resolved to head him off should he countenance throwing away his pride for her sake. Today might actually serve to work out in her benefit. Use one source of pain to subsume another. Kill poison with poison. Don't think of it that way. You're right. I'm sorry. Bless me, you haven't changed a bit, have you? Always looking for a way to bring yourself down. If I didn't love you so there wouldn't be anything for us to talk about. It's a heavy burden you labor under, my dear friend. True. But you're worth it, sweetheart. The reassurance offered by Sode no Shirayuki lifted her spirits. She found herself almost eager to continue now. I am not just a piece in this game, to be moved about the board at will. I have some surprises of my own in store. She nodded to her brother in silent understanding. He looked at her for so long Rukia felt sure he was going to say something. In the end, though, Byakuya simply reached up and removed the white scarf at his throat. With great care he then draped it around her own, tying the rich fabric securely. Rukia allowed him to do this in silence, well aware what it signified. His protection would be with her always. No more words passed between them. She took her place within the palanquin. The bearers lifted their precious burden smoothly and began a swift steady trot from that place. While it might be against the rules, Rukia permitted herself to look back. Byakuya did not move an inch until she was out of sight. It took under an hour to reach their destination. The walled compound they approached was enormous, with metal gates emblazoned by a pair of fearsome demon reliefs on either side. Their bulging eyes seemed to watch her approach while gaping sharp-toothed mouths demanded what right she had to be here. The right of a sacrifice, maybe. Or a challenger. It remained to be seen what she was. Red walls loomed 200 feet high from one end of the street to another. As the Kukaki entourage drew forward, the twin portals groaned slowly open, allowing them to enter without pause. So there would be no question of making her wait or demanding proof of identity. That came as a relief. Her small retinue of guards and servants passed into a tunnel while the gates swung shut behind them with a resounding boom. The sound sent a shiver up Rukia's spine, but she did not permit herself to flinch. I am the first Kukaki to enter these lands in generations. I must not do our name a disservice. With that, they entered the main grounds of the Arashi. There was no greenery to be seen through the curtains. Cobblestones swept off in every direction. Buildings with red-tiled peaked roofs boasting carved pillars were in great evidence. Huge statues of ornately carved beasts chiseled from red and green jade were spaced at intervals like the lines of a spider's web along the thoroughfare they walked, all leading to the center of this impressive complex. There, like a solitary mountain amidst this colorful grandeur, there stood the temple palace itself. Rising tier upon tier into the sky, Arashi Castle was made of dark red material, both painted wood and solid stone in a pyramid of ascending tiled roofs with gargoyles upon every corner. There seemed to be no inch of the structure that did not have some manner of carving impressed upon it. It loomed over 10 stories high, and at its peak a spire glowed green like a lighthouse. The whole thing stood as a testament to art and craftsmanship. Used as she was to the simple elegance of Kukaki landscaping, Rukia remembered now how humbling it had been to first enter a royal estate, where every blade of grass appeared carefully maintained to add to the subtle grandeur of nobility. This castle stood at the center of a tremendous amount of land in the court of pure souls. Behind the warding walls which now encircled her, even such a mammoth structure could not be seen from outside. She had only laid eyes upon the Arashi stronghold once in all her years living here, and that was when she was brought out of confinement on the day of her impending execution. After Ichimaru had his fun with her, she was led away to the Sokioka Hill, and during that trip to the highest point in the whole region, Rukia briefly glimpsed this solitary castle far off to the west. Tiger to the west. Dragon to the east. Turtle to the north. Firebird to the south. 4 directions mark the 4 great houses. At the center was the Dragon of Earth, who is no more, such that now only stand the Godii 13, to take his place and protect in the name of the king. This catechism had been taught to her after gaining noble status. According to legend, dragon and tiger were supposed to be enemies. But that was not so in real life. Although assuredly the Dragon of Earth and the tiger had come into conflict ere the end. Perhaps there was some merit to the old stories? If I join this household, I might actually learn more about that ancient enmity. And perhaps the one between my clan and his as well. There were no people visible as the royal procession made its way across the field of stone. Not a single person appeared in evidence, until at last they stood before the doors of Arashi Castle. The bearers settled Rukia's palanquin to the ground. She stepped out, feeling a harsh wind brush against her almost immediately. The sky overhead had turned a foreboding slate gray on the way here. Not for the first time she felt thankful for having this many layers of clothing. Some cold went bone deep regardless of any affinity for the element, and the oppressive pallor that hung over this place certainly left her chilled. Before she had taken more than 2 steps the castle doors slid apart. A young man in a brown vest and flowing pantaloons emerged and slid almost at once to his knees before her. He bowed until his head touched the flagstones. "O noble lady," he greeted her. "I bid you welcome to our home in the name of Lord Katsura Arashi. Blessings upon your line and fortune to your endeavors. Please accept the hospitality of this house for as long as you are here." Rukia's handmaiden Sayoko came forward to offer appropriate response. "On behalf of her ladyship, I accept your generous welcome. We give ourselves freely into your custody. May the blessings of divine fortune be yours from this day onward." The man found his feet once more. Addressing Sayoko, he dipped his head. "Should your staff wish to avail themselves of this house's munificence, we will see to it. In the meantime I shall guide her ladyship to where Lord Arashi awaits. Please follow me." He bowed aside with one arm extended, indicating they may proceed. Rukia did so, entering the palace proper. There was no turning back now. Though lit by many candles, the hall she found herself in still seemed dark. Every glowing wick took on the appearance of a star against the empty black sky. Yet some measure of detail could be discerned as she stepped deeper into the tiger's lair. At the far end of this long hall, a huge metal statue of a masked demon loomed over all. With one leg raised as though dancing, it held weapons in each of 4 arms, and its horned head managed to reflect eagerness at the prospect of battle. She remembered the Arashi had a reputation for military prowess. Warrior monks, her tutors named them. Though nowadays their power did not often go on display. No member of this house had held rank in the Godai 13 or its successor in over 500 years. Something told her that absence had not dulled their capabilities when it came to combat. A few servants came forward to attend to her retinue as she passed. With their guide in the lead and accompanied only by Sayoko, Lady Kukaki departed with just a slight trace of anxiety as to her followers' well-being. It was highly unlikely the Arashi had allowed them to enter their lands with ill intentions. This was only meant to be a formal meeting between the 2 parties. A way to allow them to size one another up, as it were. Nothing official had been decided yet. This was merely the first stage of her own participation. The heads of the household, in her case Byakuya, had managed proceedings up till now. Since matters had reached a tipping point, there was no other choice but to follow as custom dictated and allow the relevant parties to officially meet. How hard Nii-sama must have fought to prevent this from happening. All the more disturbing to know he failed. Their path led down hallways whose walls seemed to have soaked up the smoke from generations of candles. After only a short time, though, they came to the end where a small door was evident. At her approach it slid open to reveal an elevator. Rukia was familiar with such devices from her stay in the mortal realm. However, she could not recall ever seeing one in Seoul society. The R&D Bureau used different methods. Although she knew modern advances had long caught up with such technology, the ornate complexities of this apparatus still enthralled her as she entered that snug cubicle. Sayoko and their guide came in afterwards, and he shut the door. Upon pulling a lever the elevator began to ascend smoothly. Light came pouring in through the gated grille as they passed each successive floor. She counted 12 such intervals before at last they came to a stop. The doors opened, and they emerged to continue their journey. Twists and turns followed. Were she not so cautious, the determined maiden may have feared becoming lost. But it would not do to submit blithely into her host's clutches. "While I know my place as a Kukaki, I am still a Shinigami. I must be strong. Do you feel him? I have since before we set foot inside. The master of the realm is close now." Moments later, she found herself facing a screen painted with a snarling tiger descending the side of a mountain in readiness to pounce. Across from it a large bird like a crane was just beginning to take flight from a bamboo-ringed pool. The implications of this imagery were not lost upon her, and as the frame parted, Rukia got her first glimpse of Lord Katsura Arashi. He sat on a small dais, enveloped in dark crimson robes that spread around him. His iron grey hair was kept in a braid that fell down one shoulder to pool in his lap. Both arms were tucked into his sleeves. This was as much as she got before lowering her eyes demurely. Katsura remained still as she entered the room. Every step towards him felt like pushing against a wall. When do I stop? Judging the distance, the Kukaki princess finally took her seat before one of the most powerful men in the afterlife. Behind her the door shut. Sayoko and their guide would remain outside. Other than that, they were alone. You are welcome in my home, Lady Kukaki. At last she lifted her eyes to gaze upon him squarely. I am honored by your summons, Lord Arashi. There was much to see, and she tried to note it all. For starters, the chamber they were in did not seem to be the throne room. Too small, with a balcony off to one side open to the world. A large painted screen of a tiger dominated the wall behind Katsura. A second look allowed her to better judge the man himself. He appeared to be of middle age, not young, but certainly still strong. There were lines to either side of his mouth framed by a short beard. His eyes were black, reminding her of a bird of prey. Rather handsome, she was forced to admit, although clearly many centuries her senior. Those aristocratic features were compelling, made all the more so by a palpable aura of danger. The noble tiger in his den. We are to be Wednesday. The words were spoken with such simple matter-of-factness it felt as though he had negated any alternatives. The first cut was his. I understand your entreaties with my honored elder brother have proceeded apace, she responded with careful neutrality. Katsura cocked his head without a change in expression. He cares for you deeply. She could think of nothing to say back to this, so instead Rukia bowed forward in a sign of submission to the statement while waiting for him to speak. At first this did not seem to be the case, he said after a while. For 50 years the only reports I heard concerning you told of a pronounced lack of interaction. Your paths hardly crossed in all that time, and when they did, he treated you with a level of disdain worthy of a criminal. So very like the Kukaki. A deep chill passed through her at these words, paralleling as they did her own thoughts for many decades. But an urge to defend Byakuya's actions compelled Rukia to speak again. My brother is oft misunderstood, she noted with a touch of steel. It in no way impedes his rule of our family, and I have come to terms with my own misinterpretation of his character. Translation: watch what you say about my Nii-sama, Tiger Lord. Ah. Upon looking at him again, Rukia Kukaki was astonished to find a faint smile on Katsura Arashi's face. I see that whatever misgivings the world may have concerning Byakuya Kukaki, the devotion of his sister does not waver. He gave a slow, meaningful inclination of his head. Your spirit is commendable. Your grace is too kind, she gave back, a touch nonplussed. Had she actually said something to please him? My own sister treated me with similar ardor. Katsura looked away from her toward the open balcony. His elevated position offered him a slightly better view of the surroundings, and he contemplated this for a while before resuming. The devotion of a younger sibling, there is little I have found that can be depended upon more assuredly. We hold such a position of prominence in their eyes. The smile was gone from his face as though it had never been. It makes us careless at times. We sometimes forget they might find fault with our behavior which we take for granted. Words can be spoken between us that are ill-conceived, and with the passage of time, such misgivings can cause a rift to form. It is only when we reach for that long-standing support and find it no longer there do we stop to consider how much harm we might have caused all unawares. With interminable slowness his eyes rotated around to lock on her, making Rukia shiver. To lose one's younger sister is to be proven unworthy of her, he stated, and there was no disguising the bitter rancor in his tone. So that's it. I didn't know if he would admit to it so openly. But now one thing is very clear. This marriage proposal is Arashi's assault against the Kukaki, my brother in particular. He is trying to take away something he believes Byakuya cherishes above all. How unusual to find such a level of openness. Well, if he's being so straightforward, I shouldn't be afraid to do the same. Coolly Rukia met his gaze. My lord Arashi, she spoke with aloof cordiality worthy of a born noblewoman. Regarding your proposal of marriage so generously extended to this humble soul, it is with the utmost assurance that I must tell you it can never be. He turned back to regard her directly. Oh? Do you trust your cherished young Lord Kukaki will find some means to thwart our impending engagement? Sadly, Byakuya and Isama can do nothing beyond what I myself have already brought down upon this intended union. Though he no doubt sought to keep me from experiencing any undue distress over the matter, I must inform you with true regret that in my unforgivable ignorance, I am no longer fit to be your bride. It felt odd to tell a perfect stranger this, but who knows? Maybe it'll make things easier when it counts. Lord Arashi, Rukia said with every bit of dignity at her disposal, I am carrying another man's child. Game. Set. Match. Load up the palanquin, and send me packing. I am aware. What? She stared at him with such confusion Rukia could have sworn there was an actual question mark floating over her head. For his part, Katsura looked like a man who held all the answers. This explains your choosing to remain in a Jigai. Still it in no way alters my intent, he spoke in a somewhat less frosty tone. You remain a suitable candidate for marriage regardless of what society might have to say on the matter. Within these walls my word is the only law that counts. Should I say you are fit to be my consort, there is no authority that can gainsay me, even the King of Heaven himself. In this matter I am above any reproach except my own. And I do declare that your current state does not hinder in the slightest my intention to marry you. With growing horror, Rukia realized that her proverbial quiver was empty, leaving her weaponless in the face of a powerful enemy. Why not? She said suddenly. At this Katsura blinked. Her question seemed to have caught him off guard for a moment, it being direct and quite brief. Are you intimating this to be a disagreeable assessment of your position? Rukia brought a sleeve to her mouth and coughed, glancing away to recover her bearing. Forgive me, my lord, she strove to assert some control of herself and the situation. I merely find it hard to countenance how such a thing would meet with your approval. This formal explanation appeared to make him more assured in responding. As with so many marriages in the Siridi, ours serves to placate those who fear a potential end to the ruling line. I am in need of an heir. The fact that you are pregnant serves to allay a great many fears on that score. Dark blue eyes drifted back to him, narrowing as they did. By this do you mean? I pass the fecundity test. A single eyebrow arched itself to great height on that aristocratic face. One of us does, to be sure. Even with all the noble training between them, she felt certain they were both trying not to laugh at this stage. Katsura's features grew composed once more. I am well aware of the treatment you received at the hands of the Kukaki for so many years. Rest assured that upon joining my clan, you and your child shall be accepted without reservation as members of this household, and accorded all due honors and respect. Should you so wish, I shall adopt your unborn babe as my legally attested heir. Any future progeny between us will serve to continue the bloodline, but rulership of the clan will pass to your firstborn. This pronouncement took her by surprise. For a moment Rukia experienced the strangest sensation. It was as though she had planned out her child's future without a second thought. He, or she, would rule one of the most powerful clans in the Siridi. It could be done. As he said, Katsura's control of his family was near absolute. If he decreed it, there would be no question of obeying. A fierce sense of motherly ambition seized upon her, so strong it made Rukia's body grow heated. My child could wield unassailable power. Dial it back there, Empress. The kid's not even born yet. And aren't you forgetting Ichigo? Just his name got her back on track. Having calmed down, she settled both hands in her lap. Your Grace is most generous. I confess this solution had not occurred to me before now. The Tiger Lord nodded. It is not uncommon for adoptees to be welcomed into a clan as a means of ensuring the line of leadership remains unbroken, as you yourself serve to demonstrate. Or, if this is not to your liking, I would be willing for the infant to be given into the care of its father, thereby being removed from the intrigues of the court. On this matter I will defer to your wishes, Lady Rukia Kukaki. He's leaving the choice to me? My baby could grow up without ever knowing me. Her heart ached at this prospect. In doing so, however, it brought some much-needed clarity, permitting Rukia to realize she sat in the presence of a person skilled at detecting and exploiting other people's weaknesses. It wasn't new in her experience. Yuruki of a certain could ply you to her side without ever giving anything away in return. Then, too, there was Ichimaru Jin, who possessed almost pathological insight on how best to disarm and unnerve his prey. Were it not for those two, I might just accept whatever he says at face value. I am touched by the confidence you place in my judgment, Lord Arashi. Especially when you have nothing to lose by doing so. Just eliminating one more obstacle on the way to getting what you really want. The respect you have shown goes a long way towards easing any misgivings that might have existed regarding this proposal. Some would view this as an excessive concession on your part. A slight smirk was his answer. They would be mistaken. Allowing a mother to determine the well-being of her child is nothing compared to letting a potential assassin enter my presence while she is armed. He knew. Rukia was so taken aback she actually reached a hand up to her head. When Katsura's penetrating black eyes followed this movement, her mistake became evident. At the same time, any attempt at subterfuge was obviously insufficient. A Shihoan trick, if I am not mistaken, he stated in a pedantic manner. His gaze lingered on the white crown which the Kukaki princess wore. While adjusting the size of one's Zanpakuto is necessary for high-powered Shinigami, adapting its form at the same time requires no small amount of discipline. And to something so dissimilar to its natural shape as well. I see your talent has not been exaggerated, Lieutenant Kukaki. There was clear amusement in his tone. Nor are you the guileless trophy princess some might paint you as. I meant no offense, she offered, disturbed and uncertain as to what might happen next. Strictly speaking, I could be arrested right now. Is that what he had in mind from the start? Am I to become his prisoner in a more literal sense than I anticipated? Instead of calling for the guards to clap her in irons, Katsura's arm emerged from his capacious sleeve and extended out to her. Doing so revealed a smooth stump that terminated halfway up the forearm. I have heard tell of your partner's unsurpassed beauty, my lady. If it would not be considered amiss, will you consent to displaying this much? As a token of goodwill. The smile he wore now might have been intended to soothe and reassure. Instead it reminded her of a fox about to pounce. Still, at this stage there was little to be gained by further dissembling. Unable to refuse, Rukia reached up and removed her head-dress. She held it out in both hands like an offering between them. The white crown's image wavered, and a moment later a soul cutter in its scabbard settled into view. Rukia grasped the hilt, never letting her attention drift off the Arashi lord. He reciprocated with arms tucked back into his sleeves. Dance, she spoke clearly as the blade slid forth. Sode no Shirayuki. With a tingling of bells and a swish like skimming over fresh snow, the Zanpakuto transformed into a pure white saber from which flowed a long ribbon of silk pale as moonlight. She held this masterpiece out for him to peruse. Katsura remained in his seat. From there he studied the revealed sword with great care. His focus caused a blush to rise in her cheeks. Will you stop? It's bad enough with him staring at me like that. I feel naked. Just stay calm. I have you. At last the head of the Arashi left off his inspection. Regarding her once more, his face had grown thoughtful. That sense of having all subterfuge stripped away remained in full force. Whatever brief companionship might have existed between them seemed very distant at this moment. I must agree. The most beautiful indeed. It suits you. Feeling more confused than ever, she resaled and disguised the weapon once more before settling it back in its original position. Your Grace is kind. Rumor has it this weapon disposed of the renegade Captain Ichimaru Jin and his Shinso during the Autumn War. A most telling accomplishment, that. We disposed of no one, my lord, she replied softly. I do not treat death lightly. At this Katsura gave an ironic smile. We have that in common. He then made a sign. The door slid open at her back. Recognizing the end of their parley, she stood upright and bowed to him. Lord Arashi acknowledged her gesture with one of his own. It has been most worthwhile gaining your acquaintance, Lady Kukaki. I look forward to our next encounter. Khan looked over his shoulder. If you feel like you're gonna barf, let me know. Oh, shut up, Mizuho groused. She then gave a defeated sigh and rested her head against his back. Can't believe you drank that much. It's inhuman. I held back, he teased. Wouldn't want to max out your credit card. The girl snorted and reached up to rub his bare scalp once more. She'd asked permission before doing so the first time back at the restaurant, actually squealing in delight. The experience was almost as fulfilling for him. Lots of loud happy talk and laughter followed while they finished their meals. Both opened up to each other quite a bit more than either might have intended. She loved the beach but hated to swim for fear of sharks. He got a thrill out of riding on trains. She confessed to being a fan of the Buffaloes baseball team despite their history. He watched the Olympics solely for female gymnastics. She had lost her virginity at the age of 16. He remained unplumbed. Some of the other patrons started giving them funny looks. When a waiter brought their check without being asked, the message was clear. They had overstayed their welcome. Upon leaving, Mizuho adamantly refused to hail a taxi, declaring that the walk home would serve to sober them up. Carrying her on his back like this was Khan's suggestion after she nearly staggered into a telephone pole. The prospect of rubbing his smooth dome along the way appeared to seal the deal for her. Having some very nice legs wrapped around him which he could then hold on to more than made up for any cranial molestations on her part. Although if she starts treating me like a lollipop, I might have to call it quits. Sure you're not taking the long way around? Mizuho asked while drumming her fingers on his crown. Don't worry, I won't get lost. Escorting her brother Kigo home on guard detail meant he knew where all of Ichigo's friends lived. Pretty convenient. I only ask because my granny's pooch walks faster than this, and he's 112 in dog years. Her teasing brought out the competitive streak in him. Oh, you want to go faster? Sure thing. His pace quickened. Khan heard her suck in a deep breath and take a firm grip around his neck. It made him grin. Maybe it was the alcohol buzz finally kicking in, but right now he really felt like having some fun. With that, the racing fiend gave himself full stride. Houses began to pass by at a tremendous pace. Mizuho gave another gasp but said nothing. Turning down one street, then another, Khan laughed as he zipped unerringly along the darkened streets. A garden wall rose where the road ended at an intersection up ahead. Despite this, he didn't slow down, barreling straight towards it. Con. He heard her ask with a note of panic. Better hit the brakes, there's a... He let out all the stops, blasting towards the brick blockade. Con. And jumped. They came down a fair distance away, skidding to a halt in an empty lot. Mizuho scrambled off so fast it nearly sent her sprawling. You jerk. She gasped in amazement. When he turned wearing a self-satisfied grin, she kicked him in the shin, causing Khan to laugh. This only served to rile her up even more. Lips pressed together so hard they disappeared, eyes going wide with speechless rage, she began to stalk him furiously while he hopped away on his injured leg. The mod soul chortled as he sought to escape from her obvious killing intent. Even mad as hell with her face all twisted like that, she's still pretty cute. Must be the booze. I thought you wanted to get home quick. He gasped in merriment, then pointed across the street. Sure enough, there was her apartment building. Upon realizing this, Mizuho halted her chase, blinking in surprise. Seriously? She proclaimed. I thought we wouldn't get there for at least another 20 minutes. She turned a marveling look on Khan, all trace of anger forgotten. How fast can you move? It's not how fast you go. It's knowing the right way to get there. He bowed down low and looked up with a pleased expression. His good humor proved infectious. Eventually Mizuho let out a laugh and sauntered on by him, dragging a finger over his bald pate as she did in a wickedly languorous manner. For his part, Khan enjoyed the sight of her walking away in his bent-over position. After a bit he remembered chivalry and moved to escort her the rest of the way home. A few minutes later saw them standing in front of Asano's apartment. Rather than opening it, the feisty teen crossed her arms behind her back and leaned against the door, sliding down a little ways. So much for sober, she lamented. You're probably gonna regret it in the morning, he chided half-jokingly. MMMM. Mizuho smiled, closing her eyes and tilting her head back until her ponytail scrunched against the wood. I might regret a lot of things come the morning, she mumbled happily. I could recommend a hangover cure if you're worried. Not what I meant. She peeked at him from below her lashes, never losing that sultry smile. Is she flirting with me? Khan was momentarily uncertain what came next. He felt a warmness running through his chest and limbs. The night air drifted cool on his skin. And a very attractive girl was standing in front of him, looking pretty darn approachable. So how about it, Khan? Mizuho tapped a finger against the door behind her. Want to come inside? Inside. He squeaked. Better make up your mind before I change mine. A gentle quality stole over her face then, causing Mizuho to look almost shy. But at the same time very, very sexy. Do you want to sleep with me, Khan? She asked softly. His mouth fell open. A girl wants to have sex with me. For a while it felt like his brain went on pause. And then it made up for this by ratcheting into high gear. Khan debated with himself. I could have sex. Isn't that what you want? No. I mean, yeah. Sure. Who doesn't, right? So what's the problem? Problem? There's no problem. She asked me. All I have to do is say yes. Then do it. I could have sex. For real. Everything. Breasts and legs and skin and lips. No magazines or porno tapes or trying to get a peep. None of that junk made me feel this way. I've never been so turned on in my life. And she is super hot. We're talking sex. Sure looks that way. Are you going to do it? You bet I am. Just watch me. Oh. Okay. Go ahead. What? Nothing. Nothing what? Oh, just thinking about Rukia. She's with Ichigo. Not like we're dating. I'm not cheating on her or anything, I'd never do that. Sure. All that's true. You're not in a relationship. Right. And you're no monk or a Vestal virgin, you know? Having sex isn't against the law. Right. It's just sex. Yeah. You got it. Just sex. Just sex and nothing more. Not like you're in love with each other. No. We're not. And even so, that sure doesn't make it wrong. People have sex for different reasons, not all of them good. But this right here is a real good reason, son. She likes you. You like her. Neither of you are seeing anyone. You're both mature adults. She made the first move, and in a way that doesn't have any other interpretations. Only an idiot would turn it down. Just look at her. What kind of man would say no to all that? What kind? Yeah. For real. The kind of man who's in love with someone else. Are you this much in love? In case you haven't noticed, your pants are at high noon. And that's a whole lot of women right there. She's probably crazy in bed too. You gonna turn her down? Just because you might feel guilty later on? Or so you can brag about how faithful you are afterwards? Really think Rukia would be impressed to hear that while she's shacking up with Ichigo? It's not about him. And honestly, I'm not sure if it's about her either. This is about me. My choice. Control the soul. Control the soul, huh? Guess that means you really have one. I guess so. Khan came back around. Before him Mizuho was waiting expectantly. Indecision hit hard at the sight of her. What am I doing? I might never get another chance like this. Any guy would kill to be in my position. For several roaring heartbeats the only thing that made any possible sense was to step forward and accept the amazing reward he had earned. Instead he found himself speaking. I want to. She cocked her head in curious fashion. Really, I do. Man, do I want to be with you tonight, Mizuho-chan. She blushed when he used her name. It made him swallow down a whole lot of lust before he could speak next. Only, some things are too important to make excuses for. You just have to tell yourself that even if it doesn't hurt anyone, and you'd never regret doing it no matter what, you've gotta remember what really counts. Mizuho stared at him for a while like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Then with a groan, she bunked her head back against the wood. Figures I get the only guy on earth who can stay faithful to his not girlfriend. The young woman heaved a sigh before looking back at him. You know you're consigning me to my vibrator, right? It's actually pretty rude getting me this worked up and not finishing the job. He gave an embarrassed shrug. Sorry. It's okay. Just know I'll be thinking of you the whole time. All the blood drained from his face, and he actually swayed dizzily at the thought, grasping the wall for support. At this Mizuho chuckled. Pulling out her keys, she opened the door and stepped inside. A flick of a light switch, and that very attractive dame turned back. Holding onto the frame, she looked him up and down. Damn, Mizuho Asano heaved a sigh. Good night, Kon-kun. Good night, he whispered back. One last look passed between them before Mizuho slipped into the apartment. The door closed with a final click. The last thing he wanted to do was hang around here. It would look like he might have changed his mind. Yet in spite of this, Kon stared mournfully at the occupied apartment for a while longer. He did not feel victorious in any way, shape, or form. This just seemed like a heaven-sent golden opportunity tailor-made by the gods. And I let it go. Never knew being a man could feel this rotten. Kon stuffed his hands into his coat pockets. Feeling weighed down like never before, he shuffled along the corridor till he reached the stairs on the side of the building. One hop and he dropped 8 stories, landing on his feet to continue walking glumly along with nary a pause. The night was still young. But right now, all the despondent suitor wanted was to go home, plop into bed, and hope tomorrow had something better to offer. Better than what I just gave up? Kinda hard to believe. Well, at least I know what kind of man I really am. Yeah. The kind whose life sucks. He did what? Noboru. His mother spoke warningly. This is not something you can control, all right? It's between them, and we're going to have to find a way to support their decision, whatever that might be. Beside her, Byakuya found himself envying his son's ability to express this level of rage. They had met him in his spacious living quarters to break the news. He took careful note of certain expensive and beautiful furnishings around the room that could easily be smashed in a fit of pique. No sense making a bad situation any worse. Hopefully he doesn't share your tendency to use lethal force at the slightest provocation. I beg your pardon? This is hardly what I would call slight. Meanwhile the boy stomped from side to side like a wild animal penned in a cage. Don't give me that crap, Mom. This is exactly what people have ninja for. He then stopped pacing, inhaled, and screamed aloud at the top of his lungs. Fiend. Byakuya's head whipped around as from out of nowhere, 30 Stealth Forces agents led by So-iPhone herself materialized in the room with knees bent and heads lowered in submission. Bring me his head. Noboru shrieked. The captain of Viper Company pressed a fist to her heart in solemn obedience. Without a word she and her platoon of assassins simply vanished like ghosts, leaving Byakuya mystified as to whether they even knew whom they were being sent to dispatch. Knowing her, it makes no difference. Yuriuki swore. So-iPhone, you get back here right now. A blur of movement later and the Flash Goddess disappeared in pursuit of that deadly host. This left father and son alone. Both looked at one another. Pa. Ota-san, Noboru said softly. His body was shaking with the effort to contain himself. Tell me we're going to do something. We can't. His eyes closed, and 2 tears ran down his cheeks. When they opened again those gold-ringed gray orbs were ablaze. We can't let him get away with this. Slowly the Lord of the Afterlife knelt before his son. He then silently held out his arms. Noboru sped forward to accept the embrace. Both of them held on for all they were worth. He could feel the boy's sobs, and that ache from before when Rukia first confessed to him came back full force. I never believed things would turn out like this. It's like when she was put on trial all over again. How can I be so powerless to stop this? Remember that things worked out in the end. Yes. But this time, I am not the only one feeling pain. So I must find something to say for the sake of my son. Noboru, he stroked the back of his head in an effort to console him. I know you love your aunt deeply. She is a blessing in my life as well. I am grateful for every day we have shared. The memory of Hisona's final moments, her peaceful smile and the promise he made, came surging back full force despite all the years between them. Now it is time for us to show how much we appreciate that. So when she returns, do not let her see your grief. For Rukia's sake we must not allow our own feelings to become a burden upon her. This is the way of the Kokaki. We protect the most important of things. Be proud of her as I am. With every breath, feel pride for your Aunt Rukia, who must shoulder a responsibility unlike any you and I have ever known. We must not fail her, now or ever. I am counting on you to be the one who supports Rukia when I cannot. Papa. Noboru gasped. I want to be strong for Baa-san. His teeth ground audibly. But I'm so angry. I just want to smash in his stupid ugly face so she never has to see it again. This boy truly is your son. So he is. You must find a different way to express those feelings. Byakuya sought to offer reassurance without letting on just how closely this sentiment mirrored his own. They drew apart. Noboru wiped his eyes with the palm of one hand, trembling from the outburst. Eventually he looked up at his stone-faced parent. Like how? Art has been a great source of comfort to me for many years now. Hisona's influence, to be sure. Yet another reason to cherish their brief time together. Noboru considered this for a moment. I already made a flip book of him. Look, I'll show you. He then produced a small thick booklet from his trousers that fit snugly in the palm of his hand. Okay, so here's the first page, right? Opening it revealed a surprisingly lifelike portrait sketch of a certain Shinigami substitute. Now, if we flip it. The eager artist proceeded to do so. Before Byakuya's eyes, the image gradually changed, becoming more brutish, with a swollen brow, protruding jaw, flapping ears, and mean little peepers. As the process continued, the human's nose grew bulbous. Horns sprouted on his forehead. He began to go bald on top little by little. Tusks emerged from his thick fishy lips, along with hairy warts in the oddest places. He drooled uncontrollably. The final picture had him jamming one finger up his right nostril down to the hairy knuckle, in the process poking a sunken red-rimmed eye practically out of its socket. Byakuya stared. Quite a talented child you have there. Fighting to remain calm while on the inside he was bursting with laughter, the Lord of the Kokaki asked, May I see that again? An escort from Siamese company met Ichigo upon his entry to Hueco Mundo. They had been notified of his arrival and were dispatched by Nilil to guide him to the spot in question. Having never been there, he appreciated an escort. The world of the Hollows was an unwelcome place at the best of times. He did not want to get lost here. The journey took over an hour. By the time he reached their destination, Ichigo was glad for the cloaks they had provided to stay warm. A shelf of rock the size of his high school rose before them. Its face was split by a cleft that led back about 100 feet. These cramped confines forced them to walk in single file down the crevice. He reflected on how this arrangement negated any advantage of numbers if a large force were to assault the compound. The decision to station themselves here was a smart one. You could hold off an army. But was it done with a force of hollows in mind, or maybe Shinigami? At last they reached the end of the cleft where a tunnel gaped open. Lounging against the side of the cave there awaited Shinji Hirako. Hello there, Ichigo-kun, the gangly goof lifted a hand in greeting. To what do we owe the pleasure? I need to talk to all of you. This earned him a raised eyebrow. After a while Shinji shrugged and turned back into the cave, beckoning for him to follow. Kurosaki nodded in reassurance to the half-dozen Shinigami who accompanied him before proceeding into that black hole. Lights stationed at regular intervals illuminated the path. Shinji looked back at one point as if to ask why Ichigo chose not to walk up front with him. When no response came back he proceeded on his way. At last they came out into an open area. A fire burned in a pit, the smoke drifting up to pass through air vents in the ceiling high overhead. Here the Vazored commander blew a high whistle through his buck teeth. He then sat down in a circle of 7 stones around the fire. One for each of the remaining masked army. After a while they all came out to join them. Ichigo noticed the change immediately. For one thing, it was too quiet. None of them spoke to one another, merely exchanging looks or nods. He recalled how Renji confided in him that the Vazard had gone downhill since the Autumn War. Those 8 souls only had one another to truly depend on for over a century. Haki's murder had hit hard. While all battle-hardened veterans, there did exist one difference between them and other death gods: they were part hollow. As a result, their grief was magnified, along with rage, recrimination, and obsession. Perhaps he alone could truly understand what this close-knit group had to deal with every day of their existence. The maddening urges, the bitter suspicions, the fear of losing out to those dread compunctions ordinary people had no trouble keeping in check. When one became a Vazard, it meant you lost all certainty of yourself. Love Ikawa and Lisa Yodomaru sat next to one another, the light reflecting in their glasses to hide their eyes. Mashiro Kuna stuck close to her old captain Meguruma Kensei, while Rose Odoribashi made a show of bowing politely to Hiyori Saragaki as she stomped over and plopped down next to him. This trademark rudeness earned only a self-deprecating smile as the flaxen-haired hybrid brushed the locks falling over his face. Ichigo observed the Vazard. They were like a circle of little islands, all in the same deep dark ocean but still separated from one another. He hadn't truly believed Grimjo's words before. Only observing them now, pale and restless as wild beasts in a zoo, did the accusation seem more believable. They looked like hell. "Haven't seen you for a while, kiddo," Shinji finally spoke up. He still smiled, but as usual, the eyes told a different story. They were sharp and deadly serious. "Now we're told there's something you'd like to say to all of us." He looked around the group, lifting his hands theatrically. "Well, we're here. So spill, Kurosaki-kun, what's the big secret?" They looked to him as one, asking the same question. "Do not show fear. They will take it badly. Their hollows aren't in control, Ji-san. Not for all. But one of them might be." The thought chilled him. Unwilling to dwell on it too much, the red-headed teen spoke. "I met with Grimjo today." There was a shifting of seats. Heads turned. Eyes narrowed. None spoke. Not even Shinji, who slumped with elbows on knees and a frown exposing his teeth. Ichigo considered each of them in turn. "He claims he didn't kill Haki." Kensei gave a disbelieving snort, and Hiyori stirred restlessly. The others made no move. "Here goes nothing. He said it was one of you." History repeated itself, as the youngest Vazard found himself lying on the ground with a half-dozen swords pointed at his face. The masks hadn't come out. That was one thing to be grateful for. Only those cold impersonal visages did not seem any less inhuman as a result. Judging by that, they would kill him in a heartbeat and not fret about it afterwards. This came as no great shock. However, what really surprised him was to see that tiny temperamental Hiyori wasn't among them. She remained crouched in the same position, watching them about to fillet him. "Guys," the blonde gamin spoke with withering scorn. "Ever heard of, 'Don't kill the messenger'?" They looked to her, then down at Ichigo. After a while the Vazard sheathed their blades and stepped back. "You are without a doubt the least diplomatic envoy in the history of communication, Kurosaki-kun," Lisa affirmed in typical deadpan fashion. "Don't listen to her, little Koi." Mashiro gave him a chipper salute like the last 10 seconds never happened. "I still think it's cute how you don't have any sense of tact." She turned to Lisa. "Shall we?" "We shall." Green-haired go-go girl and sexy sailor schoolgirl reached down to take an arm apiece and hoist Ichigo up onto his feet. Without letting go, they proceeded to march him across the cavern towards one of the many tunnels leading in. He chanced to look back in perplexity, but the rest had retaken their seats. Led unerringly by the 2 lieutenants, they arrived at last in a small alcove lit by a teal glow. There was nothing to be seen except for a ceremonial stand normally used in households for paying respect to lost loved ones. Atop it rested a sword in its sheath. Lisa quickly lit an incense stick and placed it in a receptacle. Then both women crouched down in prayer with eyes shut. "Join us, Kurosaki-kun," the older one stated. "Pay your respects to Haki." Feeling uncomfortable but understanding what was required here, Ichigo knelt between them. He closed his eyes and tried to remember the person this shrine was meant to honor. And that's enough. He looked up to find them watching him from opposite sides. The guilty teen peered between those crossfire stares. "We come in here when things get to be too much," Lisa explained. "It helps to remind us why we stick around and don't go back to making lives for ourselves in Soul Society." Mashiro joined in. "That's Haki's Zanpakuto in case it wasn't clear. When we catch Grimmjow, we'll use it to gut him. That way his memory can finally be laid to rest." She giggled with fingertips pressed to her lips. "And us two girls brought you in here because if one of the boys paired with one of the girls, should the boy be a traitor, he'd kill at least the girl with ease before being subdued. And if two of the boys brought you in, should they both be traitors, you might be killed." She drew a finger across her throat and made a gurgling croak. "Makes sense." The prospect of being murdered in the dark did not serve to convey on him a sense of mental acuity at the moment. "Don't worry about it." The little bubblehead patted his red hair kindly. "This is to help you understand how close we all are." Lisa took off her glasses and polished them on the hem of her shirt. Doing so caused her cleavage to become more visible. He had to work not to stare too obviously. More than lovers, siblings, or BFFs. The Vazard have gotten to know each other so well because there simply wasn't any way to survive together otherwise. Can you imagine having 7 nightmare roommates who won't move out? All the annoying little quirks like leaving dirty dishes piled up, taking people's stuff without asking, chewing with your mouth open? All that, for 100 years. If we didn't learn to anticipate and care for one another like no one else before, somebody would have wound up stabbed a whole lot. So we did, and that's that. Her bubbly partner stood up. "Long story short, Junior, don't ever walk in here and accuse us of something like that again. 'Cause if you do." Once again the finger drew across the throat, only slower with more gurgling and a lot more eye-bulging than before. "Got it." Ichigo nodded furiously with sweat dripping down his face. "Very sorry for the misunderstanding. I should never have brought it up. Please accept my apologies." "Okay. Mission accomplished. Shall we bang him?" Lisa asked in an offhand manner. She gazed down at the quivering youth, who blanched. "Nah." The other girl skipped on past. "He looks permanently flaccid. Mushy doesn't move me." Agreed. And with that the members of the masked army departed, leaving Kurosaka to scramble up and follow behind. When they re-emerged into the glow of the fire pit the others remained as they left. Upon being riveted by so many disapproving glares, their former student managed a hasty bow and muttered, "Sorry," before making a beeline for the cave that led back outside. Lisa and Mashiro retook their places. For a long time the Vazard did not move. They watched the flames crackle and snap before them. Memories came and went like smoke. Friendship. Camaraderie. Family. Betrayal. All 7 looked between one another. Then they stood up and returned to their own chambers. "I tell you, Aizen-sama was there. I saw him before me just as you are now." "Ridiculous. You let yourself be tricked, Ein. That water fairy nearly bashed my head in, no thanks to you." Vogel and Diego looked about ready to come to blows. The only thing restraining them was a shared confusion about this episode that prevented either from agreeing on what took place or why. Those inclined to support the 2 powerful hollows had taken up position behind them in case a full-blown brawl started. Watching this quarrel escalate, Infantesimma fed upon the remains of a plus. Had to admit she was impressed. Vogel and Diego were the heads of what might be called the pro-Aizen faction in their pack, those who believed in the promise of the once and future king. While certainly not friends, their shared respect for El Rey de la Luna meant they could usually depend on one another to be in agreement should an issue arise amongst this crew. Now that strained relationship appeared to have snapped altogether. The majority of the hunting party was not bothering to watch the argument, too busy feasting ravenously upon the glut of tasty human souls Grimmjow brought back from his little field trip. And speaking of which, finishing her meal, the second-in-command picked herself up and sidled off to where their leader sat alone on an outcrop of rock a short distance from camp. White wastes stretched endlessly all around them. Jagger Jacks gave no sign he noticed her presence or wanted her to join him. Tezima did anyway. Someone had a busy day, she opined. Oh, yeah. The espada leaned back on his hands. He hadn't bothered to consume any of the frightened human souls no matter how rich the eating. Muscles rippled under the scar on his bare chest and around his hollow hole. He looked ferocious and dangerous, to say nothing of appealing. At first I assumed you were taking those two off to kill them, she continued. Vogel for sure. That's your style, after all. He grunted noncommittally. Instead it seems you had a plan. Ein's magic got that human's attention without anyone being aware of it. While you and he talked, those two scavenged up all the free-roaming human souls they could get their hands on and stored them in Albion to feed the hungry mutts upon your return. At the same time, you somehow managed to drive a wedge between them that's cost both prestige, while your position as leader is stronger than ever. The only one who benefited was you. Narrow blue eyes flicked to train upon her. He took note of the blood that still spattered her mouth, lingering on thick scarlet drops sliding down pale throat and body. You sound pretty well informed, Tezima. Any chance you tagged along to keep an eye on things, without my permission? And leave the pack leaderless? Not likely. Tezima rested her head on upraised knees to regard him with newfound respect. Still, never took you for such a grand chess master, Grimjoe. The head of the pack gave a disdainful snort but continued to watch her with a fixed intensity. Who do you think I am, Eisen? I don't plan my whole life out. I just live it. Yeah. A question she had been dying to ask came to mind. So why did you decide to go to that Kurosaki mortal with this instead of the Shinigami? It probably wouldn't take much to make them turn on the Vazard. And he's more trouble than all the death gods in Hueco Mundo combined from what I hear. At this Grimjoe smiled. The sight sent an unfamiliar thrill shooting up her spine. Because if I did, those sneaky black rats would have just started investigating and planning and not even getting within a stone's throw of the Vazard. That's how Shinigami are. But not Ichigo. A rumbling chuckle emerged from his broad chest. Knowing him, he'll go marching right up to their door and flat out announce the big news. That dumbass is honest to a fault. And whether they want to or not, once the idea's in their heads, they'll start thinking about it. Seeing how much it makes sense. After that it'll be too late. Cat's out of the bag. No more trust. While they're busy rooting out the truth, we're free to roam where we please. The hollow spy nodded in quiet admiration, watching the way his eyes gleamed with a bestial light. So Grimjoe wins again. Fuck yeah. His hand shot out and grabbed Tezima by the throat to slam her against the ground so hard she could swear her mask cracked. At the same time Chiaroscuro leapt from its scabbard, stopping right against his exposed throat. He glanced down at the short sword drawing a thin line of blood from his thick arrow, never losing that evil grin. I don't stop until I get what I want. Her face was grim, visible eye narrowed with challenge. The frown she wore held no appeal. All the same, when Grimjoe relaxed his grip on her throat, she slowly drew the sword away. Bending down, the ghost panther then began to lap the blood clean off her skin. Tezima permitted him to do so, while back at camp, the Eisen faction tore itself to pieces. They know. I could see it in their eyes. They know. Of course they know, King. They've always known. None of them wanted to admit it, though. But now that it's out in the open, things will eventually come to a head. That bastard Grimjoe, he did this. He sold me out. And Kurosaki, that useless idiot, went right along with it. Grimjoe neglected to mention it was you specifically. And Ichigo's hollow kept its mouth shut as well. Honestly, I'm surprised you were even that fortunate. Count yourself lucky. How can you be so blasé about this? We could die. Because I'll kill them all before that ever happens. No, you won't. No more. I'm putting an end to this right now. Flee. Silence. He drew in a shaky breath. Oh, King. No. I'm still here. It doesn't work anymore. You've given me too much. From here on out, it's all coming up roses for me. Little by little, I'll get control. Think about that before you go to sleep tonight. No. Nighty-night, King. Pleasant dreams. When Khan got back to the Usagi Shoten that night, he found Ganju Shiba weeping in the courtyard next to a blackened pile of unrecognizable objects. Apparently, after subjecting him to various inchenchis under the guise of training, his older sister then made him gather up all the pornographic material in his room she could find and forced him to watch as she made a bonfire out of them. It had been a long day, and while he appreciated the trauma his good friend was going through, there was surprisingly little sympathy to be found anywhere in his heart. So he left the poor slob to his broken toys and went inside to get some rest. However, as he drifted off to sleep, the experience gave Khan an idea. Morning dawned bright and clear. Upon waking, the memory of his epiphany remained, and so Khan got straight to work. He donned a jogging suit so as not to be in his PJs, then collected a few heavy-duty trash bags and began loading them up. Everything went: videos, reading material, business cards, even the posters on his wall. There proved to be a lot more than he remembered, necessitating more than one trip. Having swept the room clean, he picked up some bags and went downstairs. Ganju met him in the hall. Rubbing his bruised face, the lumpy spirit stopped upon noticing the mod. "You're up too? You know it's Sunday, right?" "Yup," Khan dipped a nod in greeting. "Say, did Nasan come back yesterday?" "No, I don't think so." Ganju shuddered at the memories evoked by the word yesterday. At that point he noticed the sacks. "What's that you've get there?" "All my X-rated knickknacks," Khan proclaimed with a smile. Shiba's eyes filled with tears. "For me?" "Oh, Khan, that's so gener." He walked on by, leaving Ganju fumbling over that sentence. Khan slid open the front door of the shop and went around to the side of the building where their dumpster was located. A moment later he came back in empty-handed. "Wait, hold up, what are you doing?" Ganju asked upon his return. "Throwing it all out." He went into his room and re-emerged with another bag. "What? All of it? Is this because of my sister?" "Because Nae-chan said she didn't care if you." "That's not it." His partner in perversion stopped and gave Shiba a friendly pat on the shoulder. "It's been real, Ganju-san. But you helped me realize something. There's no point settling for imitations when we can afford the real thing. And brother, last night I saw everything we've been missing out on with this stuff. So from here on I'm turning over a new leaf. It's only real girls for me, old buddy." Ganju's thuggish features twisted as he failed to make hide nor tail of this sentiment. "You're saying we should try nudie bars?" The pitying look Khan gave back stung almost as bad as the slaps he received from Kyokaku. The mod soul trooped on by, leaving that forlorn ghost wondering how the world could turn its back on him in such a cruel fashion. Khan lobbed the last garbage bag into the dumpster. He dusted his hands off, smiling proudly. "That's all of it. The trash won't be picked up until Tuesday. Might find myself regretting it before then. Maybe just a few? No. Cold turkey, that's the way to go. No more leaning on a crutch for this guy. High time I started putting in the effort just like every other lovelorn doofus out there." Overhead the sky was dark with clouds. Rain was on the way by the smell of it. "Better get inside or I'll get soaked." Taking one last look at his lifetime's worth of personal treasures, he reached up to close the lid. As he did, something odd caught his eye. Reaching in, Khan extracted the object in question for further examination. At first he felt certain there must have been some mistake. But as he held the small colorful item in his hand, its provenance became clear. What was a pregnancy test carton doing in there? He looked around the deserted lot in confusion. This is the shop's private dumpster. Why would somebody come all the way back here to dump their junk? Not like any of us would need it. The only girls around are little Yururu and... Khan went still. The box fell from his hands to lie in the dirt. No. No. That's crazy. He told me that. I mean, she wouldn't, they're not even. Some kind of madness seized hold of him. A second later Khan had leapt bodily into the dumpster without a second thought. He flung aside mounds of trash, hoping and praying he never found what he sought. And then there it was. Khan reached out, only to recoil, as though this were a murder weapon, like a gun or a knife. After a time he finally got the nerve to pick it up. His eyes closed, breath coming in short ragged gasps. Please. Please, not now. Don't do this to me now. When Khan looked down, the mark on the pregnancy strip read blue. He dropped it and ran. Karen Kurosaka came stumping down the stairs rubbing an eye tiredly. Mornin', she grumbled as she flopped on a chair in the kitchen. Good morning, Karen-chan. Her sister Yuza buzzed about whipping up some breakfast. Wasn't yesterday fun? I thought I'd be tired, but I had so much energy when I woke up, I just had to get right to work. I'm making French toast. Sounds good. The older twin glanced around the strangely deserted dining area. Seems Dad never came home last night after leaving with the dragon lady. Ichi Nii brought them back, or rather, the spirit occupying his body did. Nii-san abandoned them at a certain point during the festival to do Shinigami duties, or something. This left them with a brother who spouted lines from movies Karen didn't recognize. Hopefully he had come back sometime in the night and retaken control. She'd be glad when that one was out of their brother's system. Who designed those things, anyway? Is Ichi Nii up yet? She asked. Yup. Yuzo cracked some eggs and began to whisk them in a bowl. We didn't have enough ingredients, so I sent him to get some from the 24-hour convenience store. He'll be back soon. Was he still acting crazy? Nope. Back to normal. It must have been something he ate at the festival. Just needed to get it out of his system, I guess. She giggled to herself. Hasta la vista, baby. What a strange thing to say. That's a relief. Karen stood up and went to get some guava juice from the refrigerator. The sound of rain falling came from outside. Hope their brother thought to take an umbrella with him. As she poured herself a glass, there came a sudden frantic pounding at the front door. She screwed the lid back on and trotted out into the hall to answer it. Forgot your umbrella, Ichi Nii. When she opened the door, it was to find a drenched Khan. Is Nei-san here? Karen flinched a bit, unnerved. Rukia. The expression on his face made her freeze. She almost didn't recognize him. He might have been crying, but with the rain it was hard to tell. No. To her shock, Khan dropped down and grabbed her by the arm. Are you lying to me, Karen? No. She pulled away from him to stagger back a bit. Horrified, Karen watched the big youth, heart pounding with fear. What's wrong with him? Is he drunk, or high? Why is his head shaved? He had on an orange tracksuit that smelled like a garbage dump. At seeing the look she gave him, Khan seemed to realize his mistake. I'm sorry, please, don't be scared, I don't know what I'm. He reached out a trembling hand for her. When Karen drew further away, Khan's face twisted with grief. Oh damn, Karen, I'm so sorry, He then grew calm so fast it scared her anew. Where's your brother? He demanded softly. A chill swept through her at the way he said that. His features had gone slack. When he looked at her there was hardly any recognition to be seen. Like he didn't know who she was. Karen almost wanted to scream. Khan. Oh, no. She looked up. There at the gate leading into their yard stood Ichi Nii holding a paper sack with a jacket hiked up around his ears to ward off the rain. Before she could say or do anything to warn him, Khan came about. Next thing she knew Ichigo was flying out into the street, groceries tumbling around him. Behind her Yuza screamed as she came into the hall and saw what happened. It was like a nightmare. Karen heard the sound of her brother's body striking wet pavement. He splashed round and around before coming to rest. Amazingly Ichigo sprang to his feet faster than she might have thought possible. He thrust a hand into his pocket and came out with what looked like a Pez dispenser. No. Then Khan was there, his foot lashing out blazingly fast to connect with the colored tube. It shattered completely, sending pills spilling out to go rolling everywhere. Ichigo staggered back clutching his hand, teeth gritted and eyes wide with pain and fury. You think I'll let you cheat here too? The man he had called his friend stood hunched over without moving. There was hot vengeful hatred in every line of Khan's face. Those bright blue eyes quivered like a madman's. Water poured off him, and his legs seemed to steam. Think you can just pop a pill and get stronger? I don't think so. People in the neighborhood were coming out of their houses to see what the commotion was about. When they saw what looked to be a fight, some ran back inside or shouted to call the cops. None of them moved to try and stop it, though, whether because of the rain or fear of getting involved. Ichigo didn't know what was going on. Was this really Kon, or something inhabiting his body? The way he looked was so bizarre. Kon. He held up his scraped and bleeding hands. Listen to me. Shut up. The mod soul flipped into the air higher than a house. One leg whipped out to descend with a roar of rage. Thunder rumbled in counterpoint. Instinctively Ichigo dove to roll beneath the falling attack, coming up in a crouch, while behind him pavement was driven into the ground with enough force to form a sinkhole right there in the street. Almost losing his footing at this localized meteor strike, Ichigo cast a frantic look behind him to check on the girls. Sure enough, Karen was running to join them. Stay there! He shouted, thrusting out his arm. She staggered to a halt by the gate, hanging back with fear written all over her. By the house, Yuzu was on her knees crying. Neither of them looked hurt. I'd better try to take this fight somewhere else before that can change. Don't look away from me, you piece of shit. He returned his attention to the matter of impending murder. Kon came stomping out of the depression he had made. Concrete cracked beneath every footfall. His shoes were in ragged tatters, falling off his feet to leave them bare. A quick look around confirmed that none of the Jikengan pills were in sight. Too much rain and damage to the street. There would be no question of Shinigami powers brought to bear in this confrontation. Come to think of it, trying to get to a safer location wasn't an option either. Kon would catch him in a heartbeat, and he didn't seem inclined to listen to reason. Which left only one course of action. Breathing out, Ichigo assumed a martial artist's fighting pose. Hands at the ready, he watched his opponent approach, studying him. When Kon looked about to spring forward, he hopped nimbly to one side and delivered a solid punch to the jaw. Next thing he knew, Ichigo Kurosaki was on the ground clutching a shattered kneecap. You think your dime store karate can stop me? I was made to kill. When her brother fell, Karen turned and dashed back into the house. She noticed Yuzu had passed out to slump senseless in the hallway. Having assured herself of this, the girl then raced up the stairs to her room. I fought for you. Kon rasped, pacing back and forth by the fallen Ichigo. I put my life on the line to protect you, your sisters, hell, this whole goddamn town, come to think of it. All I asked. He stopped and stood there swaying from side to side while rain fell all around. Was it too goddamn much to ask that you give me just a little something to hold on to? Why the hell do you get everything and not me? Seriously, kid, what is so fucking special about Ichigo fucking Kurosaki? Slowly Ichigo got to his hands and knees in an attempt to stand. With a snarl, Kon kicked him in the stomach, lifting him off the ground to splash down in a graceless heap. Coughing and choking, the battered hero could do no more than curl up into a pain-racked ball. You wanna be some big badass death god, is that it? You wanna be afterlife royalty and lord it over everybody else? You want Rukia? You want the princess? Fine. Kon's leg shot straight up into the air and hung over his head, a guillotine blade waiting to drop. Whatever you want, you greedy little bastard. I'll make you king of hell, and she can have whatever's left. Kon. With his foot still raised for the kill, the furious soul looked over his shoulder. Karen stood trembling over by the house. In her hands hung a limp sodden toy. It took him a few seconds to realize what it was. My old body. Though a murderous frenzy still gripped him, the sight of this artifact from the past got his attention. Kon brought his foot down. At the same time, the little girl came walking haltingly towards them, holding up the cotton-stuffed lion as though it were a shield to grant her courage. Karen. Ichigo gasped from his place on the ground. Stay back. Don't come any closer, Karen. Kon returned to examining his real target as the downpour soaked them all. You might get hurt. Leave my brother alone, Kon, she said in a frightened whisper. The kid shook from head to toe, and it took every ounce of courage she possessed to continue walking towards this person she didn't even recognize. No. He shook his head, voice almost dreamlike in quality. The hero hasn't gotten his rocks off by defeating me yet. Have you, Ichigo? You coward. Karen spit, t-shirt plastered to her body and teeth gritted. He can't even fight back. He's helpless. A spasm racked Khan's whole body as though that word had pained him. Now he too was shaking. Damn it, Karen. His voice broke on a sob. Do you know what he did? Khan. She held up the doll. Look at this. He did. The blank-eyed Maud shuffled around to study that equally dead-eyed toy. Seeing it made him cringe. There was nothing alive about that thing. It's just an empty doll, one whose pitiful face held only mockery. You bastard, Khan croaked. I'm not a doll. And that's why he shouldn't have done it. The middle schooler drew up right before him. When she continued to proffer the ragged little animal, rage shot through Khan. Angrily he reached forth to rip that worthless toy to shreds. As he seized hold of it, Karen ducked down and drove her palm right into his stomach. On her hand was a red glove emblazoned with a skull logo wreathed in blue flames. A sigh emerged from Khan's lips along with a small green pill that went clattering over the ground. Instantly the force animating that body vanished, and it crumpled to lie beside the similarly prone Ichigo. Karen went over to pick up Khan's Jikengan. She held it for a moment more before inserting it into the lion plushie's mouth. Shiny black eyes blinked up at her. Karen and Khan stared at one another, with him unable to harm anybody now. Neither one spoke. Around them people from the neighborhood began edging out into the street once it looked like the danger was over. Some of them demanded to know what had happened, but even for those who had watched the whole event, a suitable answer was not forthcoming. The sound of an approaching siren could be heard in the distance. Without letting go of Khan, Karen looked between Ichigo and Yuzo. For a while she didn't know which one needed more help. How am I supposed to deal with this? As she stood there, someone slipped a raincoat around her shoulders. Karen looked back to find the dragon lady gazing down at her sadly with droplets on her glasses. Dad was clambering out of a taxi and came rushing over, elbowing his way past their neighbors. The two adults then spoke in low voices made indiscernible by the pouring rain and clamoring crowd. At last Nanao Ise went over to help Ichigo upright and support him hobbling towards the house. In the meantime Ishine Kurosaki knelt and slung Khan's empty body over one shoulder. He placed a hand on Karen's arm with a half-hearted smile, then led them back inside the house. The skies continued to weep, and the wail of a siren soon eclipsed all. When Rukia approached the Kurosaki home, she was at first surprised to note an ambulance and police car parked outside. Then she recalled its status as a clinic as well. Perhaps there had been an altercation? Her eye took note of what appeared to be a large crater in the street across from the house. That sense of worry increased. Had there been a hollow attack? Clutching her transparent umbrella decorated with rabbits, she swiftly crossed the yard. Just as she was about to touch the door handle, it opened, and two police officers came out. Never seen a lightning strike do that, one of them complained. He then took note of Rukia standing there with arm outstretched. Pardon me, Joe-chan. Doffing their hats, the cops stood aside, allowing her to pass before they exited the premises. She stood in the intersection between kitchen and living room. From there Rukia saw a teary-eyed Yuzu and her sister Karen hugging on a chair, both wrapped in a big towel. Khan lay on the couch across from them. He didn't appear to be harmed, eyes closed as though asleep. However, it did not escape her notice that no soul signature came off him. Why would he leave his body? Over in the kitchen, Nanao and Ishine were sitting down talking to one another. They stood upon noticing her. What happened? She asked. A glance was exchanged between them. No one's been hurt too badly, Rukia-chan, the Kurosaki patriarch said. Ichigo and Khan had a fight. Karen put a stop to it. We've healed the damage for both of them. They're upstairs talking right now. While aware that she was not fully apprised of the whole situation, Rukia felt the reason for her being here could not be delayed any longer. I must speak with Ichigo. A pained look passed over Ishine's face. He rubbed his head before finally giving a nod of acceptance. The determined maiden wasted no more time and headed up the stairs. Soon she stood before Ichigo's room, the number 15 hanging off it. Rukia reached up and knocked. Within the faint sounds of a conversation stopped. Then the door opened, and the man she loved stood before her looking beaten and drained. "Hey," was all he said. "Ichigo, we have to talk." Mouth half open, he hung his head and stepped aside for her to enter. Rukia did so. There she found Kon sitting on Ichigo's bed in his stuffed lion form. He looked at her for a moment, but before she could even ask for privacy the little teddy hopped down and walked past her. This came as a surprise such that Rukia almost asked him to stay and explain what led up to this. Before she could he was out the door, which closed behind him. "Have a seat," Ichigo indicated towards the bed. She accepted the invitation, and he pulled the chair out from his desk to sit before her, arms draped over the backrest and chin resting upon them. He looked so unbelievably tired. Clearly something important took place while she was gone. The details could come later. There was so much to talk about, the Arashi, the proposal, each other. Time to get this show on the road. Agreed. Ichigo. I heard. You're pregnant. Oh, come on. How does everybody know this? You know. She gasped in shock. How? Could Ishida-sensei have told him? For that matter, how did Lord Arashi? Kon told me. He found the pregnancy test while taking out the trash. Then he tried to kill me. Oh no. Ichigo regarded Rukia, who sat speechless. A grin tried to form on his face only to die a second later. I'm really. She waited for him to finish, hands twisting in her coat. All he said was, really tired. Rukia had no answer for this. They both just sat there, looking at one another. They did not touch nor speak. The only thing between them was a cold silence pregnant with unspoken questions as the rain continued to fall outside. On the bracken-spotted dunes of Hueco Mundo, the hollow of Ichigo Kurosaka threw back its head and screamed. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.